fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking... Holy fucking... What the fuck?
You said America deserved that. Did you mean that?
Yeah.
What's going on, everybody? It turns out the rapture is fake. What happened? I got you. For a second, I got you. For a second, I made all of you motherfuckers go, hey, I bet that. I bet he became closed. I bet my favorite streamer became closed. Turns out I didn't become closed. That's right. Bet you thought, oh, that's got to be a screen grab. That's got to be just a still image. And then you saw Kaya walking through and you were like, well, I guess that's not a screen image. What the hell was that? That's crazy. Most sophisticated HasanAbi OBS production quality in history. It's true. Anyway, don't worry. I got my pocket blue chew. I'm ready to go. What's going on, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny Los Angeles, California. It's 82 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. It's Newsday, Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025, and it is the day of the rapture, folks. That's right. It is the day of the freaking rapture. You already know what it is. Everybody's disappearing left and right. Everyone's becoming closed in your life. Rapture party. Let's freaking go, baby. You already know I would have made sure to commit a couple sins so I don't leave y'all behind. You know what I mean? Even if I was to be raptured. You look so cute when you came on screen, all proud of yourself. Did you just do pre-production on stream for like the first time ever and it was for the rapture? Yeah. Help. At work this morning, I saw my manager has a bottle of Tylenol on her desk. What do I do? Is this an HR issue or what? FBI, ICE, help. Guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, and there's a lot going on in my life and in terms of personal news. And I'm in a really good mood if you couldn't figure it out. And it's not because like the rapture didn't happen because I was like getting excited for it or anything like that. The reason why I'm in a really good mood. No, I haven't caught up on Dawn to Dawn. The reason why I'm in a really good mood is because it's off for now. The reason why I'm in a good mood is because for 2 days in a row, I have slept for 9 hours or at least like more than 8 hours. And oh my God, it's been so amazing. The first day was yesterday and I went to sleep. I woke up 8 hours and I didn't feel so great. I felt a little groggy, but the second day, dude, today's my second day on 8 hours plus. I woke up like a goddamn dynamo. I woke up feeling alive and well. I woke up like new year, new me type shit. You know what I mean? It was awesome. I highly recommend it if you have the opportunity. I know capitalism makes it so that it's virtually impossible to get a good night's sleep, but zero gym stories, zero tank tops worn, HasanAbi's gatekeeping the muscles. No, it's because I'm you know, for security purposes, I'm like more private about what I'm doing off camera. But that'll change. Anyway, listen. Hello, where's the shirt from? This shirt is the End Zionism Arms Embargo Now Free Gaza. Of course, from the Palestinian Youth Movement, soon to be illegal, soon to be a criminal entity, because we are under a fascist leadership. Anyway, but the first night I slept too much, I felt groggy. Second night I slept too much, I feel amazing. I didn't know you could just like take care of your sleep debt like that. I didn't know that was a thing, you know? But yeah, I love it. Recommend it. Live in La Vida Loca, baby. So basically, ended the broadcast last night. Hung out with the fam a little bit. Watched Hunger Games episode 3, the third installation. With my brother, the newlyweds, his wife, and my dad. And honestly, the third one is kind of mid. It's the most Israel coded one, for sure. Like it's the most Israel I've ever felt watching a movie, because like they literally bomb a hospital. Like they're like, oh my god, this is a hospital, you know? But it's like not as good. It's nowhere near as good as the second one. Second one is definitely the best of the whole series. So I just saw a video about life insurance fraud because of the Rapture. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the secret cache of devices. I wonder which country would have done this to disrupt the cellular network ahead of the UN General Assembly. I just can't seem to think like what country does so much espionage on US soil. Like do you guys have any idea? Can you think of the country? They're blaming China? Oh, for sure. No, definitely. Certainly. Is there one country that has a lot to gain from this? A country that's like, you know, very frustrated with the United Nations right now, because the United Nations, or at least all the nations that comprise the United Nations, with the exception of some, have decided to remember that they have a conscience. Not even actually, they just are engaging in ass covering to do the bare minimum recognition of Palestine and Palestinians, you know. But of course I'm talking about Estonia, chat. What do you think? Duh, it's obviously Estonia. Whenever I think of espionage and intelligence communities like having a carte blanche approach on US soil, I always assume it's Estonia. Who the fuck would you think it is? It's Estonia, duh. Anyway, we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, like I said, Hunger Games, and then basically Hunger Games, I watched it. At 9, I went to bed, downed NyQuil because I was feeling a little groggy, down some NyQuil, and then boom, passed out by 10, woke up at 7 on the dot, and it was spectacular. Also, as far as like the NyQuil related dreams goes, for the first time ever in my life, I'm not like worried about death threats, but I'm worried about the government killing me, I guess, because I was just dreaming. I kept dreaming about the government trying to assassinate me. Probably not good to think. NyQuil contains paracetamol. Yeah, that's why it did, because I do it for autism purposes. Anyway, this morning I bawled my freaking face off. Won all my games and lost the last one, which was ass, but it is what it is. I feel like playing outdoors and then playing indoors is like it's like Brock Lee drop the training weights type shit. You know what I mean? You play outdoors and you ball your freaking face off, and then if you ever end up playing indoors after that, it's just like, I don't know. It feels like you're playing entirely a different game almost. Because it's so much grippier. The ground is so much grippier. It's so much bouncier. Amazing. You are asking an NBA coach soon. You 35. Okay, calm down, dude. Calm down. Freaking calm down. But yeah, that's all I got for personal news, honestly. You know, great morning otherwise. Feeling pretty good. I hope nobody ruins my moment. I hope nobody fucking makes me feel like ass. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. We're gonna be looking at Rapture talk, Christian talk, obviously. Don't say bouncier around me, it's too early. It's true though. Rapture has been canceled. Rapture canceled due to detainment of Jesus. Trump speaks at the UN. White House claims Tylenol is making you autistic and more for no reason. Antifa terrorism designation makes all protest illegal. Not in a bubble, by the way. Oh, this OpenAI 100 billion to Oracle, Oracle 100 billion to Nvidia, Nvidia 100 billion to OpenAI. Yeah, that's not. You just cycled the money. What's wrong with you? Adam Friedman went on Piers. Can we watch the trailer for the new horror game? Sure. There's a new Kojimbo. Anyway, we got so much. We got so much. Macron calls Donald Trump after being blocked. That's a big aura move for Macron. Walks New York City like he's Zoran. He thinks he's Zoran, bro. It's bullshit. He ain't Zoran. Zoran should arrest Macron too, honestly. Anyway, but yeah, that's it. That's what we got. We got a lot going on. I'm just gonna blast off instantaneously. Make haste. Kojima game will be BDS, sadly. Wait, what? Why? What the fuck? Why would it be BDS? What is it, like Microsoft or something? Is it Xbox Game Studios or something? My president mugged yours today at the UN. Oh, no chat on screen, by the way. Oh, shit. Okay, good call. Yeah, OD's being published by Xbox Game Studios. Okay, well, I don't play scary games anyway, so it's not a problem for me. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's get it twisted. Let's get it popping. Let's get it going. Rapture canceled due to detainment of Jesus. Trump speaks at the UN. White House claims Tylenol is making you autistic for no reason. Antifa terrorism designation makes all protests illegal. Macron walks New York City. We also obviously have Jimmy Kimmel as well. Liberals actually get a fucking big one, a big W from Jimmy Kimmel, reminding people that the administration is not as popular as it thinks it is. And yeah, I saw the No Pixel Rockstar collaboration news. I was aware of it already. I knew ahead of time that it was gonna happen. Let's be real. Okay, calm down. Have you seen who Kimmel's first guest is tonight? I don't know. We'll do something. It leaked forever ago. Don't act special. Dog, I know the people that are... Perhaps I might know the people that are at No Pixel for my many years and many hours dedicated to being a No Pixel Grand Theft Auto roleplay streamer. Perhaps I've developed good friends. A lot of you forget I was a RP god, okay? And I will be once again, one day. I'll bring it back. Have you seen the Erica Kirk conspiracy theories? Yes, I have. It's pretty crazy. There's some crazy stuff on the Erica Kirk side. No, you were a fascist cop? No, I wasn't. What? I never played cop. It's too hard. Yeah, I think people forget that, like, I was big into RP, like right after the election. 2021, I was all up in that shit. I was doing RP like crazy. It cooked my brain. It fried me a little bit. Anyway, many of you are probably in here because of RP. Many OG HasanAbi heads are in here because they started watching during RP. But yeah, let's get into it. We got a lot to cover today. Holy moly, there is so much going on. Wendigoon apparently found somebody that thought the rapture was today. I found a live stream with a guy who said the rapture was today, and they were very adamant that it would happen at 11:36 EST, sunset in Israel. And then 11:37 happened. I asked what now, and the chat said the rapture was starting but is slow, so be on the lookout, I guess. Update: when he realized 11:36 had passed, he said, ah yes, so he's going until midnight time then. Update: I have been timed out. Update: I have been banned. One of the hosts said he needed to go grocery shopping, and I asked why. Why would he need to grow groceries? Why would he need to get groceries? I'm losing my mind. I mean, that doesn't make any sense, does it? Why would you need food? The rapture took place already. I think the saddest realization for that person is supposed to be that he was not a fucking firm and committed believer in Christ. It happened and he didn't get raptured. This is why they need to be socialist. Okay. I got raptured this morning, as you guys saw. And then I brought myself back. I did a sin on the way up just so I could stay behind and make sure that everybody else is also firmly committed to the gospel, firmly committed to Jesus Christ, and behave in the exact same way that he did, which is objectively socialist. Okay. Many people don't understand. That's why I'm here. Okay. I was on my way up and I thought, God, I still have a mission. Okay. I still have a mission. On the way up, I said the Shahada, and then God was like, oh shit, you're Muslim. We're sending your ass back down. I was like, don't worry. I'm going to keep going back. Yeah, no, it's actually the pocket blue chew that I had with me. It turns out that was a L. I fluffed a little too hard, tugged it a little too hard because I wanted to make sure I was looking nice and ready, you know what I mean? And I tugged it a little too hard and a little nut came out. And then God was like, you can't masturbate during the rapture. What the fuck's wrong with you? And he sent my ass back down. I'm lying about the Shahada thing. Yeah, he didn't care about that. He did care about masturbation though. They did. I'm sorry. I'm misgendering. God is fucked up. Listen, it happens. You can fluff it. You just can't fluff it to completion. And I did. Okay. My bad. My mistake. But it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing that I fluffed it to completion so I can come back and save all of you. Anyway, so yeah, that's real. The rapture is actually real. It's not fake. Watch your mouth. What's wrong with you? Little Fart Jr. Little Fart Jr. says, watch your mouth. What's wrong with you? What, I can't make fun of the rapture not happening when so many people were 100% certain? What are you, a real evangelical Christian dispensationalist? Like, is that what's going on? Like, this is a bridge too far? Is that where we're at? Why do you disrespect Christianity so much? First of all, this isn't Christianity, okay? What the fuck do you mean? This is one sect of Christianity. Don't even get me started on this shit. This is not even something that other Protestants believe. This is like straightforwardly an American-born cult. Corn, jizz, and ass play. Oh my God, why am I responding to these people? Yeah, rapture is not canon. Some fucking Scottish dude decided it was going to happen. And then everybody was like, you know, watch your mouth. My 1-year-old is watching with me. Okay, well, they're not going to learn anything. Don't worry. Yeah, there was no like rapture mentality until the 1800s. Some random guy was like, this is a great idea. Or was he South African? He wasn't Scottish? I don't know. Sorry. I don't know. Some fucking random dickhead was like, this is a cool idea. And then Americans are so insane that they just like totally got on board with it. Blast off meme is too late. I already blasted. None of us are getting Harponzo bean, dude. None of us. I'm just going to say Catholics on top. Okay. No disrespect, but Catholics on top, bro. They got crazy ass stuff that they believe, but at least it's like kind of metal. You know what I mean? Like a piece of a saint. Like that's crazy that they just like chopped up all of their fucking saints and they're like, here's the fingertip of this like deity. And it's crazy. I will never get over that. Catholics are so crazy, dude. Respect to the Catholics, except for the whole pedophilia stuff. That stuff is not good. Okay. You really need to dial that back. Once you figure the pedophilia stuff out, you are A-okay in my book, okay? I mean, Muslims do it too. We have like a piece of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, his beard, you know what I mean? Like they do stuff like that too, a little bit. Maybe that's why I feel a sense of closeness to Catholicism in that regard. HasanAbi, we literally drink blood and eat human flesh every single week. Transfiguration, do not fuck with us Catholics, is true. From Megaphonics. Followers of Christ, 5 hours till rapture. If Amazon same-day delivery is unavailable, poke a hole in a water bottle. Revelation 21:27. Nothing unclean shall enter into the kingdom of heaven. That is crazy. We have Oliver Plunkett's head in a glass case in a church in Ireland. That is crazy, bro. That is crazy. The head of the blessed Oliver Plunkett. Like, this is what I mean. This is so metal, dude. This is so fucking metal. That kind of shit is crazy. It is like Catholicism is so insane to me that I do have to respect it a little bit. Like they do stuff like this and it's just straight up Warhammer, which is funny because like, yeah, Warhammer, no shit. They stole a lot from all of the religions, specifically Catholicism is pretty fucking wicked. Are you also making fun of other religions? I mean, I make fun of all religions and all of the strange stuff that exists in every single one. But whenever someone asks me this question, it always feels suspicious. You know what I mean? It's always like, come on, be racist now. You know, that's usually what it is. Nobody has ever followed this up by being like, nobody has ever followed this up with like a very funny quip. It's always some like heinous shit that they add on. You know what I mean? I'm just here to instigate. Okay, well, at least you know where you're at. Yeah. Because like if you were actually listening to what I was saying, I was making fun of the Catholics. I was even making fun of the Muslims too. Like I was making fun of Islam too. But like you didn't hear that. You were too predisposed with getting a fucking you wouldn't be talking about this. Anyway, the humiliation continues. Oh, for Adam Friedland. He was called Adam Freeman. Comedian Adam Friedman. Anyway, where was I? So are you an atheist? I didn't say nothing. Okay. It's all right. Floating up the Valhalla right now. Okay. Yeah, we blasted off already. We blasted off. Isaac Chodener, he's done it again. Okay. Did it again. This man, the legal scholar Cass Sunstein argues for a more expansive definition of an ideology under threat. This time it's can liberalism be saved? We're obviously going to talk about that. Isaac Chodener is for all the fucking losers, okay? People like us. He just, like, I don't even know what his worldview is. Like, I don't think he's like a firm and committed anti-Zionist by any measure, but I think he is an instigator, right? He is just like an annoying instigator, which is precisely the reason why anytime someone is on the other side of that fucking call, someone that receives that call, they're just going to get grilled nonstop. He's an equal opportunity instigator. I don't know why the fuck people talk to him. There's never been an interview that anyone has conducted with Isaac Chodener where on the other side of that interview, everyone read it and went, wow, this man is so brilliant and certainly not a fucking completely insane person. Okay. It's just, he just keeps grilling over and over again, which is kind of crazy because like that's literally basic bare minimum journalism that he's doing, you know, just follow-up questions, I guess. So anyway, we'll cover that in a second too. St. Mark's head was stolen from Alexandria in a pickle jar by Venetian sailors. That's dope. It's like how people are willing to talk to CoffeeZilla. Yeah, I don't get it. I think he's got a pretty strongly held worldview, but yeah, I have no idea why these people keep talking to him. The New Yorker cred's doing unbelievable work. Yeah. When I go to the New Yorker festival, I think that's what I'm going to, but when I go, I'll do it. Wait, what is this? Rapture Clownery Archive. Oh no.
It's like pacing back and forth, like literally about to meet him, dude.
Or no.
Like literally in an instant.
I just feel like you're just not godly if you're this slammed to your phone. Am I crazy? There's just something so satanic about these fucking things that I feel like if you got, first of all, you got a nose ring, girl. Haven't you seen Kirk Cameron's Left Behind series? You got a fucking nose ring. You ain't going to heaven. That means you're a liberal Democrat, okay? Nose ring, automatic Clinton voter. You are not, and I don't mean Hillary, I mean Bill, okay? The worst kind. You are not going to heaven. Everybody knows this. Did she not get the fucking memo? That cross is not going to save you. Have you not watched the Kirk Cameron movies? The cheating pilot's daughter has a nose ring and probably fucking donates to Greenpeace. She's not getting sucked. It don't matter if you are a believer. Everybody knows this. I watched the movies. If you're a liberal Democrat, you're not going to heaven. Only conservatives. The cheating pilot and the cheating pilot's liberal Democrat Greenpeace adjacent daughter did not get sucked into the heavens because she had a nose ring. The cheating pilot father also didn't get clothes because he was, cheating. Because he was fucking Kirk Cameron's IRL wife on the side, which is understandable because she is a babe, okay? She is a babe. And then she got a job at the UN. Guys, I know all about the rapture, okay? I've learned everything I needed to learn about the rapture. I watched the Kirk Cameron series, not the fucking Nick Cage one. I watched the Kirk Cameron series, so I know. Do you think we will see a higher suicide rate today because of no rapture? No, we will not. You want to know why? Because they're fucking fake. These guys are phony, okay? Deep down inside, they're phony. This is precisely what I was talking about. If you're literally going, the rapture is happening today, but you are on your phone and you're fucking filming yourself like that, then you obviously don't fully fucking commit to the situation, right? It's the same principle behind like all these like conservative trad wife influencers, right? Like if you're a trad wife If you're a real trad wife, you're not supposed to be on camera. You're supposed to be churning butter barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. You know what I mean? Like, it's demonic to assume that women get to have a say in society if you are like a real fucking psycho tradcath, you know? You're just cosplaying. And I think there is a cosplay element to all of this. When someone's like, oh man, the rapture's gonna happen, and that's precisely the reason why I gotta get my phone out and film it and document it. It's like, no, I don't think so.
In an instant, could just chariots of fire. But Jesus, like, dude, it's literally like bigger than like anticipating your wedding day.
Yeah, this is also why I'm saying, like, I mean, look, let everybody have fun, right? Let everybody LARP, let everybody have fun. Who cares, right? But this is why I always say, like, it's just, you know, I don't think that it's real. I don't think it's like there's a full commitment here. There is an element of performance associated with this that I think many religious people do, especially in the modern day, where it's not just like something that is private for you. It's not just between you and God, right? It's something that is front facing, something that you outwardly declare to the rest of the world. Evangelicals do this more than anybody else too. Like, they just have to, like Jews, for example, they don't do this, right? Because they don't have a need for proselytization. They don't, you know, they're not doing conversions. They're not trying to get people to become Jewish. So, but Christians, on the other hand, are like way more aggro with it, where they're just like in your face. Evangelical Christians specifically, they always evangelize. And I guess the only Jews that do it is to other Jews, like the Orthodox Jews that will stop you on the road and be like, "Are you Jewish? The Messiah is going to come back." Like, that's maximum what they do, and that's like an internal thing, right? Whereas evangelical Christians are like doing it. It's virtue signaling, basically. It's not really a virtue, but it's a fake virtue signaling mission for many of them, is what I mean. Unlock your phone.
Don't forget to unlock your phone. If you are a pre-tribber like myself and you truly believe that Jesus is going to come and
Yeah, bro. Listen, guys, it's still happening. What I need you guys to do is just take out all of your money, okay? Because obviously Jesus Christ himself said it. A rich man has a harder time getting into heaven than a camel a rich man has a harder time getting into heaven, getting in through the gates of heaven, than a camel through the thread of a needle, right? So what you're supposed to do, the rapture's still on, okay? Take out all your money. Take out all of your money and then put it outside, okay? Take out all your cash, go to your bank. I know they're going to be like, oh, $10,000 and above. Like, we're going to inform the feds that you're taking the money out, but it doesn't matter because the rapture's happening anyway. So who gives a shit? Go to the bank, do a bank run basically, and instantly put the cash outside. You're going to heaven anyway, and this is the only way you can be raptured. So definitely do that. Also, if you have a Steam Deck or a PlayStation 5, you're not going to bring that with you anyway. Put that outside as well. That is the devil. Japanese people made that, okay? Everybody knows they're pagan. So put that outside as well. Otherwise, you are not going to heaven. So put it out on the street and let people know, like, you're putting it out on the street. Like, you show everybody how heavenly and how godlike you are. Okay? Preemptively put it outside. Also, one final thing, you don't have any need for worldly possessions. Subscribe to the HasanAbi broadcast. $6 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime if you have an Amazon Prime account. So definitely subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service on your way out, because that way I can move the non-believers to heaven as well. Okay, so yeah, there it is. That's praise be to Jesus.
rapture his church here possibly within the next week, if not any day now. Don't forget to unlock your phone, because I know a lot of people are writing letters or maybe even just doing things on their phone, like in the notes and whatever. Unlock your phone. Like, I couldn't do that because I have bills to pay. I still need that information.
Feast of the Trumpets 2025. The feast on the wall has not yet begun, nor have the trumpets been played. Wait, but it says 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Didn't they cancel the Feast of the Trumpets this year or something? How is this not performative?
So I just wrote my phone, my code on a piece of paper with a little message, and I took a picture of it and I made that the screensaver on my phone. I just want to encourage anyone who does believe in the rapture and you believe that it's going to happen soon to just be more bold about your faith. Wear your stuff like this, wear your Jesus shirts and all that.
Okay, I'm done. The devils are already here. They're just in New York City right now. Yeah, the United Nations, which is obviously, as everybody knows, what Kirk Cameron taught me, is the Antichrist. The United Nations is led by the Antichrist, and also Jewish people, which are also the Antichrist, or at least soldiers of the Antichrist, because they're triggering the rapture, which is somehow a good thing. See, this is what I don't understand. There is something so inconsistent about like the anti-Semitic pro-Israel slant that pro-Israel evangelical Zionists take, because like that approach doesn't make sense. It's the same thing that I don't understand about the Bible as well, where they'll be like, oh, the original sin, like Jews killed Jesus, right? Like this is something that they believe. So they're like, oh, you can't trust the Jews because they sold Jesus out because he was speaking the truth. As Tucker Carlson also said, hummus eaters, right? But what doesn't make sense to me is like, isn't that a good thing? Like that was supposed to happen, right? So why the fuck do you hate the Jews for triggering Jesus Christ dying only to come back to earth, right? So that was like a big thing. And then two, or that's not the original sin, whatever. I don't fucking know. I'm not a theologist. Okay, calm down. I'm just talking out of my ass. But I don't understand this concept, because on the one hand, they're like, oh, Jews are the chosen ones, right? They have to go to Israel. They have to go to Israel. But also, they low-key believe that like Jews are up to satanic shit by triggering the rapture and then like aligning with the devil for building the temple. Like they are not supposed to do that, but then also when they do that, it's a good thing because it triggers the rapture and it causes Jesus Christ to come back to earth. So I don't fucking understand. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Like, how can you on the one hand be like, you know, Jews are nefarious and working alongside the forces of Satan, but that in and of itself is also triggering the rapture, which is good. You know, I don't fully understand that. Are you seriously trying to figure out the logic to religion? Well, yes, because every moral system, no matter how stupid it might be, still has like an internal logic that makes sense. It's supposed to make sense. Either they're the villains or they're the good guys, right? And I don't understand it. I don't understand what it is. Anyway, the manga explains it. You got to read. What is it? Think of it like Christian accelerationism. Okay, but like, aren't they supposed to be pro-Jewish then? Like, you can't be like a Christian and then be like, I'm on the side of the satanic forces that will trigger the rapture and then align with the devil. It kind of doesn't make sense. Anyway, whatever. Let's get started. Emmanuel Macron was on the streets of New York City, also known as the New York City. And we're going to obviously cover this. It was kind of funny. I hate to admit that he got some aura out of this. But Emmanuel Macron has been on a fucking tear, okay? Recognition of Palestine, the media interviews that he's given. Obviously, I'm no fan of the guy. As you guys know, I'm a Jean-Luc Mélenchon stan. That's my boy. I ride with Jean-Luc Mélenchon, okay? France on bow, baby. You already know. But he has been active, okay? He's been active. He's been doing a lot. And his wife has been doing a lot too. Apparently his wife showed her pussy to the courts, which is crazy. Like, I feel like there's a better way to do that to prove that you're like a cis woman. But I mean, I guess they're French, so I'm not asking any questions. Like, maybe that's a French thing. Cause like there's an ongoing case against Candace Owens, who is being sued for defamation by Macron's wife, because Candace Owens was like constantly claiming that she's actually trans or something. Are you memeing? No, I am not. It sounds crazy. Okay. The story begins with Candace Owens claiming falsely that Emmanuel Macron's wife, who may or may not be a pedophile, but that's, again, French activities, it is what it is, was actually a a trans woman, right? And not a cisgender woman. Now, it's not true, right? She's not a trans woman. She's a cis woman. But that didn't stop Candace Owens from running her mouth. So basically, Brigitte Macron turned around and sued Candace Owens and said, I am going to prove that I am a woman, I'm a cisgender woman, and I am going to sue you for defamation. So what ended up happening was that the court case is ongoing, and Brigitte Macron last week said that she would provide photographic evidence confirming that she is a woman to the court. And apparently she did. She fucking did, which is not going to stop people from still suspecting that she got a vaginoplasty or whatever. You know, it's not, as a trans woman, it's kind of crazy to hear it's defamation. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's besides the point. But you're right. You're not wrong. It's just like, it's like you are defaming me by saying I am trans. I guess it's just like, it's not true. So technically, because it's not true, it's understandable that she's like, correct the record, you know? She is getting misgendered. So, in any case, what defamation is claiming that she's lying? What's defamation is claiming that she's lying? Exactly. The defamation part isn't that she is trans, it's that she is committing a fraud. Yeah. And Candace did have malicious intent with it, right? It's defaming in the same way that it would be to dead name someone if we need to transcode this for chatters who can't understand. Yeah. So the part of the story that's strange to me is I feel like there are different ways. There are different ways to do this, but it turns out Brigitte Macron decided to do it in the most French way possible. I cannot comprehend a more French story, okay, of an old lady pedophile being like, how dare you say I am le trans, look at my pussy, this is my pussy, wait, look, gaze upon les puces, look at my vage, look at my vage, look at it. Lock your eyes on les puces. Oui. Oh, Jesus Christ. So, la chatte in French, is that how you say it? Somehow your accents get worse with time. I don't know. But yeah, while she's out here doing this, showing her pussy to the fucking, to the courts, Emmanuel Macron is on a generational run, despite the fact that at the domestic level, he is toast, okay? Emmanuel Macron is cooked. And I don't mean that in like a slop tuber, Hassan Piker is 100,000% cooked or done type way. His approval ratings are lower than dirt, shit from the butt. He's gone, okay? So the last thing that he has as le president is basically running around and interfering in foreign affairs. And he's been doing this for a while. He's been talking a big game about like how he's going to send troops to Ukraine, all this stuff. But then also he's become this like bold voice in defending Palestine. I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. Obviously, it's fake, right? It's not like super sincere or whatever. But a big part of that is because he's been pressured from the likes of Jean-Luc Mélenchon, who has been uncompromising. François Baud has been uncompromising in defending Palestinians and even defending Muslims living in France as well. So he sees this as an opportunity to win favor. It's not really working, but here he is in New York, on the streets of New York, after going on a bunch of other American news outlets and talking about how what Israel is doing is not good. They are killing the children in France. We like the children. We like it. And then today, yesterday, he also recognized officially a state of Palestine, which is, again, mostly just a symbolic gesture with a bunch of conditions and whatnot. But now he was stuck. Apparently, he was stuck behind a police blockade because the president has been roaming the streets of New York. Let's take a look.
So how many people?
Now I have 10 people with me. I go to the French embassy.
No. I'm sorry, President. I'm really sorry. It's just that everything's in frozen right now. There's a motorcade coming right. That's why.
I'm sorry. If you don't see it, let me cross. I negotiate with you.
No, it's just not that.
How are you? Guess what? I'm waiting the street because everything is frozen for you.
One. Are you sorry?
It is pretty funny that he got stuck behind a police barricade, and he had to fucking he had to call up the president. Guess what? I am stuck waiting for you.
I don't know, I've seen 3 or 4 in the afternoon. But I would love if we can. Yeah, I know, I would follow. But you know, after I would love if we can have a short discussion with Qatar and you on the situation of
That's a crazy thing to add on. Mr. President, I am currently stuck on the street. Also, we would like to talk to you about Qatar. You are definitely shadow banned, bro. No, I'm not, man. It's not even an hour yet, and there's almost 40,000 people in here. It's the worst shadow banning of all time. It's probably your application that's busted, okay? Anyway, so that happened. There's more footage as well. Do we have more footage? Because he was walking around as well. He was walking around the streets. He took photos with like people that wanted to take photos with him. He was basically doing some Zoran shit. Little bro thinks he's Zoran, okay? That's what it is. Little bro thinks he's Zoran. You ain't Zoran, little bro. You ain't Zoran. Don't try it. Let me see if I can find the clip. Hold on. No, I don't know if I can find it. Here's a TikTok.
I'm sorry, I'm the president. I'm really sorry. It's just that everything's frozen right now. There's a motorcade coming right now. That's why. I'm sorry.
If you don't see it, let me cross. How are you? Guess what? I'm waiting.
All right, we saw all this. Oh, yeah. After calling Trump, the road was eventually clear, but Macron still had to walk through the city for about 30 minutes. Passersby stopped him to take photos, with some even kissing him on the head. So it is kind of cool to see this, even though he is the worst piece of shit. I mean, I hate him. I hate him so much. But low-key aura, he's basically able to walk freely on the streets of New York without additional fears, you know? I mean, that's like, whoever does that is still cool. You know what I mean? New Yorkers beating the mean allegations. Yeah. I'm French. He's a piece of shit. Can confirm. Oh, no, we know. He's doo-doo. Okay? He is doo-doo. But he did win. He did win big. I hate to hand it to him. He won big here. He basically got to do the Assad in Damascus move here, okay? This is a play. Why do you hate him? He is the most Islamophobic. Neoliberalism implies we must actually always cave to the right piece of shit of all time. He is the most undemocratic asshole. He refused to abide by the wishes of the public. Wait, what? Did it F? What the fuck? What's happening? Again? Hold on. Am I back? Did I get raptured? What the heliante was that? Right on the dot at an hour. Macron sends his regards. Okay, as I was saying, he is, listen, he is everything that I despise about liberalism, the constant caving and constant capitulation to right-wing framing on right-wing issues, whether it be immigration, like an anti-immigrant agenda, Islamophobic agenda. He's done it all. Constant austerity, tax breaks for the wealthy, and a debt crisis that comes along with it, only to take away from the pockets of working class French people, playing a formative role in ruining the lives of regular everyday French people. It just sucks. He's done it all. He's done all of the bad things. Everything that I despise about the Democratic Party, Macron has put into action. Okay, he is one of the worst versions of that. And if the audio is desynced, you might have to F5 it. Okay, if the audio is desynced, you might have to potentially refresh it. All of this is true, but need to be put in the French context, aka he's more leftist than any average American Democrat. No, the baseline in France is more left, but his attitude is not, I wouldn't say more left than the average Democrat. He has been actively he is incredibly right-wing. No. Being more left-wing than the average Democrat in America also doesn't make any sense. Macron is right-wing. He is right-wing, brother. He is center-right. He is a classic neoliberal. He despises the right. He despises the far right. And he claims that the only way to defeat the far right is to basically offer concessions to the far right by becoming the far right, but from the center. And he packages that as a way to win elections. And his own unpopularity obviously shows that this is a demonstrable failure, but it doesn't matter because all he's done in this last year since the French elections is basically to undermine the efforts of the left, even though the democratic wishes of the public were very clear. He hates, I think, the left. This past year has shown that he hates the left more than he hates the far right. He presents himself as an anti-far right figure, okay? He presents himself as an anti-far right figure, but his actions, the clinging on the power, is clearly opening up an avenue for the far right to win. And whether his intentions are pure, he genuinely thinks this is the best way to combat the far right, or whether he is cynical and he just simply wants to tank the chances of the left, does not change the reality that he is doing that right now. 100% right, on point. I'm French and HasanAbi's right. No, there are always going to be French liberals who just assume that just because someone says that they're like a centrist or whatever, or a liberal, that they actually are. This is identical to American politics in many ways as well. The American Democratic Party does this as well. How is any of this worse than the average Democrat? It's not. It's incredibly similar. That's the reason why I protested against someone saying, no, he's just like still better than the average Democrat. That's not true. Like his austerity, his push for increasing the retirement age, and his successful push, despite its unpopularity, to increase the retirement age for everyone except for cops was ridiculous. That is pure. That's like not even Democrat Party shit. That's like that's Republican Party shit in this country. Democrats would probably cave on a situation like that, as well as Obama attempted in the past. But I don't think it is fair to say that Emmanuel Macron is a center figure. I will say he's a center-right figure because the Overton window has shifted in every liberal capitalist democracy firmly to the right. But to say that he is like a simple centrist figure or a liberal figure or a leftist figure or anything like that is completely ridiculous. I think he is a right-wing dude who is masquerading as a centrist. Whether it is because he truly believes this is the only way to stop the more nefarious forces of the nationalists from winning power in the country or not doesn't matter. You're talking about a guy who straight up said even wearing an abaya is actually a demonstration of radical Islamism and therefore must be purged and excised from French society. I'm sorry. That is heinous shit. That's shit that the nationalists would be saying 10 years ago. But the more the center actually goes to the right, the more the far right actually pulls society further and further to reactionary elements. That's how it works. The centrist figures unironically play a role in normalizing this kind of Islamophobia. Every summer, top political debate, burkinis on beaches, hell yeah. It's all culture war distraction shit. Yeah, here it is. One of my buddies literally is the reason why this is known, by the way. He just straight up asked him to his face, Hugo Decrypt, straight up asked him to his face. He was like, what the fuck? What is this abaya ban? Like, and he openly was like, well, it's Islamist. It's crazy. It's crazy. You know Hugo? Oui, I do. Remember, Hugo is a liberal too, for sure. But like, it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. You guys are so fucking annoying, man. I can be friends with people that I don't fully align with politically, and you can too. Be normal, please. Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking Lord. Hugo is a major Macron dick rider. He is not. That is wrong. Why are you friends with Macron? Let me fail. Wait, what? I'm not friends with Macron. What? No, if there's a person I'm friends with, it's Jean-Luc Mélenchon and the France Ensemble Party. By the way, I will be in France soon, as you guys know. I'll be in France in the beginning of October because my friend, Lucas, also known as Squeezy, is putting together a GP4, Grand Prix 4, with influencers. Obviously, the American team is going to be represented by Ludwig and Michael Reeves. And I am going to be one of the American broadcasters for the event. And when I go there, I might, and Pokimane as well. Myself and Pokimane are going to be the American broadcasters for this massive event. And we are very stoked for it. So it's going to be cool. Squeezy is my goat. What the fuck? You know Squeezy? This is a mind fuck? Dude, I don't understand. How are you in here for so long and you don't know some of my friends? Bro, not only do I know Squeezy has stayed in my house when he visited LA, and also he's been on the podcast. He's been on Fear End. We've been to his house and filmed a episode of the Fear End podcast. Sorry, bro, I'm not parasocial. I mean, this isn't even parasocial shit. Politics frogs don't watch anything fun. Yeah, that's probably what it is. I don't think you guys know this. I was supposed to be the American pilot for GP4. I've explained it before. I was supposed to be the American pilot for the American team, but unfortunately, my shoulder width is a little too big, and I was not able to fit. I'm not even kidding. I couldn't fit in the fucking Grand Prix 4 Formula 4 cars. It was devastating. I don't even watch your Insta stories anymore, big dog. I'm trying to keep my screen time down. Yeah, I don't fit in the cars. I've told you guys this before. Anyway, French Socialist Party betrayed us like the Democrats betrayed you. To understand French politique, look at American politics minus 10 years. Macron is our Obama. Macron is our Obama. But anyway, this was an aura moment for Macron. Let's be real. That is the most French-looking motherfucker I've ever seen in my entire life, bro. Of course he kissed me. Anyway, but yeah, there's some French updates for you guys. Emmanuel Macron called up Donald Trump, and then he walked the streets of New York for 30 minutes, all that stuff. Also, Trump was forced to walk up the UN headquarters escalators after the malfunction. Real Antichrist hours. His fat ass done bricked it, dude. UN blames Trump's team for both the escalator. A UN official said the UN understands that some of the president's... Wait, what? Hold on, let me fix the gray bars again. Bad escalator President Trump referred to during his address to the UN Assembly. A UN official said the UN understands that someone from the president's party who ran ahead of him inadvertently triggered the stop mechanism on the escalator. The official, speaking on condition of anonymity, said the White House was operating a teleprompter for Trump. So he's the one who bricked the teleprompter, and he's the one who bricked the escalator. I totally believe this. You seeing this? Nothing works. Nothing works. Nothing works. And then his teleprompter malfunctioned while he was giving his Antichrist speech at the UN, obviously, which is expected, which, for the record, I mean, he loves freestyling anyway, right?
I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble.
I mean, he is like...
In a period...
Let's be real. Let's be real. Off the cuff, he is goated off the cuff, usually. Okay, he's got it. He's got it. He still sometimes has it. This was one of those he's still got it moments. Not that it matters because, I mean, he is a demon. He is a straightforward demon, okay? We are in official demon time. I don't know how else to explain it to you. We are 100% officially, firmly in demon time. I watched some of the... I watched some of his speech this morning where he talked about how climate change is fake. How he said that the United Nations is a purposeless organization, which is kind of true, but not in the way that he implies it. You have made it a purposeless organization. So he went off on a bunch of different shit.
Of just 7 months, I have ended 7.
He demanded that he get a look for the Nobel Peace Prize. This is the funniest place to say he ended 7 wars because the dudes who he has supposedly ended the wars of are there in the room. Okay. This is one of the only places where you can't say that because they're in the room with you. You know what I mean? They could be like, no, you didn't do that. That's actually still, we're still warring, big dog. Obviously, he still can get away with it. I was talking to my dad about this, and he was like, "Do you think they'll actually cut him off? Because there's a time limit for how long you can go." And I was like, "Of course not. They're not going to do that." And of course they didn't, because he's Trump and he gets to do whatever he wants to do. And I think that, like, and I've said this before, Trump's behavior and his narcissism has made it impossible to ignore the power dynamic that exists. Okay? He is like a toddler and he has no interest whatsoever in abiding by norms or even making it seem as though like these other European leaders have any sort of autonomy, any sort of sovereignty. So he just makes them genuflect over and over and over again. He just bullies people over and over again. And there's not really much people can do. I'm sure they hate it personally, but it's kind of like with Israel. You know, you can hate Israel, but ultimately you just got to do its bidding, right? And that is where we're at. I guess the one thing that I find to be good here is that this kind of destroys the notion of like international rule-based order and all this stuff that like liberals have deluded themselves into believing. Do you ever talk to your chat or just shit on them? No, I talk to my chat all the time. You recognize you make money riling people up to hate the other site. Which site are you talking about? You a grifter like Candace Owens. The other site like Rumble or Kick, is that what you're talking about? It's just interesting because like I also criticize both sides pretty hard. That's why a lot of Democrats say I'm a spoiler and I'm actually not invested in like a real positive vision for this country, and I'm simply invested in like destroying the Democratic Party more than the Republicans. But of course, that's not the case either. Anyway,
Unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years. Two of them, 31. Think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars, and in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia.
I mean, obviously, he didn't do that. Daniel Dale hit the fact check on this. We're back. We're so back. Liberalism is so back. Ooh, I'm fact checking. Okay, we got fact checking. We got fact checkers. Egypt-Ethiopia dispute was over an Ethiopian dam. There was no raging war that thousands killed. There was no Serbia-Kosovo active war to stop. Congo-Rwanda is not resolved and hostilities continue. India denies Trump mediated any ceasefire. Inflation is not defeated and rising 2.9% from 2.7%. Grocery prices are up due to tariffs. U.S. electricity costs are up 6.2% year over year. There is no $17 trillion in U.S. investment. His own press secretary cited around $9 trillion, and even that is dubious. China is the world leader in wind power usage.
Various countries. There are a lot of issues there. So first of all, some of the conflicts he's counting as wars he resolved were not actually wars at all. For example, Egypt and Ethiopia have argued over an Ethiopian dam project on the Blue Nile, but they were not in a raging war in which thousands of people were being killed. Similarly, Trump has claimed that he prevented conflict between Serbia and Kosovo from resuming, but they were not in a raging war either. In addition, the conflict involving the Democratic Republic of Congo and neighboring Rwanda has not actually been resolved. We have good reporting from just a day ago talking about how hostilities have continued despite the peace deal that was signed under President Trump. And then in addition to that, India denies that President Trump was responsible for mediating its ceasefire, its truce with neighboring Pakistan. So a whole lot of issues with just that one claim. And Pamela, there were a whole bunch of other claims that were just out and out false. So I don't even have time to run through all of them. But on inflation, President Trump said that grocery prices are down during this presidency. They're up, and the pace of the increases is accelerating as the tariffs take.
I used to make fun of these guys, but honestly, I'm wrong. Okay? I used to make fun of the debunkers, and I'd be like, oh my God, I'm debunking. But like low key, don't it always seem to go? You don't know what you got till it's gone. They pave paradise and put up a parking lot. Ooh la la la la. With respect to the debunkers, okay? It turns out that the debunkers were actually doing the most basic component of mainstream media, okay, which was absolutely a necessity. And I never thought that I would welcome Daniel Dale back with open arms, okay? It turns out it is a necessity. It is an absolute necessity. But not only is it good to be equipped with this knowledge, okay? Not only is it good to be equipped with the knowledge, with the truth, but it's also important for these guys to basically keep addressing the truth whenever they are talking to Donald Trump. I know that it has become increasingly more difficult, but God damn it, until I saw the entirety of liberal media completely cave to the post-truth method of Donald Trump, until I watched it happen in real time, did I not realize how important it was to just have like some debunkers
take effect. He has claimed that inflation has been defeated in general. No, inflation is also accelerating. It was 2.9% last month, up from 2.7%. He said that European electricity bills are high, which is true, but that ours are coming way down. No, in the US, they are increasing sharply, up 6.2%.
Directly as a consequence of the data centers, from what I understand.
In August compared to a year prior. And there were a whole bunch of other topics. He claimed that he has secured $17 trillion in investment in the US. Well, just
guys, I don't care about Ryan Ruth, okay? I don't care. Please, I will get to it later. I don't know why you guys think like this is the most imminent, most important story I must cover. Yes, Ryan Ruth wanted to save Ukraine, wanted to save NATO, and he was found guilty, and then he tried to kill himself in the court or something. I don't know. We'll get to it later. Okay, calm down. Jesus Christ.
Yesterday, his own White House press secretary said it was about $9 trillion in investment. So I don't know where the additional $8 trillion in a day has come from. And even that initial $9 trillion the press secretary claimed is highly dubious, counting a whole bunch of things that aren't actually spending, but rather are vague commitments from various countries. You and Kylie addressed the environmental claims. I just want to address one more. He claimed that China builds a lot of wind turbines and manufactures them for others, but refuses to use it itself, barely uses wind power. In fact, China is the world leader in the use of wind power. It is building additional wind power in China far faster than the pace at which the U.S. is building in the United States itself. So the idea that China is just, foisting this terrible source of energy on other countries while refusing to use it is a reversal of reality.
I forgot. I'm here to say once again, only until CNN completely stopped doing this and just started reporting on Trump's insane statements as is, did I realize that, no, this is much better. This is bare minimum, but it's much, much better. I am not making fun of the debunkers any longer, okay? I apologize to the debunkers. You were fucking right to do it. I'm glad that you're still doing it. Please give Daniel Dale more space. Jesus Christ, it is... We have arrived at a post-truth universe. Someone has to be honest, please. Why did you make fun of them in the first place? Because they're nerdy, and I'm a fucking idiot. That's why. But also, I mean, the real reason is because the debunkers also will use that debunking status to sometimes debunk like things that are not wrong. Like whenever fucking Bernie Sanders says some shit about like Medicare or something, they'll be like, "Oh, I'm debunking."
And Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan.
At least you got the names right this time. He didn't say like Albania and Cambodia or whatever. I mean, that's good, right? It's like a fucking child. Our president has a child brain, because last time I think he said something like just not a real country. He said something like Aberdeen and Albania or something. Yeah, Azerbaijan and Albania. Anyway.
It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do the...
I've actually never encountered a hog in the wild that believes this, by the way. Like, most hogs are still kind of stuck. Like, no matter how MAGA adjacent they are, they're still kind of stuck on the whole, I was going to end the war in Russia, in Ukraine, and end the war in Gaza day one. Because that was such a big claim that obviously he was never going to complete. Well, he could have if he had enough interest in preserving the humanity of Palestinians. He could have just like stopped Israel for sure. But I have yet to hear from a hog in the wild that unironically is like, yeah, no, he's the peaceful president. How dare you? You just hate that he's like ending wars or whatever. Maybe they're out there. I'm sure there are. But we're obviously going to get to his Ukraine position, which is now flipped back to the norm, the American foreign policy apparatus position. But, you know, it took him 9 months to get there. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's finish this.
These things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen. But she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. It just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous.
I just don't understand. Like, you basically use the UN like a fleshlight, right? That it serves its purpose that way. It's supposed to create an environment of like robust international cooperation at the behest of America's goals. And that is precisely what it has done. That is precisely the reason, for example, why the United Nations has not been able to get any motion on numerous things that the rest of the planet agree on universally, like food being considered a human right, for example. It's like America and Israel don't like it, so it doesn't matter. Or lifting the unjustifiable trade embargo on Cuba. The rest of the planet agrees on it. The United Nations agrees on it. Doesn't really matter. America just says, nope, it doesn't matter. So what I don't understand is like, or the million different ceasefire resolutions and things of that nature where America says, nope, we're defending Israel. We're attached to the fucking hip with Israel. It don't matter. Oh, by the way, Macron is now live with Trump. We'll go there. Okay. And we'll see what's up.
But after almost 2 years of war, what is the result? Once again, they killed the top leaders of Hamas. It works. This is a great achievement.
Oh,
but
great
at the same time, you have as many Hamas fighters as you had the first day. So it doesn't work to dismantle the Hamas. This is not the right way to proceed. So we need a full-fledged process, and we work very hard on the day after, and I totally share the sequencing. The release of all hostages, the ceasefire, the resume of humanitarian aid, the day after in Gaza to stabilize the land. And we need a political perspective, and this is why we took this decision on recognition.
Well, I have to say that I'm on the side of Israel. I've been on the side of Israel really my whole life. And we are going to get a solution. And it's going to be a solution, hopefully, that's good for everybody. But it's time to stop. We're going to have that very important meeting. I think the meeting we have coming up in the next hour is going to be one of the most important meetings.
What is this?
That we'll
It's like
have here.
1P,
We've had some
bro.
important meetings
Why is the camera 1P? Do we have a better footage of this?
where you are and where other people are too. And we just have to get this solved. We have to get the hostages back. We want to get the war over. That's very important. We're going to end the war, get the hostages back, and we want them all back. We don't want to have one and then we'll give another two in about 3 months from now. We've been doing that for a long time. And in all fairness, we've gotten a lot of hostages back. But you have 20 hostages and you have probably 38 bodies, dead bodies. And the people that I see, and I speak to Israeli families. I was speaking to American families before, but we got them back. But I speak to Israeli families, and they want the son who died. They want their dead son back as much as though he were alive. And it's an amazing thing to see, and it's a horrible thing actually to witness, but I've seen it a lot. So they have 20 hostages, they have 38 dead bodies, and we have to have them back, and we have to have them back immediately. Thank you very much,
That's all they care about.
everybody.
That's all they care about, bro.
Thank you so much.
That's all they fucking care about. It's crazy. It's crazy that that's the conversation. It's like, do you not, like, no one turns around, even Macron, who's like flexing here by showing how different he is from Donald Trump and how much he's disagreeing with Donald Trump. Like, no one could just turn around and be like, dude, what are we talking about here, man? What do you mean the bodies? Like, Israel doesn't care. It's a genocide. It's no excuses. There are no excuses for genocide. Okay, we're talking about possibly 600,000 plus Palestinians severely wounded, killed, displaced, and you guys are still talking about October 7th. Shut the fuck up. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Trump wants eternal war in the name of the hostages while the family members of the hostages oppose it and want a negotiated settlement. Pure evil, man. Pure evil. Pure evil. All right, let's continue with this dipshit.
Potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements.
Nobody says that. Only your
But
dick
for me,
riders
the
say
real
that,
prize will
dumbass.
be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with their mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. We will ensure that the system works for everyone.
Trump slams Brazil and Lula. Without U.S. support, your country's going to be bad. There was another thing that happened this past week that we didn't even talk about, obviously, but Argentina. It turns out Argentina and the Ancapistan methods that Javier Milei implemented was bullshit. They need another bailout. Oh my God. Isn't that wonderful how that works? Socialism is always a failure because we have to obviously put our fucking hand on the scales. And capitalism is always a success, and that's precisely the reason why we have to, once again, put our hand on the scale to ensure that it continues. The libertarian way, baby. I thought this was a resounding success. What happened? Every liberal, every market understander was talking about how, Milei was actually saving Argentina. What happened? 43% poverty. Poverty is like exploding. Meanwhile, they're getting another fucking bailout. Why is Javier Milei, the world's leading libertarian, kept getting bailed out now at the expense of the American taxpayer? You'd think he'd reject government handouts. Milei is turning to the U.S. after tapping $20 billion from the IMF this year, stretching the fund's capacity for further bailouts to the limit. Argentina had missed its initial IMF targets to rebuild foreign exchange reserves before heavy intervention last week. The country makes up almost half of the IMF's roughly $125 billion in outstanding lending worldwide, far ahead of other big borrowers such as Ukraine and Egypt. Yeah, just like Ayn Rand, baby. This is how libertarians work. Always and forever. The U.S. Treasury Scott Bessent has said all options are on the table for the Trump administration to support Argentina through a bout of severe market volatility. Trump endorsed Milei on camera today when he was asked about the bailouts.
We have a lot of meetings scheduled, but I wanted to meet with the president of Argentina and we both wanted to meet. We're friends. He's done a fantastic job, and I'm doing something that I don't often do. I'm giving a full endorsement to him. We just endorsed him for president. As you know, he has a race coming up, and I'm sure he's going to do well, but now I think this hopefully assures it. And to the people of Argentina, we're backing him 100%. We think he's done a fantastic job. He, like us, inherited a mess. And
bro, that's how you know he's been dog shit, okay? Make no mistake. That is how you know he's been dog shit, because our dog shit president is endorsing him. That's enough. That's enough for me to know he sucks. But it's cool. Argentina is also very firmly committed to the continuation of Israel's genocide, so they're the good guys. God, I fucking hate this world so much. We are, like, we're cooking everybody, man. We're taking everybody out with us.
What he's done to fix it is good, and Scott is working.
Yeah, he's so good, so good. Pretty illustrative of the sheer madness of our era that this news is barely registering. South Korea's sitting president literally just said that paying the imperial tribute demanded by the U.S. would bankrupt his country. Well, at least he's less cucked than the EU leaders. We Europeans were told by von der Leyen that our own $1+ trillion tribute deserved our gratitude to President Trump personally for his leadership, and that it would somehow benefit us. Yeah. This is why I said empires don't die quietly, okay? They strike all around to its closest allies as well on their way out.
With their country so that they can get good debt and all of the things that you need to make Argentina great again. So it's an honor for me to endorse the president and the future president of Argentina. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's your endorsement. That wasn't bad. Now we can get out of here.
I mean, dude, just on optics alone, man, just on fucking optics alone, how do you vote for a guy that looks like this, bro? How do you get yourself to vote for a dude that looks like that? You are so unimaginably stupid. You looked at a guy that looks like that and you were like, that's my guy. So fucking stupid. Yeah. People watched this guy and voted 3 times for him. Yeah, that's his hero. Like Captain ANCAP or something. I forget what it's fucking called. Oh, everything is so ass.
Los ingresos no aguantarán más, iremos al Banco Central, y eso será inflacionario, si no le aflojan al gato, entonces la crisis vendrá.
What do you say? What do you do? What do you say? What do you do? He also is famous for doing a cryptocurrency rug pull, but then again, that's one cryptocurrency rug pull president to another cryptocurrency rug pull president. Obviously, they're united in that front as well. Fantastic stuff, man. Fantastic.
Are you going to help bail out Argentina, Mr. President?
Well, we're going to help them. I don't think they need a bailout. He's done a fantastic job.
He's like, no, we do, Mr. President. No, we do. We do need a bailout, please. We need it bad.
If you look at where they were when he first ran for office and where they are now, Scott, I would say that it's pretty amazing the job he's done.
So the transformation's unbelievable. He inherited the same kind of mess you did, and he's doing the same kind of job.
He's doing a
yeah. No, literally. Yes. No, exactly. They're right. He is doing the same kind of job that you're doing, which is bad. It's dog shit. So yeah, you're right. Just not in the direction. It's not exactly a positive moment. He's being a good little boy. Let's give him hundreds of billions of dollars now, please.
Really good job. And we've watched it very closely. We've worked with him and the people of Argentina.
He's going to become a Peronist again. Okay, that's it. Argentina cannot exist if it's not in some way, shape, or form demonstrating Peronism. That's what he's going to do. He's going to take the bailout money and he's going to start beefing up social safety nets modestly.
It's a great place. It's a truly, it's a really, as you know, I've been there. It's a truly beautiful country, and he's going to be very successful, and he's going to be very successful in the election. I think to complete the job, the great job that he's doing, he needs the next term, and he's going to get it based on everything I can say.
Secretary Bessent, you said it would be a large and forceful response from the United States. Could you provide any more details on what that intervention?
Well, you know what it is. He has our backing. And having our backing, we're doing incredibly well as a country. We've never done this well, actually, as a country, including the stock market, which is setting new records virtually every day. And we are...
Yeah, keep talking about the stock market doing well. I'm sure all of your voters that are from the states that may already be experiencing a recession, by the way, love when they hear about the stock portfolio doing well. I love this because this is the same shit that the Democrats were trying to do as well, where it's like, oh, the recession is not real. It's a vibe session. Everything is great. Shut the fuck up. And people were like, no, everything is not great, actually. Yeah. Keep thinking about Tylenol and how it's causing people to be autistic or whatever. I'm sure that'll be enough to soothe the masses. Yeah, here is the net approval. YouGov polling on inflation shows Trump's current approval on the issue is essentially the same as Biden's historically low approval during his presidency. He's already hit the Brandon line right here. Fantastic. Net 34% disapproval. How far can we go? CNN were saying Americans think Trump and GOP are doing good on the economy. What do you make of that? Listen to me. Liberals also have a role to play in this. Okay? Liberals and their lack of interest in addressing the material harm that average Americans are experiencing is what gave us Donald Trump in 2016. And then their consistent efforts to also continue refusing to address the material harms that Americans were experiencing gave us Trump again. They can say people are doing great, but the broader reasons why people don't feel so great about the economy are still there. No one is fixing them. The housing market is like one of the most consequential aspects of this problem. No one wants to fucking fix it. Part of that is because wealthier people who have access to capital, home owners, because home ownership is seen as the only way to develop a nest egg, the only way to develop like any sort of capital accumulation, because it's tied back to your net worth, and you can leverage against it as an asset, and you can get mortgages out and stuff like that, is the only upward social mobility mechanism that remains. And those people don't want the housing market to turn around. It's still, I mean, it's a much worse percentage of ownership, home ownership in this country than all of the other nations, especially if you go to like Eastern Bloc, former Soviet countries and whatnot, where it's like upwards of 90%. Having said that, that's still a pretty significant chunk of the people who actually go out and vote. A significant chunk of the people who go out and vote consistently, reliably, they are homeowners, okay? And therefore, no one is choosing to address the inventory issues. No one is choosing to address how we are utilizing homeownership. It is what it is, okay? So that's one major issue. But the broad majorities are experiencing tremendous discontent, tremendous issues, because it's just unaffordable. It's unaffordable to rent. It's getting more and more costly year over year. So that's one aspect of it, okay? That's one problem that they are never fucking fixing. First stream I've tuned into where Hasan is actually here and not just his chair. Wait, what? I don't think you've ever tuned in to the stream before. Do you think I turn on the stream? I turn on the broadcast and it's just my chair for like 8 hours every day? What the hell? What the helly? I got raptured. Anyway, so that's one of the big problems, right? That's one of the big problems of home ownership. Education, another mechanism for upward social mobility, is also incredibly costly. That's not being fixed. Healthcare, something that you need to live, also incredibly costly, also getting increasingly more expensive for average Americans. Okay, medical debt is a reality in this country. It's something that doesn't exist elsewhere. Okay, that's another major factor in the economic anxieties that people experience. When you cut all of that out and you try to do a consumer price index off of like the cost of groceries that also are increasing as well, right? You arrive at this predicament. Hold on.
We are very much a fan of the job that he's done.
So he can just say things are good. The stock market performance is great over and over again till the fucking cows come home. But it's obviously not going to solve the issues. Okay? It's not fixing the anxieties that people have. It's not fixing anything at all. And it's something that you can't just like convince people out of. Okay? If your pockets are hurting, your pockets are hurting. There is nothing that the administration can say that can change that reality. If you have no solutions to that, if people don't actually experience some kind of relief, some kind of economic relief, then they're going to be mad. They're going to be mad regardless. And in all of that madness and in all that anger, you could maybe redirect some of that anxiety, some of that anger back to like trans people, Guatemalans, Venezuelans, Haitians, and the like. But not everyone is as predisposed with like harming people who are seemingly of a lower status than they are. People eventually can snap out of it and go, what the fuck? You did ban the transgender athletes and it didn't actually fix my situation at all.
Is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt, incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little...
Dog, he's just mad that Brazil actually did the thing that like a competent government is supposed to do in the aftermath of a political opposition party engaging in lawfare, unjustly prosecuting their political opponents, jailing them, and then also doing a failed insurrection. That's what you're supposed to do. It's like the bare minimum. What do you mean? And he's just mad. He's just mad that there is a major country out there, a major power out there, a regional power, that is competent enough to do that. He's like, oh, I don't want anybody to learn the wrong lessons here. Lula is doing to Bolsonaro what the Democrats should have done to Donald Trump. It's fucking ridiculous.
Problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? We actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds.
Not government, judiciary. No, it doesn't matter. I'm saying, when I say government, I mean broad, okay? All arms of the government, including the judiciary.
And they were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk. We had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest.
Put him in the
But
Lula,
he seemed like
please,
a very
sir.
nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1770. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody has ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor.
This is a shot at Zoran, by the way. You think he's like talking to Sadiq Khan, but he's actually making a statement in New York about the upcoming mayor, Zoran Mamdani, which, for the record, is so crazy for the American president to state. Like, this is so fucking racist. Like, the other version of this is like, the Jews are controlling New York and they want to, have you seen the Talmud? Have you seen the Talmud? They want to do Talmud things in New York. They want to call it Jew York. Like, that's what this is. And the reason why I have to flip the script in this way is because, like, that's the only thing that Americans fucking are tuned into, that they can comprehend. They just can't see it as, like, Islamophobia as a real thing, as a real bigotry, a real form of bigotry. It's so crazy.
And it's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't.
No one is doing that. Shut the fuck. Oh my God.
Do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained.
Is he mentally ill? Yes, he is a mentally ill fascist. That's what it is. He is an insane fascist. Fascism, in the most like permissible version right now internationally, is against Muslims. You could just be like, you could say anything and everything is because of Islam. Okay, what used to get a lot of play in fascist circles in like the 30s was blaming everything on the Jews. Now they blame everything on Islam. That's it. That is a more appropriate target because Israel obviously exists, and Israel itself is a fascist entity. And therefore, there is this like international coalition of other fascist powers and fascist politicians that see Israel as a like-minded enterprise. You have to always have an enemy. Fascists always have to have an immediate outgroup that is somehow responsible for everything that's going on. Now is Muslims.
What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes says Israel's a bigger gross positive to America than Muslims. By the way, isn't that fucking nuts that like these guys so quickly were like, actually, this neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes, like, as long as he like lowers the temperature on like his overt anti-Semitism, he's good by us.
Do you think has been a bigger net positive to America?
Like, he's on fucking Patrick Bet David. He's everywhere now. Immediately, everyone was like, actually, this is great. Like, the word Nazi has no fucking power anymore. And I know people will say, oh, it's because you called everything Nazi. This guy is a fucking straight up Holocaust denying neo-Nazi, right? Like, he's just straight up. It's like the most unacceptable position you can have in American politics. Obviously, white supremacy doesn't get the same level of play. But now that Israel has basically depleted all of its cultural cachet by actively, all of these advocacy groups have depleted all of their legitimacy by constantly defending Israel. This is not even a point of contention anymore. It's no longer an issue. It's actually a positive. Being anti-Semitic is seen as like as being an earnest, an honest, good faith actor, a guy who says things that are too hard for people to fucking comprehend. But of course, once again, guys who are engaging or trafficking in anti-Semitic conspiracies who claim that they're anti-Israel seemingly don't have all that much issue with Israel when push comes to shove. You can't trust fascists ever, okay? It's that simple.
Oh, well, it has to be Israel, absolutely.
Okay, so a part about that part.
But, well, in terms of, I wouldn't say net positive. I would say in terms of raw, maybe like gross positive. Because they've had a lot of contributions culturally and even, in terms of art, literature, music.
But Hazi is still right about Israel. No, he's not. It's just a talking point, man. It's just a talking point. And you dummies are already fucking eating it. He doesn't give a shit. He just wants to fucking deport everyone and anyone that is not considered white in this country. That's it. His hatred for Israel only stems from what he believes is Jewish control, okay? But he still, at the end of the day, absolutely fucking despises Muslims, black people, more than he despises the state of Israel. It's so crazy that, like, a lot of people just ate up this propaganda and we're like, well, he was always anti-Israel. It's like, yeah, he was, okay? He was. He's anti-Semitic, he's anti-Israel, but obviously his more consequential agenda here is not to fucking make America decouple from Israel or make America recalculate its allegiance to Israel, as is my goal, right? Because Israel is a violent settler, colonial, criminal entity that is objectively fascist in its inception. Its ideology is fascist. Its ideology is ethno-religious supremacist. It's exterminationist. It's doing a fucking genocide. So if you don't have those kinds of opinions, even if you every now and then bring that up in an effort to win favor with like a lot of fucking dummies, and you just simply think that it's like Jewish control over America or something because of the Talmud or whatever the fuck this guy says, okay, then you're not actually all that invested in the Israel narratives. You're just simply using that to communicate your earnesty. And as the attitude has shifted against Israel, he has become one of the primary truth tellers, in air quotes, on Israel, because he's been punished so much for his anti-Semitism. But ultimately, he is a room reader. And as a room reader, he recognizes that if he moderates his position now, then he can maybe capture the attention of larger swaths of the Republican Party's youth and keep pushing the Republican Party to lean further and further into mass deportation and punishing people for being communists, punishing people for being socialists, punishing people for being black and brown, punishing women. It's so wild how many people were so easily duped by this shit.
Also scientifically. But it's difficult to say on that because I also think that there's quite a bit of a detriment. I think that the melting pot comes from the Jewish community.
What do you mean by that?
The idea of the melting pot, that comes from a Jewish playwright, because Jewish people come to America and like all immigrants, they say, well, we want America to be more welcoming. So they start to spin up these ideas that, well, America was never the...
Like, this is pure fascist propaganda, right? Like, the notion that America is a diverse country, and it's the same thing that the Nazis said about the Jews in the past. The idea that, like, we can't be multicultural, and there is a superior culture that is being eradicated deliberately by this monolithic force of Jews that are single-handedly changing American collective consciousness into being more open-minded to immigration, and that this is not simply born out of, by the way, his name is Nicholas Fuentes, for the record. He is literally Hispanic, but I'm not even going to get into that. But basically, this is pure fascist belief. This scary out group is actually coming in to the superior Western culture, superior white country, and is making it by force multicultural in an effort to destroy it. This is exactly what the Nazis believed, and this is exactly what Nick Fuentes believes, because he's a fucking Nazi.
This country of white Christians, it's always been a melting pot for all immigrants. They want the country to be more open because that makes it more comfortable for them. It makes it more tolerant for them. But this has also made us more open and tolerant for Muslims, for example. We're bringing, who's been the biggest driver of like the Hart-Celler 65 Immigration Act? It was like the SPLC, which is run by Jewish lawyers. And so they're major drivers of mass migration. They're also major drivers of the pro-Israel politics, like the Iraq War. It was many Jewish journalists and pundits and advocates.
Sure.
So a point being is like when you calculate on net, and I agree with you, like I think there are a lot of people that are critical of Israel that are...
I think a big problem here also stems from the reality that most people don't know how fascism operates. They just think like, Hitler, bad guy, killed a lot of Jews. That's why we fought Hitler. I talked about this before. That's not the case, okay? And because a lot of people don't understand how fascism developed in Germany, how fascism developed in Italy, and what the ideology actually represents, because of its closeness to the modern Republican Party, or just the Republican Party for the last 100 years, especially, that by design, most Americans are fucking deluded. They don't realize when, like, Republicans say, oh, it's cultural Marxism. They don't realize it's like the Nazis used to just slam Judeo-Bolshevism on the front of that and basically say the same shit. These guys want to eradicate any sort of socialist, any sort of leftist, any sort of progressive values, forcibly excise it from society. They falsely believe that white people are this monolithic force of this genetically superior force that, if left alone, if were able to build a society on their own, that this society would fucking thrive. And the only way to design that society in a place like America, which is multicultural and incredibly diverse and has benefited greatly from that, the only way for them to design that is by doing concentration camps.
Reluctant to acknowledge the good that Jews do. And I think that Jews they're brilliant. Many of them are brilliant.
So when I'm saying net positive, I'm talking jobs, economy. How often you hear about crime, what they do. Like if you have a choice between living in a city in Minnesota, Dearborn, and living in, I don't know what's the biggest city. What's the city that Boca Raton, let's just say, right? If you have a choice between raising your family between Dearborn and Boca Raton, where do you choose?
Boca Raton.
Okay,
of course,
so
yeah.
so the point is, like, they go to a place, and by the way, to me, if that was Muslims, guess what? I would say Muslims. But statistically, wherever they live, it's safer, things are nicer.
I think one of the most devastating aspects of this is that this kind of Islamophobic comparison between, like, Jews as a whole versus Muslims as a whole under different circumstances would only be fucking destroyed by a bunch of advocacy groups that have completely fucking dropped the ball, that only care about Israel. And therefore, this actually benefits. Like, the ADL is not going to fucking be like, I can't believe Patrick Bet-David is talking to Nicholas Fuentes, who is an objective Nazi who has denied the fucking Holocaust, because they're making this calculation. Gelmek üzere daha doğrusu, ya da gelmediyse. Ha, şu anda geldi, dur. Bir dakika, dur, kapıyı açıyorum. Şu anda geldi. 3. Sağ ol.
Things get better.
I agree.
And that is one part to measure where they're at. Now, do I see them overly aggressive? Do I see them the type that are going to use politicians and buy them, like Marjorie Taylor Greene and other people are saying? 100%. Do I see them, they're going to be there in everyone's DM and email saying, hey, you know, we'd love to support you. We'd love to bring you to Israel and, you know, doing all that stuff? It's obvious. I'm seeing it myself, okay? Do I look at that and shame them and say, oh, you shame on? I look at that and say, no.
I think this is the modern right trying to find, this is the modern right currently in real time trying to find a way to manage the discontent with Israel while simultaneously talk about how, like, well, you know, it's we're pro-Israel obviously because, you know, we're pro-Jew. Israel's a Jewish state, and Jews are still infinitely more valuable to this country than Muslims are. And they're trying to figure out a way to manage this conversation, which is ironically what Charlie Kirk was trying to do as well, for the record. Like, that's precisely what Charlie Kirk was trying to do, because he recognized that, like, people were very angry. And the reason why people were very angry wasn't just because, like, they all downloaded the anti-Semitic conspiracies that, like, Jews control the media, Jews control the government or whatever. They were frustrated with what they were seeing. They were frustrated with the arrogance and the entitlement demonstrated by Israel's envoys. They were frustrated with how much Israel was getting away with doing all this shit with American tax dollars while simultaneously fucking slapping us in the fucking face. And so they are trying to figure out a new way of continuing the allegiance with Israel, which they describe as the Jewish state. Both Nazis and people who are pro-Israel obviously still very much consider Israel to be the Jewish state, right? This is being done for the international Jewry. This is done for Judaism. This is a thing that both Nick Fuentes and Patrick Bet-David agree on. Patrick Bet-David is more on the pro-Israel side. Nick Fuentes is on the anti-Israel side. This is the handshake that you know, the likes of Jake Tapper and the likes of Nick Fuentes agree on, basically. severing that tie is unacceptable. That is what anti-Zionists do. Anti-Zionists sever that tie. Okay? And that is why so many of the efforts from supposed Jewish advocacy groups that are simply Israel advocacy groups have been to try to combat anti-Zionists who actively try to sever this tie. But because of that agreement, they are trying to figure out a way to manage the discourse here. The issue is that it's working amongst regular people. The anti-Semitism is growing, and you can't just scold them. I know, especially because the scolding method has almost always been used by Israel advocacy groups. So when you call someone out for being anti-Semitic, immediately they go, what are you, the fucking ADL? Shut the fuck up. It feels like I'm constantly fighting a losing battle here, trying to get Americans to comprehend that, like, no group of individuals are a monolithic fucking force. It is not the case. Like, that is a fundamental principle that many Americans cannot comprehend. This is why for years I tried to explain to people, like, this is not about upholding some sort of Jewish supremacy or Jewish exceptionalism or anything of that nature, but instead it is just about abiding by my principled stance, my commitment to the notion that no one is monolithic. No one is like single-minded. No one is universally behaving in a certain way. Okay? It's quite difficult to convince others. It's very difficult. But having said that, I feel like I'm stuck in this like unique predicament where on the one hand, I'm constantly fucking trying to combat against anti-Semitism, which at this point is just like impossible to do, while all of the other groups that normally would be tasked with doing this are so predisposed with slamming anti-Semitism accusations against those who they decide are anti-Israel, for those who they are more predisposed with deplatforming, people like myself.
No, I wish Armenians would do that. I've never gotten an invitation from Prime Minister of Armenia. He should probably send me an invite to go there, right? It's not a bad idea to come and show the country. I'm Armenian. I'm a Syrian. Syrians don't have a country. It's probably a good idea. You don't see that. You wish others would do that. So for me, as much as when I go into that, by the way, I'll give you one other side that, Israel's going to be like, yeah. This other side to me is I actually do believe they leverage Mossad to get intel. I actually do believe they use blackmail. I actually do believe they do that. So, there's nothing going on with Epstein. No. Michael Wolff.
This is how it goes, by the way. This is the other side of like tribalism. Repackaging like racist concepts, bigoted concepts as though it's just like simple tribalism, right? Oh, dude, come on. Jews stick together. Blacks stick together. Why can't whites stick together is the follow-up to that. Okay? Anyway, this is the Trump Gaza with out of the goat.
And you too, my friend.
The Trump Gaza meeting that's taking place right now.
I said, how would you like to deal with him when you left? It's not easy. You did a great job. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. We're going to work very hard on this.
I guess there's not really much updates from this.
It's not easy. You did a great job. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. We're going to work very hard on this. This is my most important meeting. I've had important meetings. I don't want to insult anybody that we've met with. We met with 32 meetings here.
Anyway, well, I'll cover the turkeys at the table memes in a little bit.
Did a podcast with him 2 months ago. And when he was at Epstein's house, the 100 hours of recording that he has with him, I said, how many times was Ehud Barak there? Am I saying his name correctly? Barak.
Ehud Barak.
He said he was there many times. He saw Bill Gates there many times. Why would the former prime minister visit the guy 30-something times? Just because the conversation is great? That's a little bit suspect, right?
Yeah. Where's Vinny, though? I don't know. I don't know where my goat Vinny is. But I do know that Patrick Bet-David's been steady ducking me, but he has no issues fucking talking to Nick Fuentes. One must ask the question, why?
Entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're...
Isn't it kind of negative for a person's rep to appear with Nick? No, that's the old method. I don't think you guys understand. I said this for the past 2 years. If anti-Israel sentiment grows in this country, I suspect that it won't be a real anti-Zionist movement, but more so will likely grow through anti-Semitism. Nazism is on the rise. What more can I say?
Being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before with different customs, religions. I've also been working relentlessly stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But, you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week, from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States.
How would a domestic fascist, anti-Semitic, anti-Israel movement affect those being slaughtered today right now in Gaza? Would it mean a drying up of the well for Israel's military? Fuck no. No. Absolutely not. And Nick Fuentes, Nick Fuentes basically changing his narrative, changing his tune pretty aggressively in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination should show you that. These guys only want power, and they want power to enforce what they believe is the white American agenda. They will continue their allegiance with Israel because Israel's fighting the Muslims, the bad guys. They don't like Muslims either. I don't even think it would even remotely change America's perspective on Israel, America's foreign policy, if there was like a full-blown fascist. They would say anti-Semitic shit. They would foment discontent against Jews for all of the reasons that they claim Jews are bad, like, you know, moral degeneracy, pornography, liberalism, multiculturalism, all of the same things that Nazis fucking railed against. All the while, they would still be attached to Israel by the hip. It's a win-win for Israel anyway, because then the Jews that are afraid of living out their normal lives here in the United States of America would have no other option but to basically fucking flee to Israel. Yeah, I used to tell people that Israel was in a nationalist conflict against the Palestinians and didn't mind Muslims more broadly, but increasingly they were trying to win their nationalist conflict against Palestinians by inciting a religious war against Muslims everywhere. No, that's precisely what they're doing. They've always been doing that. Islamophobia is a major factor. 9/11 was a gift. Straight up. Straight up. It basically brought what Israel considered to be the big war, a war against all Muslim nations, to the fucking home front. Clip it. What, saying 9/11 was a gift to Israel is not a controversial opinion at all. Benjamin Netanyahu certainly recognized it as such. I'm trying to look it up, but like, why does everything think the rapture is today? I don't fucking know, because people are stupid and they're experiencing collective psychosis. Was good knowing you? Oh, God. You got me, dude. Oh, man. I said something that people are going to, once again, present to falsely smear me. Oh, my Lord.
And look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. But they have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth.
Speaking of Russia, Donald Trump has come out and retriangulated the American position back to where it was before he got into the White House. New from President Trump, moments after meeting with President Zelensky on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly. I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form. With time, patience, and the financial support of Europe, and in particular NATO, the original borders from where this war started is very much an option. Putin and Russia are in big economic trouble, and this is the time for Ukraine to act. In any event, I wish both countries well. We will continue to supply weapons to NATO for NATO to do what they want with them. Damn, what did Putin say to him? It's not what Putin said to him. It's the fact that it was very clear from the jump that the concessions that Putin was demanding were so ridiculous and so maximalist that this shit was going to play out on the battlefield. So this is why I wasn't as hard, with the exception of like when he was dunking on Zelensky. I wasn't as hard on Donald Trump as I normally would on this issue alone, because this is almost entirely out of his hands. Do you understand? There is not really much he could do in this situation to change the dynamic. So it was either going full, like Brandon could have done a lot more when Ukraine had more leverage, but they obviously did not have that investment. They obviously did not care about it, but only because like it was the battle lines look different. You know what I mean? That's it. But at this stage, it's, you know, it's completely outside of our hands, you know?
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Mr. President, do you think that NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter their airspace?
Yes, I do.
Mr. President, any update on your talks with President Putin, and do you still trust him?
I'll let you know in about a month from now, okay?
President Trump.
But he campaigned on being able to stop it. Yes, guys. He's a fucking liar. What else is new? He also campaigned on stopping Israel. He campaigned on being the peace president. Why did you believe him? I said over and over again that this was a lie. I mean, I don't think any of you believed him. I think you're just simply bringing that up as a point, as though it matters. He lied about everything. He lies. Hello. Welcome to the real world, I guess.
Message to provide Ukraine with the security guarantees the same way as European allies.
Well, that's later down the road. We'll be talking about that. Hopefully, we'll be in a position to talk about that a little bit later on. It's a little bit too early to answer.
Why do you think Mr. Putin is not willing to meet with both of you?
President Trump, your message to President Orban, who is refusing to stop buying Russian oil.
Well, he's a friend of mine. I have not spoken to him, but I have a feeling if I did, he might stop, and I think I'll be doing that.
Thank you.
It could end for a long time.
Mr. President, have you been briefed on the latest alleged drone incursion into Denmark? What do you think of that? And
where are they?
Into Denmark, Copenhagen. Denmark is saying that there were some drones that shut down an airport, possibly Russian sabotage. What's your response to that? Will the U.S. have a material response to that?
Well, I have no response until I find out exactly what happened. I know about it, but they don't know what happened. But we're going to find out very soon.
Sir.
Would you back up NATO allies? You said that you thought that they should shoot down Russian aircraft. Would you back them up? Would the United States help them out in some way?
Depends on the circumstance, but we're very strong toward NATO. NATO has stepped up. When they went from 2% to 5%, that was great unity. Trillions of dollars is being pumped in, and they're paying us for the weapons that we send. But that was a big day. That nobody thought a thing like that could happen. You had countries that weren't paying 2%, and now they're all paying 5%. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of weapons they're buying, and they're buying them from us. They're buying them from the U.S. In the old days, Biden gave them everything, gave them $350 billion worth of money and weapons. It's a lot of money and a lot of weapons, and we got really not much for it. We gave the money to Ukraine to fight, and they've proven they're very brave. I mean, look, they're fighting, and this is a war going on 3.5 years, and people thought it would be over quickly because Russia's a big military power, and Ukraine, I tell you, they are good fighters. Got to hand it to them. They have a lot of courage, a lot of guts. Thank you very much, everyone.
Last week, he literally said, it's great for us. We keep selling the weapons to NATO, and they keeps giving us money. So if you want to understand where his what his intentions are here, it's just he got the boss call. You know, he got the Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Palantir, Northrop Grumman, Boeing boss call, and was just like, great, okay, we'll just, you know, there's not really much you can do anyway. Might as well make money, I guess.
Everyone knows I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done.
Yeah, deeply engaged. Suck my dick.
Get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers.
Once again, full Brandon. Full Anthony Blinken, full Brandon. Just straight up lies. Straight up fucking lies, being like, oh yeah, it was Hamas that ruined the deals. Like, no, that's bullshit. It's been bullshit. Israel killed principal negotiators. Like, Israel openly tanked these deals that they were trying to make every step of the way. It has been Israel that has ruined these negotiations every step of the fucking way. Of course, all the debunkers and the fact checkers are not going to be debunking this and fact checking this, which is part of the reason why whenever you ask me like, oh, why did you dunk on the debunkers? This is part of the reason why I was dunking on them. It's shit like this that they don't actually present the truth on. And it's actually quite consequential, but it's a uniparty position. So you won't hear liberals actually correct the record on this either. Of course, most Americans have come to recognize the reality because no matter how dumb people may be, at a certain point, they're going to be like, okay, dude, it kind of feels like this is not corresponding to what Israel is saying about the situation. Because it's not like Israel's hiding it. They're like, no, we are not going to do this deal. We're not going to do this deal. We're never going to do this deal. Fuck you. Suck my dick.
To make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great.
This is straight up. This motherfucker is basically reading out an Israel written public relations note. Okay, this is a press release. Straight up. This is identical to what Israel said. Oh, you're rewarding terrorism. You're rewarding terror by recognizing the Palestinian state. Now is not the time. Might as well have just like gotten a note directly from Benjamin Netanyahu. Here, by the way, talking points were leaked to Ken Leakenstein to show U.S. diplomats instructed to call accusations of Israeli genocide a politically motivated and categorically false propaganda campaign. This is an action request. The department instructs USUN to draw from the talking points in paragraph 2 for the September 23rd, 2025 UN Security Council open briefing on the Middle East. It is deeply regrettable that council members opted to convene this high-level UNSC briefing on Gaza on Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, knowing full well that the decision excludes Israel. Ugh. Everything is anti-Semitism, dude. It is a statement to how this council has prioritized performative grandstanding over serious efforts to advance peace. Yeah, you're deeply unserious. You're deeply unserious. You are actually getting in the way of a peace deal that was imminent, that is always destroyed by Hamas, of course, except it's not. It's literally fucking always Israel. The main outcome has been to embolden Hamas and to undermine and disrupt negotiations aimed at freeing all the hostages and ending the war, which, again, I think we all know there is no interest from the Israeli side in actually securing the hostages whatsoever. In the last 2 weeks alone, Israel suffered 2 terrorist attacks in Jerusalem on September 8th and the Allenby border crossing on September 18th. We condemn these attacks, offer condolences to the families of those killed, and call upon other countries to join us in clear, explicit condemnation of this violence by Hamas and its ideological allies. Poor Israel, man. Extremists like the terrorists who killed 2 IDF soldiers on September 18th have shown their utter contempt for the people of Gaza by striking the very border crossing through which 45% of aid delivered to Gaza between May and September this year has passed. No country would willingly allow terrorists to threaten its people, and Israel is no different. Israel has the right to defend itself from groups that wish to do harm. You cannot do a genocide in an act of self-defense. Fucking bullshit. As Secretary Rubio said, as long as Hamas exists, there will never be peace in the Middle East. Every member here has seen evidence of how Hamas has starved hostages and heard the testimony of freed hostages on what they endured in captivity. Oh, some endure still, and we again demand Hamas immediately release all 48 remaining hostages, cease putting civilians to harm's way, disarm and surrender. This war could end if that happened. Once again, Hamas has brought forward all of those talking points in negotiations. Israel is the one that says, nope, we're not going to do that because we want to continue doing our ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign. It does not fucking matter. But Hamas refuses while Israel has accepted negotiators' proposals. That's fucking bullshit. It's not real at all. Rewarding Hamas's refusal, whether with performative conferences or one-sided Security Council resolutions, undermines and delays achieving peace. It feels like I'm going insane when I have to listen to like official organs of justice and government officials just play along with this song and dance that it is always Hamas that's ruining the deals. But because Islamophobia is so pervasive and so powerful a force that it kind of doesn't matter, because most people are still, even if they're anti-Israel, they still find themselves engaging with this narrative. Like the "but Hamas" dispersal cloud is so goddamn successful. But Hamas refuses. Yesterday's conference was an ill-conceived publicity stunt. It will prolong the war in Gaza. Oh my God, it will prolong the war in Gaza. That's definitely not something that Israel wants, for sure. Embolden Hamas, rewards obstruction, undermine efforts to achieve peace both in the short and long term. Unilateral recognition statements don't alter the reality. There is no Palestinian state. It is also clear there is no credible Palestinian partner for peace at this time. The Palestinian Authority leaders from Ramallah are absent from New York this week because they failed to meet their own Oslo commitments. No, it's because Donald Trump banned them from entering the country. And those guys are a part of the fucking Israeli security apparatus, by the way. They're not even favored by the Palestinian population. They are the second least popular entity in the region in the eyes of the Palestinians. Anyone who knows anything about Palestinian approval ratings knows that Israel is the number one enemy, and the Palestinian Authority is seen as the second least popular entity in the region because it plays a formative role in the Israeli security apparatus in the West Bank. It literally will kidnap and coordinate efforts to squash any sort of militancy in the West Bank that is engaging in a legal and moral right to resistance of occupied peoples. The commitments were basic, including renouncing terrorism and state violence and resolving issues through direct negotiations. The PA even failed to clear those low bars. The PA attempts to bypass negotiations through its lawfare, including at the ICC and ICJ, and it pushes for unilateral recognition of statehood. This diplomatic change is disappointing. Charade is disappointing. It is clearly fueled by domestic politics and has given Hamas a reward for refusing to surrender, as well as an incentive to keep holding hostages in subhuman conditions. We call on the council members of the UN to change course and focus instead on how to eliminate Hamas, free the hostages, and create a framework so Gaza can have a better future than the life they have endured under terrorists. Oh my God, just so many fucking talking points, okay? If needed, allegations of genocide. These accusations are politically motivated and categorically false. They are a part of the deliberate, cynical propaganda campaign as Hamas attempts to win symbolic victories to compensate for total defeat in war. The United States refused those allegations entirely. The United States fully supports Israel's right to defend itself against Hamas's terrorism. Israel's taken an unprecedented... Dude, good luck convincing any remaining American that is even remotely aware of what the fuck's going on here that, like, Israel doesn't control the country. Okay? Like, remember, these are U.S. diplomats being ordered to speak this way. This is line for line Israeli talking points. Okay? Like, this is crazy. The demands being made over and over again is that you are just a shill for Israel. You have to be unconditionally a shill for Israel. And yes, it is identical to what the fucking bullshit Biden was saying too. Biden trashed the ICC, rejected the application for arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Gallant, trashed the ICJ, and said there was no genocide. That's his legacy.
Let me be clear. We reject the ICC's application for arrest warrants against Israeli leaders. Whatever these warrants may imply, there is no equivalence between Israel and Hamas. And it's clear Israel wants to do all it can to ensure civilian protection. But let me be clear. Contrary to allegations against Israel made by the International Court of Justice, what's happening is not genocide. We reject that. We will always stand with Israel and the threats against its security.
It's just like, it's so fucking embarrassing to see so many goddamn Americans genuflect this way as well, when the population is obviously way more aware of what is going on, in spite of the horrible ways they think of like Muslims as a whole or whatever, or how fearful they are. And the only way out of this is by just increasing the intensity of the Islamophobia. It's going to get so much worse, I think, for Muslims in this country. I'm seeing it already. There's no other way out of it. You have to make it seem as though Israel is fighting this just war against pure evil. Islam is the pure evil that is destroying the Western world. It's already happening in a lot of European capitals. They're just going to keep pushing it. They're going to push it way past the point of like 2001, post 2001, post 9/11 Islamophobia narratives. So is Rapture like happy hour? I mean, fuck the Rapture, dude. I just don't know. I don't know how you clear that up. I don't know how you get like the average American to understand that like Muslims are just like you know, regular ass people, and they're not, you know, they're not like a monolithic force of evil that's trying to destroy the Western world. They're just trying to live their goddamn lives. Why only 6K viewers, lol? Don't mean it offensively. I've fallen off, dude. Nobody wants to watch me.
The pride of being able to be here and do work that facilitates making things better for people, and in the greatest country on earth, next to Israel. It is...
Hey, look. This is once again, Trump's State Department spokesperson said Israel's the greatest country on earth.
The pride of being able to be here and do work that facilitates making things better for people, and in the greatest country on earth, next to Israel. It is, it's an honor to be able to make a difference and to be able to speak in this regard with an administration that I love so much and that I feel genuinely represents.
Whenever I hear an American official talk, it feels like there's an Israeli hand shoved so far up their asshole that they're basically moving the American official's mouth. That's what it feels like to me. And it gets even the more evangelical they are, the worse this narrative is, the more insane it is. Like fucking Mike Huckabee. They just deep throat it so fucking hard. Here, look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
This is a nation that is the most resilient I've ever seen.
This is Mike Huckabee talking to Israelis in Israel at the 50 States One Israel conference that took place last week, where Israel brought 250 American state officials from each individual state in the United States of America to Israel. Okay? Here's what he had to say.
This is a nation that is the most resilient I've ever seen on earth. It may sound a little bit this afternoon as if I'm almost speaking on behalf of Israel rather than the U.S., but I want to explain that part of my advocacy in our relationship is because if you came to my house tonight for dinner and you came in and you said, "Oh, Mike, we like you. We really think the world of you. We just enjoy being with you. We're so excited to be here with you and have dinner with you. But your wife, we can't stand her. We don't like her a bit. I hope she's not going to be at the table." I would say, well, she will be. You won't be. Get out. Because
he's saying Israel is my wife, except in this circumstance, your wife killed like 500,000 people and also fucks you with a strap on.
If you were to insult my partner.
Oh, these guys, man. These guys, it's so fucking nutty. It's so crazy. Macron says, I see an American president who says, I want the Nobel Peace Prize. The Nobel Peace Prize is only possible if you stop the conflict in Gaza. Yeah, after 2 years of strategic failures, Macron, in that 1P meeting that we just saw earlier, said nobody forgets the 7th of October. And by the way, we lost a lot of French people in these attacks. But after 2 years of war, what is the result? You have as many Hamas fighters as you had the first day, so it doesn't work. Which, again, the reason why this is bad is not because Israel has fucking slaughtered so many people in the interest of like defeating Hamas or whatever. The reason why it's bad is because they're slaughtering people, okay? trying to hit this from a fucking tactical misstep angle is so idiotic to me because it betrays reality. Okay? It betrays the real reason why Israel is doing this. It has never been for some sort of military decision. It has always been for genocidal purpose. Their goals have been clear from day one. And in spite of the legal hurdles and the sanctions threats, the ICC and the ICJ were committed to addressing that reality. Do you think the part of the reason why the right is pushing so hard to support Israel is because of how it's said it makes people so they find it annoying and detestable? No. The reason why they do it is because they're fucking stupid. The reason why they do it is because they also believe the narrative that like Israel is committed to defeating the evils of Islam. The reason why they do it is because they've always done it. They've always supported the wholesale slaughter of Muslims. Also, Trump is a massive dick rider of Israel, and they like whatever Trump likes. And daddy loves Israel, so they're going to love Israel too. Don't you think Americans just don't care about foreign affairs? Israel is not a foreign affair. While that is true, Americans have been purposely kept blinded by the impact of American imperialism because if they were to think about it, they would go probably crazy. But all foreign affairs still pertain to domestic incidents. They still have an impact. Every dollar spent on a rocket, whether it's being used by the Israeli government or whoever, is a dollar that could be spent here. Is a dollar that could be spent on bricks to lay bricks to build houses. A dollar that could be spent to fucking pour asphalt. Is a dollar that could be spent to educate children here, to feed the needy, to feed the hungry. But even outside of that, with respect to Israel, Israel also has an unimaginable amount of control and influence over your day-to-day affairs. There is no other country that gets to dictate and erode this incredibly important free speech, the First Amendment in the Constitution, in the same exact way. Israel dictates what happens in your lives in very meaningful ways. Think about it this way. You like TikTok? Okay, TikTok's algorithm is going to change now. Why? Because it was controlled by the Chinese state and therefore was not actually at the mercy of whatever the American State Department's interests are. And obviously this was a dangerous prospect for Israel. So now they took TikTok, something as stupid as like your day-to-day activities on a social media platform is still at the mercy of a foreign nation state. And it will extend beyond other questions that you have, reasonable questions that you have, like Jeffrey Epstein. What was Donald Trump's involvement with Jeffrey Epstein? Ask that question too many fucking times, and maybe you're going to get banned. You might think in the short term that these are not concerns for you, right? Who cares? I just won't ask questions about Jeffrey Epstein. Who cares? I won't say shit about Israel. I don't give a shit. But eventually it will come for something that you do care about. And at that point, you will have no allies that remain. You understand? It was the one area where people could organize. It was the one area where people could at least like get a crumb of truth. And now social media is also completely captured by the same interests. Yeah. In a year, you'll only be able to talk about Palestine via carrier pigeon or putting a rolled up message in a bottle.
Board of Directors.
The TikTok algorithm is now secured.
The official deal later this week at some point. Under the terms of this deal, TikTok will be owned by a majority of...
You mean like Twitter/Facebook was before? Yes, I do. Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah. Do you like that? Did you like that? Do you think this is an own against me, dumbass? Why do conservatives come in here and act as though someone can't have any sort of fucking consistency in the process? I've been anti-Israel for fucking decades, dumbass. Do you think I'm not aware of the ways in which free speech is curbed at the behest of a foreign entity? I'm Canadian. This is an overview from the outside. You can have a conversation without getting upset. Oh, God, Canadian hogs. Jesus Christ.
American investors and controlled by a board of directors with extensive national security and cybersecurity credentials. In partnership with the U.S. government, Oracle will serve as TikTok's trusted security provider, and they will independently monitor the safety and data security of all U.S. user data on TikTok's platform. Americans' data will be stored securely in the United States without access from China. All U.S. user data will be stored on servers operated by Oracle in the United States, protected from surveillance or interference by foreign adversaries. And the algorithm, I know this is a question many of you have had, will be secured, retrained, and operated in the United States.
Thank God. I was so worried that people were learning the truth about what Israel's up to. Thank God. Thank God it's going to be retrained now, guys. Secured and retrained.
Outside of ByteDance's control. And TikTok will remain globally interoperable, meaning TikTok users in the U.S. will be able to see videos posted by users in other countries and vice versa. While I don't have a number on the specific deal, we do expect that thanks to the president's leadership and the securement of this historic deal, businesses using TikTok will generate as much as $178 billion in economic activity within the U.S.
It's too late. Everyone knows what Israel did. Yes, but you can just farm treats. You can just like float treats in front of many Americans and they'll just like forget about it instantly. We are so conditioned to be servile, you know? Who knows? On Israel and fascism in the U.S., short thread from Yoav Litvin. I'm seeing more and more calls to purge so-called Zionist infiltration from the U.S. for the good of America, framed as a rare point of agreement between the left and right. In this narrative, Israel becomes the parasite that weakens and humiliates the nation, while its removal is cast as the key to America's rebirth. This is not new. It follows a well-worn fascist script: identify an internal and external enemy, blame for the decline, then promise redemption through purification and return to imagined past greatness. Historically, fascism has coalesced precisely in this way, starting as a rebellion against compromises of mainstream conservatism, then sharpening its identity through scapegoating and promises of renewal. This is something that I bring up all the time. Okay, a lot of people that are hopped up on American exceptionalism, a lot of people on the right, they must believe, and liberals as well, by the way, they must believe in their minds that our politicians wouldn't do this. Okay, our politicians would not do this. It must be because of Jewish control that they're doing this. That is copium from them. Okay, they don't want to recognize the dynamic. They don't want to recognize that America totally allows Israel to do this shit because American politicians have historically valued this allegiance. Israel could not do a fraction of the violence that it engages in without full-blown American support. Okay? That's not the entirety of the story, but it's a very consequential part of it. Okay? So these guys personally think that, oh, as long as we like cut out Israel from the equation, our politicians will be great again. Our politicians will be honest and they'll go along with our interests. They won't. Okay? They will not. They only care about capital. They only care about advancing the interests of corporations and the super wealthy. That's it. Israel's a part of that equation for them. So this kind of attitude is incredibly stupid and it's not going to yield the results that you think, which is why I always warn against like fascists who present themselves as like anti-war, or fascists who present themselves as anti-Israel and anti-Semitic. Promises of renewal. In interwar Europe, Jews were cast as the corrosive force undermining the nation. Now, ironically or not, Israel/Zionism is taking on that same symbolic role, repositioned as an obstacle to America's strength and pride. So when you hear voices on both the left and right converging around the idea that ridding America of Israel's influence will restore national greatness, recognize it for what it is the old fascist pattern dressed up in a new geopolitical clothes. Though this framing resonates with those outraged by the U.S. Zionist genocide and plunder of the global South, it ultimately feeds the very narrative it claims to oppose by weakening and selling out true resistance to it, driving us deeper into a fascist rabbit hole. Liberation, reconciliation, and an end to Israel's genocidal violence can only be achieved within a steadfast and unwavering anti-Zionist framework that aligns with wider leftist, anti-racist, and anti-colonial values. 100%. I know this may come as a shock to few people, but Marjorie Taylor Greene and Candace Owens will not usher in freedom for Palestinians or an end to white supremacy, quite the contrary. And whatever disillusionment Charlie Kirk was supposedly undergoing, he has zero relevance and is not worth 1 second of your effort and time. The left doesn't cast it as restoration. I agree, but the more they lean into like fascists and say, well, these guys have a lot of institutional motion, the more they think that these guys are aligned with our interests, the more they drop the ball, because those guys' interest is to create an alternative reality in which American politicians are not actually totally fucking attached to Israel for their own personal ambitions and don't actually like what Israel is doing and they want to put an end to it. but they simply can't because of either Jewish mind control or Jewish blackmail or any number of different fucking things that they present as the reason. The real reason is because America wants it, okay? It's that simple. The real reason is the American government wants it, and this is a hard pill to swallow for many fucking liberals as well as, of course, the entirety of the right, okay? That's it. Now, on the other side, is there a sophisticated influence peddling operation that has existed within American boundaries for many, many years, whether it be advocacy groups, whether it be education, for example, and like institutes of higher learning, things of that nature? Absolutely. This has also created this like organic understanding because the interests align so perfectly. This is the reason why you have the likes of Joe Biden, for example, who, not as a consequence of any sort of moneyed interest, as a fucking Catholic American, has said time and time again that if Israel did not exist in the region, we would invent it. Joe Biden's Zionism, his ultra-Zionism, is a perfect demonstration of this, okay? He believes it. He 100% is committed to it, okay? He's committed to it because of imperial conquest and how formative a role Israel plays in imperial conquest. He's committed to it because he also personally believes the philo-Semitic undertones himself personally, okay? The notion that, like, Jews are magic money people and it's good to have them as allies. Like, these are the types of shit that dumb fuck Americans do actually fucking believe, okay? Yet another marker for many of our politicians to be unconditionally in support of Israel. That's it.
For Hamas terrorists for their atrocities, this would be a reward for these horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, this could have been solved so long ago.
It's both a military base in the region, but also beyond. But it's because it's a military base in the region that allows Israel to create a influence peddling operation so pervasive that it has basically socially conditioned many older Americans, especially, into believing that, like, Zionism is an incredibly high priority, that Israel must remain, that Israel can be as violent as it wants to, and Israel must always get unconditional loyalty and unconditional material support. Okay? So it's not just like a material reason. Obviously, it still goes back to that. That is the reason. That is the foundation. That is the reason why Israel is able to spy on American politicians, for example. No other country gets this level of support. No other country gets this level of leeway. Okay? It just doesn't exist. There is no other country you can point to on the planet that gets to fucking spy on American politicians, on American citizens, and get away with it. Okay?
But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now.
Just hours from now, President Trump will return to the United Nations to deliver a wide-ranging address while also meeting with world leaders to discuss plans for a post-war Gaza.
All right, this comes as top allies to the United States formally recognize a Palestinian state, drawing swift criticism from Israeli leadership. So what does this mean ahead of this week's high-stakes?
It's just funny because, like, it does betray all notion of America first, and they haven't been able to figure out a way to, like, make this seem America first, right? There is nothing that they can say that makes sense. Like, these guys are supposed to be like, America first, and then they literally will be like, but Israel number one, actually. Israel is the first before America. Yeah, I saw this as well. Breaking news, the Secret Service said it discovered a cache of devices, more than 100,000 SIM cards and 300 servers that could have disrupted the cellular network ahead of the UN General Assembly. I'm surprised that they didn't immediately fucking blame China for this. It does kind of seem to me like it's typical Israel shit, for the record. Cache of devices capable of crashing cell networks is found near UN. The Secret Service discovered an anonymous network of more than 100,000 SIM cards and 300 servers, which could disable cellular towers or be used to conduct surveillance. Initial analysis of the data on some of the SIM cards has identified ties to at least one foreign nation, as well as links to criminals already known to U.S. law enforcement officials, including cartel members, Secret Service officials told the reporters on Monday. Investigators found the SIM cards and servers in August at several locations within a 35-mile radius of UN headquarters. The discovery followed a months-long investigation into what the agency described as anonymous telephonic threats made to 3 high-level U.S. government officials. My instinct is this is espionage, says Mr. Ferrante, who previously served in top cybersecurity positions at the White House and the FBI. I'm sorry, how the hell are they finding these server rooms all over the city and nobody knows who they belong to? This is absurd. I can't even trust the fucking federal government for any information that they reveal on any of this stuff. I mean, look no further than the Tyler Robinson stuff. They are so aggressively pursuing any leads that they can to create a reliable narrative here to attack the left, and yet they have found none. So from my position, it's like I cannot see a world where they actually find Tyler Robinson, like a trove of data on Charlie Kirk's shooter that basically proves that he's like right-wing, let's say, right? In a hypothetical scenario. Do you feel like if the FBI, if this current FBI found a treasure trove of data that suggested that Tyler Robinson was 100%, no fucking holds barred, a right-wing figure and was MAGA till the day he died, okay? Well, no, he didn't die, but was MAGA. Do you think the FBI would reveal that information? This FBI, do you think that they would reveal this information at all? Absolutely not. And the same goes for this too. It's like, even if they had all evidence, all signs, all suspicions point to Israel on this, because this is Israel shit, okay? They've done stuff like this, and in the past, it's been revealed. I don't think that they would reveal that information. I don't think that this administration would ever reveal that information, because they have no interest in revealing information like this. They'll probably fucking tie this back to like China, Venezuela, something laughable. It is odd, however, that there is no... they haven't revealed anything. Yeah. It's Chinese, Russian, Iranian, Venezuelans that did this. Clearly. It's those dang Chinese, Iranian, Russians, and North Koreans, and Cubans, and Antifa working in unison as they do. And also I heard that they're all transgender too. Transgender Muslims. And they were all eating Tylenol. They were just popping Tylenol pills. This network had the potential to disable cell phone towers. Investigators have been going through the data on SIM cards that were a part of the network, included calls, text, and browser history. The agency shared crime scene photos of servers with antennas and SIM cards. In some cases, the server holding the SIM cards were on the floor to ceiling shelves. Anthony J. Ferrante, the global head of cybersecurity practice at FTI, an international consulting firm, said the operation appeared to be sophisticated and costly. My instinct is this is espionage. In addition to jamming the cellular network, he said, such a large amount of equipment near the UN could be used for eavesdropping. In addition to the Secret Service, the NYPD and Justice Department, Homeland Security Investigations, and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence are investigating. It's an ongoing investigation, but there's absolutely no reason to believe we won't find more of these devices in other cities. One official, speaking on the condition of anonymity, said agents also found 80 grams of cocaine, illegal firearms, computers, and cell phones when they discovered the network. Nice. I wonder how that happened.
Summit.
Let's bring in the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for joining Fox and Friends this morning.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Investigations reveal Israel spied on ICC and UN officials investigating it, and human rights orgs and Palestinians submitting evidence, even attempting to enlist a chief prosecutor by threatening her family while criminalizing organizations who submitted testimony. But that's not the only one. There's like the painters or whatever. Isn't that like there's a couple different instances where like in 2019, I believe, the White House actually suspected Israel of leaving surveillance devices all around the White House. Boris Johnson has found surveillance devices in his bathroom after having Benjamin Netanyahu use it. Fantastic stuff. It's comical what we let them get away with. Yeah, Israel accused of planting mysterious spy devices near the White House. U.S. government concluded within the past 2 years that Israel was most likely behind the placement of cell phone surveillance devices that were found near the White House and other sensitive locations around Washington, according to 3 former senior U.S. officials with knowledge of the matter. But unlike most other occasions when flagrant incidents of foreign spying have been discovered on American soil, the Trump administration did not rebuke the Israeli government, and there were no consequences for Israeli officials or for Israel's behavior, one of the former officials said. Yeah, stingrays. The miniature surveillance devices, colloquially known as stingrays, mimic regular cell towers to fool cell phones into giving them their locations and identity information. Formerly called International Mobile Subscriber Identity Catchers, or IMSI catchers, they can also capture the contents of calls and data use. The devices were likely intended to spy on President Donald Trump, one of the former officials said, as well as his top aides and closest associates, though it is not clear whether the Israeli efforts were successful. Check my history. It's a private VPN for foreign networks, foreign bot networks, probably some espionage as well. Almost 100% Israel, Russia, or just some contractors selling services. Really effective for TikTok manipulation because you can basically organically spoof legit IPs in a certain area, All of a sudden, the algo sees people really interested in pro-Israel stuff and starts giving that to other people. I've seen one before. Officials, ABC's reporting, Secret Service believes a thwarted plot that could have dismantled New York City's telecommunications networks. Officials are blaming. Agents were first tipped off last spring, and officials believe the plot is connected to the Chinese government. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it was definitely, I believe it, is for sure the Chinese. Has there ever been any confirmed cases of Chinese spy attempts? My parents are always fucking convinced it's China. Yes, of course. China is a great power. Of course it fucking spies on the United States of America. That's not even a question. That is very real. Make no mistake.
Well-funded.
I just don't know if this instance is... no, not the balloon, chatters. Jesus Christ. No, not the fucking balloon. I'm talking like honeypots and also other very successful measures, very successful attempts of like basically taking advantage of the outdated ISPs that we have here in the United States of America and getting all up in our telecommunication system. Not the fucking balloon. There are many very real Chinese spying attempts, many of which are very successful, as a matter of fact, some of which we probably don't even know about.
This morning, the U.S. Secret Service believes it disrupted a plot that could have collapsed the entire telecommunications system in New York City. And law enforcement sources tell ABC News it's believed to be connected to the Chinese government. Officials say several individuals, including at least one with direct access to the president, began receiving threats.
Yeah, they literally honeypotted Eric Swalwell, which is a big L for China. What the fuck are you going to get out of Swalwell? You know what I mean?
This spring. In recent weeks, investigators tracked those threats to multiple locations in and around New York, where they said they seized hundreds of servers and more than 100,000 SIM cards. Enough equipment to send 30 million anonymous text messages every minute. Overwhelming communications.
They found empty apartments with servers and server walls capable of making millions and millions of phone calls in and around New York City and the world that could potentially cripple New York City and other parts of the world.
There are no arrests yet. The apartments where the equipment was found were empty. Investigators suspect the alleged plot is the work of a well-organized and well-funded group that law enforcement sources say is believed to be linked to China. Now, the Secret Service is still working to determine what all the equipment was meant to do and whether there was a specific target. But as one official put it, guys, the potential for disruption to the country's telecommunications posed by this network.
Yeah, China would absolutely do this too, but Israel and Russia jumped the mine first, though Israel probably doesn't even need to do this, honestly. Also, we do this basically everywhere too, so do business and astroturfing. Yeah, it's true. It's just that when I hear something like this, especially around the United Nations, the hot button issue at the UN currently is not so much Russia, Ukraine even, but definitely Israel. But who knows?
Of devices cannot be overstated. Guys.
No question about that. Thank you, Aaron.
How did... Oh, yeah. He got... Erdogan went on Fox News and was like dunking, saying crazy stuff. Erdo Goat. We'll get to that. But let's hear what Marco Rubio has to say about Palestine.
So, Mr. Secretary, we were hoping that you can give us a preview. Apparently, the president wants his famous message of peace through strength today at the UN. What do you anticipate him saying?
Well, I think one of the things the president's going to have to address and is going to address is the UN itself. And that is, why do we still have a UN? It has tremendous potential. The UN is an organization that has the potential to do some great things around the world, but it's not doing it. If you look at Russia and Ukraine, you have a war going on there. It's the president that's been carrying the burden of trying to bring it to an end. The UN is playing no role. If you look at what's happening in Gaza with Hamas and everything that's happened there with Israel taking them on, what role is the UN playing? None. We're going to try here, and even as close to home in the Western Hemisphere, in a place like Haiti, that's been overrun by gangs that control that country and has destabilized the region. The U.S. is asking for the UN to step up and play a very important role. We have a lot of support, but it looks like China might stand in the way of this effort to bring that about. The UN will play no role if they do that. So I think what the president's going to do is challenge the UN to find its meaning and its purpose and its utility as an organization, because it doesn't seem to be doing the job, and it's pretty good at spending a lot of money. I think you can anticipate the president will point to his own history with the UN, going back to his time here as a developer, where he actually offered to fix the UN building, and instead they chose to go in another direction. construction, wasted a bunch of money, and really didn't achieve on the buildings perspective what needed to happen. And I think it's emblematic of how feckless the UN has become as an organization. It's just a place where once a year a bunch of people meet and give speeches and write out a bunch of letters and statements, but not a lot of good, important action is happening. So again, the UN has a lot of potential, but it's not living up to it right now.
So the Turkish leader Erdogan sat down with Brett Baer yesterday. We got two topics to talk to you about that, one of which was asked about the war in Russia. He's basically, he's indifferent, likes both guys, and in Gaza. But he seems to take a shot at President Trump. Listen.
He just straight up said, I don't believe Hamas is a terrorist group. It's a resistance group, which, once again, in spite of his allegiance to Israel, out of the goat is back on top. This is what the watermelon salesman does, okay? And he does it very well.
I can only say this. Mr. Trump, you might remember he's used a term when he said, I will finish the Russia-Ukraine war. Did it end? It still goes on. Similarly, he said, I will finish the war in Gaza. Did it end? No. That means once we start analyzing the issue, there are prices to pay. And when we look at the hostage exchange, that was done. It goes on.
So he says the president doesn't get it done. This is a NATO ally. Your thoughts?
Well, look, I didn't hear the entirety of the interview. I can only tell you that on both of those issues, on the case of Russia, Ukraine, the only leader in the world that has any chance of bringing it to an end is President Trump, and which is why he has put more time and energy into it than anybody else. All of these other countries, including Turkey, by the way, are begging us to be involved. They want us to be involved. Look, these people go out and say what they want to say, but at the end of the day, when they want something done, they want to come to the White House. President Erdogan is coming to the White House this week to meet with the president. They all come to the White House. They all want to speak to President Trump. They all want President Trump to fix it. So they can say whatever they want to say. The truth of the matter is that we have leaders, we have meetings going on today that we have leaders begging to be.
Bro, you're America. Yeah, no shit, dude. Oh my God, I can't believe that Turkey is begging for an audience with the president of America. You're not Estonia, little bro. You are not Lithuania. You are the United States of America. No shit. It's so fucking stupid that these guys are like, whoa, they're still coming. They're talking big shit, but they're still here. It's like, yeah, no shit, man. Don't yell. He can already hear you. True. I should probably moderate my voice. I'm probably hurting his Dumbo ears right now.
Be a part of it. They are calling, saying, can we be included? Can you bring us in? Can you get me 5 minutes to shake the president's hand? He is the indispensable leader in the world right now. He is the only one who has any chance.
Wow, I can't believe it. America is the indispensable leader of the world. Wow. Wow, thank you, man. I had no fucking clue how that, like, whoa, dude, the thing I don't understand about this is, like, if you're there, if you're that, okay, then you don't have to say these things. This is what a weak and embarrassed nation does. And I sometimes feel like they're aware of something that I am not. The way he's talking about it is like, it almost feels like he's trying to convince himself. It's like, yeah, we know, man. We know how this is. Okay. We know how this goes, but you're not acting like it. That's the problem.
Of not just brokering a deal to end the war with Russia and Ukraine, but also bringing about the war that's going and getting all the hostages released in Gaza. And I think he's put more time and energy into peace proposals and peace initiatives than anybody else in the world. And he's had the most success of anybody else in the world. He doesn't get a lot of credit, but let's not forget the DRC and Rwanda had a war going on. It's the president that's brokered that. Azerbaijan and Armenia. It's the president that brought that about. Thailand and Cambodia. Right. It's the president that brought that end of that about. India and Pakistan. That's just four right off the top of my head in the last few months. And the president's the one that did that, not any other leader in the world, and not the UN.
Mr. Secretary, Fox is exclusively reporting that Hamas wrote a letter directly to President Trump asking for a pause in fighting for 60 days in exchange for half of the hostages. Do you know if this letter has been delivered yet? And will the president entertain this idea?
I don't know who they gave that letter to. It wouldn't have mattered, though, because the president's been clear, and that is that we haven't seen the letter. We don't have that letter. And even if we did, it wouldn't matter. The president has already made clear he's not interested in 60 days, 10 people. He wants all the hostages out, all 48, including the 20 who are alive.
Yeah, it almost feels like there is a way to do that. And both the Biden administration and the Trump administration actually put that as a plan. And then Israel made it impossible. Israel ruined it.
28 who are deceased. He wants them all. There should have never been any. Why are we even talking about hostages? Why do we still have to talk about hostages at this point? There shouldn't be any. They should all be released immediately. Period. That's the president's position. So he would have rejected that offer had it come, but we haven't seen that letter. I think they gave it to the media or somebody, but they haven't given it to us.
Mr. Secretary, the president said the final warning to Hamas. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, you've got Israel is right at the doorstep of Gaza City. I mean, they've begun an operation to go in. And all of the leaders of Hamas, all of the main leaders inside of Gaza and Hamas are all concentrated in Gaza City. It may take a while, but they're not going to survive the Israeli push. Now, what we would hope to see is that it doesn't have to happen because Hamas surrenders. They lay down.
Rubio's below speech targeting Erdogan, saying Turkey's begging Trump to end the war in Gaza has gone viral in Turkey, treated as an insult against Erdogan. The begging part, I'm going to keep it $1.50. Ragab is a little bit of a Erdogan crony, okay? I am not so certain that the Turkish population is as in love with Erdogan. Wow, the Turks are really mad that America is belittling Turkey. Like, what the fuck? No, man. The Turks are mad that everything is unimaginably expensive. Erdogan is literally still popular in Turkey. This is the least popular Erdogan has been in Turkey since he rose to power. Get the fuck out of here. This doesn't mean that there aren't fucking dick riders still. It's just the hostages are all likely dead because of Israel's doing, but Hamas knows if they release the hostages and Israel will figuratively nuke Gaza. For fuck's sake, read my other message first. We just saw nuke Gaza and Chatters understandably responded to that and thought that you were being the classic Israel dick rider.
On their arms, they release all the hostages, and then the important work of sort of rebuilding Gaza and providing a place where Palestinians can live prosperously and peacefully. That work can begin, but that work can't begin until the hostages are released and Hamas no longer exists. And so the sooner that happens, the sooner peace will begin.
I want to make sure to get this in because I know your time is tight. You were brilliant, as in so many speakers, saluting the life of Charlie Kirk. Here's a little of the moments a lot of people are talking about. Watch.
Because he took on that death, because he carried that cross, we were freed from the sin that separated us from him. And when he returns, there will be a new heaven and a new earth, and we will all be together, and we are going to have a great reunion there again with Charlie and all the people we love.
It looks like that was coming from the heart, not the prompter. Can you bring us back to that moment?
Well, look, Charlie, I think what makes this situation so unique is that Charlie Kirk wasn't just a figure involved in American politics and a political discourse. Charlie was a friend to a lot of people in the White House and a lot of people in this administration, like on a personal level. He's someone that I had just been interacting with just a few days before he died because he was in South Korea and was eager to come back home and tell me what he had seen while he was there. And a lot of other people, the vice president was very close to him personally, a lot of members of the staff. So I think it adds a new element to this. Obviously, this is a major story, a horrific tragedy, and before everyone in the age of social media, everyone saw it instantly. And so I think it impacted people across the country, but I think it had a particularly special impact in addition to all of that because of the personal connection here. And I thought that on Sunday was a very unique opportunity for many of us, not just to pay tribute to the life that Charlie Kirk lived, but the way he lived it and the core of his message. And his faith was at the core of his message. I think Charlie, if he was here to say that politics is important, what we do in government is important, these debates on issues are important, but the most important thing of all is our faith and our...
Yeah, I saw another net favorability poll that came out. Democrats minus 60%, Independents minus 11%, GOP plus 69%. Charlie Kirk has finally arrived at a +1 net favorability with unlimited amounts of vague gesturing towards his activism from liberal media. People still don't give a fuck. And part of the reason why is because they also hate Donald Trump. People hate Donald Trump. Make no mistake. You don't get to see how much people hate Donald Trump in mainstream news because they actively normalize his behavior for some fucking weird reason. And obviously it's just all glaze on Fox News and whatnot. But people fucking don't like Donald Trump, okay? Americans broadly dislike him for understandable reasons. He's an egomaniacal, narcissistic piece of shit who is openly fucking corrupt. So obviously one of his main vehicles for propaganda is also not going to be a beloved figure, no matter how hard these guys try to fucking present it as such, okay? Oh, that's it. That's it. That's it. This is just like so stupid that people are like, no, you don't understand, dude. This is a deity, a beacon, a shining light of politics in this country.
Family and that and Charlie lived that, and he believed it, and it was at the core of his message. He had an extraordinary amount of wisdom for a 31-year-old young man. He really did. I mean, it usually takes a lifetime to acquire the kind of wisdom that he had.
And the president did a beautiful job speaking there, and so did his wife. The president, what is his reaction? What's the administration's reaction about our allies? We have France, we have the UK, we have Australia and Canada recognizing the Palestinian state. What does that say about our influence?
Well, these countries are doing it, frankly, because of domestic political pressure in their own countries. You know, because of migration policies, their countries have been flooded with foreigners who have become politically active and are insisting that their governments do these sorts of things. And so that's what they're responding to. But look, it's irrelevant. It's going to get a little bit of attention, but there is no Palestinian state. You can put all the, it's kind of an emblematic of what the president says about the UN. You can put out all the paper in the world you want. The only way there's ever going to be a permanent solution to this challenge between Palestinians and Israelis is a negotiated settlement.
Dude, American fascism is so strange because like previous iterations of fascism did not exist in such a multicultural world that American fascism fucking one-shots me every time I hear a Cuban motherfucker talk about like the enemy, the danger of foreigners. Dog, what the fuck are you? Your name is Marco Rubio. What are you talking about? It just doesn't fucking make any sense. Like, at least like in Germany, you're presenting this folk, okay? This like superior Aryan master race narrative because there's not a lot of fucking travel, okay? Not a lot of migration and things like that happening to the same degree that it happened in the United States of America. This is the most multicultural, most diverse place on the fucking planet, dude. I don't get how these guys who are also literally not like 2 generations removed from living somewhere else, turning around and being like, yeah, you know what we got to do? We got to fuck over these people, man. These goddamn foreigners. Get them out. Get them out. It doesn't make no sense. It didn't make sense when the Nazis were doing it, when the Italians were doing it, when Franco was doing it, but it makes extra less sense when an American is doing it. And like some of the primary speakers of this movement are Hispanic. Who cares if he's Cuban? He's white as Pestany. It doesn't fucking matter, dog. I know whiteness is a socio-political construct, but ultimately, I mean, I'm white too. What are you talking about? Look at how fucking pasty I am. It doesn't matter. Like this is a group that can tighten. The whiteness is a socio-political construct and it has expanded, except it can also contract. It can get smaller.
In which the Palestinians are going to have a territory and they're going to govern it, but it cannot be one that's going to be used as a launch pad for attacks against Israel. And that's something that has to be negotiated with Israel. It isn't going to exist without Israel's participation. That's what these leaders should have spent their time working on, ending this war, eliminating Hamas, so you can get to that stage of talks about that topic. But for them, and for some of them in particular, more than others, it's sort of a vanity project. It's trying to make themselves relevant. But here's the bottom line, and here's the truth. Okay, when it comes to actually getting peace done, when it comes to actually stopping this, they're not going to any of these other countries. Of course. They're coming to us. They're going to President Trump, and they're asking him to get involved and bring it to an end. You just asked me about a letter to from Hamas. Hamas didn't send a letter to France. Hamas didn't send a letter to any of these countries on your list.
Yeah, I wonder why. Because the primary belligerent here is the United States of America, and they're aware of that. But again, Israel in its existence offers America plausible deniability. Oh, it's just, it's them doing it, and they're doing it autonomously. They're doing this because they're a sovereign nation. Also, God forbid we fucking restrict them in any capacity. Is he playing dumb or actually dumb? No, these guys aren't that stupid. They all fucking know what's good. They all know exactly what's going on. They know exactly what's happening. Come on. They know who holds the cards here. They just don't give a shit. They don't care.
Hamas apparently, supposedly, sent a letter to President Trump because everyone knows, even
this is him playing to the domestic audience about the importance of Donald Trump. And it's like, yeah, no shit, dude. Why don't you do something about it, dumbass? That's the point. Anyway, what do young Israelis and Palestinians think about the two-state solution? There's that too. But here's Erdogan.
So
does anyone have the Erdogan Brett Baer interview where he just straight up says like Hamas is a resistance group, it's not a terrorist group?
How does this come to an end? Much like Russia-Ukraine, how can this come to an end? Is there a deal that can be made?
I can only say this. Mr. Trump, you might remember he's used a term when he said, I will finish the Russia-Ukraine war. Did it end? It still goes on. Similarly, he said, I will finish the war in Gaza. Did it end? No. That means once we start analyzing the issue, there are prices to pay. And when we look at the hostage exchange, that was done. It goes on.
Do you see Hamas as a terrorist organization?
About 20 years ago.
I hate that Erdogan is the only motherfucker saying this, bro. It's just like, it's so annoying. Where is the fucking courage from Western leaders, man? Where is the courage? What a shame. What a shame that the only person who is saying the fucking truth from Western aligned leadership is from the watermelon salesman himself.
When I traveled to the United States, they asked me this question again, and I said this back then. I don't see Hamas as a terrorist organization. On the contrary, I see it as a resistance group. And Hamas doesn't have weapons or a serious capability, and now they are using what they have to try to defend themselves and trying to protect themselves in this resistance movement. That's what they are as an organization.
What makes him a watermelon salesman? That's what he used to do in his youth. Erdogan is on top of the table. He's transcended the table itself. He's now the centerpiece of the table. No, if he talks like this too much, then Trump is going to kick him out of the table because he is a very petty man. Is he speaking Turkish as a flex? He probably has better English than anyone at Fox News. No. Erdogan literally cannot speak a lick of English. That's not even a joke. He just straight up, no. 1 minute. That was the famous. That's the maximum amount of English he's ever spoken. 1 minute. No, that motherfucker cannot speak English at all, bro. Not even a little bit. Trump'ın oğluyla ne görüştü geçen hafta? İsrail'le ticareti babam mı kesiyor? İsrail protestocuları neden içeride? Erdo sadece boş laf. Aynen. I had a friend from Turkey that I met here, and I used to laugh at how he'd just call him Erdo shit because it doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, but I completely get it now. He insults your basic intelligence too much for you to come up with any real wordplay on his name. The LeBron of watermelon salesman ship. No. Erdogan responds to Netanyahu. We had the honor of serving holy Jerusalem for 400 years. For centuries, we made Jerusalem a land of peace and tranquility with wisdom and tolerance. Netanyahu does not know this. Yeah, he's talking about when the Ottoman Empire ruled over historic Palestine. Yeah, Erdo shit. Yeah, he had a based speech. He had a based speech at the UN as well. I mean, I guess it's good, you know, in the absence of any sort of moral courage from karpuz satıcısı şeyi sadece yurt dışında popüler. Memri TV'den gelmiş. Amerikanlığın belli oluyor daha. TR mimin yok mu lan? Reis oğlum reis. But yeah, he doesn't speak English. Benim için first and foremost reis. Silivri soğuktur. That's it. This guy, the Turks in the chat are saying I don't have any good memes about Erdogan from Turkey. I'm doing American Western memes about Erdogan being a watermelon salesman because it came from Memri TV. How is Erdogan to the left of Bernie Sanders on Hamas? Come on, dude. I mean, He has a very different domestic considerations here. Abi Türkçeyi vallahi çok iyi konuşuyorsun lan. Oha amına koyayım. İlk hayatımın 18 senesi Türkiye'de yaşadım lan. Unuttuk biraz ama yani o kadar da değil. Yuh. Anyway, Turks are in the chat saying, "Wow, your Turkish is so good." Yeah, Erdo Goat at UN calling Gaza a genocide.
Bugün Gazze'de sadece
He said this is not a fight against terrorism. This is an occupation carried out by utilizing the October 7th incident. It is the deportation, exile, genocide, or more accurately, a policy of mass slaughter. How much of this is because Israel is threatening Turkey or Syria? I mean, that kind of stuff is just Israel trying to be the junior partner that is more relevant for America's grand design in the region over Turkey. Leftist Israelis have more heart and compassion for than the average U.S. politician. Oh, I saw this. These guys are fucking so awesome. Oh my God, these are the real HasanAbi heads in Israel. The true voice of anti-Zionism in Israel. This is like Hamas terörü demedi diye bir şey sanmasın lütfen Batılılar bunu. Abi ben bunlara kendilerine söylemeye çalışıyorum. İnanmıyorlar bana bir türlü. Yalancının önde gideni. Erdogan has worn so many different faces throughout the 30-year reign of Erdogan that like every Turkish person that hears any new thing that he says immediately goes, oh, here we go again. But for Americans, you hear that. For Americans, you hear that and you go, oh my God, I can't believe how bold he is. And it's like, he will say anything and everything if the crowd demands it. Erdogan and every single one of the Turkish motherfuckers on his coalition, and even those on the opposition side, in the aftermath of October 7, was shitting on Hamas and was shitting on Palestinians in general. They very quickly had to snap back to reality when they realized that the population of Turks, a broad coalition all the way from like straight up Islamists down to like fucking communists were like, are you kidding me? This is completely unacceptable. They even yelled at me as well in the beginning. Erdogan was not so bold on his statements initially. Yeah. Erdogan in the beginning of his career was, pro-LGBTG. He was pro-LGBTQ. He was seen as like a moderate voice, all this stuff. He has... Throughout time, he's become whoever the fuck he needs to be. Türkiye'ye komünizm gelecekse onu da biz getiririz. Aynen. He's always been all over the place. And I've said this already as well. Like, he has greatly expanded the welfare structure as well in the country. However, he's only done so through the mechanism of the party so that he can have unlimited loyalty from those who actually vote for him. So he... Very, very interesting guy. Anyway, Avi Yemeni is IDF wife beater pig. Don't let that cunt back into Australia, says Chatters, the guy who's interviewing people. But that's not who we're talking about. What we're talking about is the true anti-Zionist voices in Israel, anti-Zionist Jews in Israel. Let's hear it.
And the Israeli government falls, right? And withdraw all the soldiers. Hamas remains in power. And
after 2 years,
why do you need a negotiation? Can't Hamas just release the hostages?
When Hamas said yes to the negotiation, Netanyahu said no. Hamas said yes.
Do you believe Hamas?
Of course, I believe Hamas. I don't.
Do you believe Hamas?
I believe Hamas more than I believe Netanyahu. Yes.
My queen, my fucking queen. She said, I believe Hamas more than I believe Netanyahu. It's true. That's real opposition, not this fucking like Yoav Gallant or any number of different Yair Lapid, any number of different dipshits that act as though they are oppositional figures to Benjamin Netanyahu.
You can quote me. I believe Hamas more than I believe my prime minister. Yes, no doubt.
That is wild. All right, guys. I just think it's amazing though that you're in Tel Aviv and you're able to do that, and that's what I love about Israel. I think.
Oh yeah, you're able to do that in Tel Aviv. Yeah, Hamas would never let you do that. Hamas would never let you do that. Isn't it great that we get to do genocide and there's 8 total people that get to talk about genocide in the decent terms necessary? Isn't it great you can do that? Fucking rebel news, bro. Love an authentic Israeli accent, yeah. I love that he also still hits the when he's talking about Hamas. Hamas wouldn't let you do that. It's like, dude, you're fucking Australian. What do you mean, Hamas? That's not in your, that sound has never come out of your fucking mouth. Why don't you fucking condemn Hamas?
It's a real robust democracy.
Who beat his ass, by the way? What's happening here?
Free for the Jews. Free for the Jews. It's an apartheid state.
There are 20% Arabs here, and I've been meeting Arabs all day.
Cut it.
I've spoken to Israeli Arabs here, and yes, some identify as Palestinian, but when you pose the question to them, where would you rather live, under Israel or any other Arab state?
Where would you rather live? Here where you're not being genocided, or in a country that Israel will inevitably genocide? Very difficult conundrum for many people here, okay?
They all want to stay. It's an unfair question because this is the best country in the Middle East.
No, it's an unfair question.
How can you say that we are the best country in the Middle East when we kill 70,000 people? That's genocide. How can
we? That's war. It's sad. It's horrible. It's war.
You don't even think it's sad. Why do you have to act as though you think it's sad? You think it's awesome. You fucking piece of shit.
No,
that's between two equals. No.
That's not true. When is war between two equals? Why does war defined by the two parties?
No, it's not.
When one side came in and really tried.
Yeah, we're doing a war against children. Nobody locks the fucking children, mate. Nobody locks them.
To commit genocide, the other side is defending its people.
Why is everything started at October 7th?
It didn't. In fact, it started in 1920, was probably the first terrorist attack, and that was against Jews.
And what happened, and that's all what you know. You don't know about what was done to the Palestinians. You don't know about what happened in 48. Do you know where all this...
I know what happened to the Yemeni people. My family came from Yemen. They were forced out by the Arabs. How far back do you want to go?
I want to go and listen to where did all those people in the Palestinian in the West, in the Gaza, where did they come from?
Depends. It's a mix of people. There's 700 displaced people. 700,000.
Mostly from Ashkelon, Ashdod. You know, all.
And where were my family refugees from? I'm from Australia, but my Yemeni family were refugees from other Arab lands. So history is brutal. It's harsh, and we need to move forward. But I just think that comparing Israeli freedoms to the Palestinian, right? You said it's worse. You say it's worse. You say the Israeli government's worse. You don't believe.
This guy is losing his mind, bro. I guess he's never encountered like a fucking real anti-Zionist, anti-fascist. Israel Uncut is so funny. Breaking. Turkish President Erdogan, Erdogan. The final declaration of the Gaza summit will be announced shortly. The meeting was productive and we are quite satisfied. Hopefully it'll be for the best. I don't believe it. I don't believe it's for the best. Okay? I never believe it. New Zealand got a major W when we blocked that dumbass entry here. Cutie Cinderella. Bye. I'm getting raptured. I asked God and he said you can't come, lol. You're literally fucking Mormon. You are literally Mormon. You are not getting raptured, little bro. Okay? You're going to a planet where you will be stuck with your first husband in forever. I'm literally in the sky right now. No, you're not. Your ass is not getting raptured. Your ass is not getting fucking raptured. Don't even lie about this. Get mogged. She is closed. No. I told him I was afraid of flying. He said too bad because he wanted me so bad. Yeah, right. Wrong religion, Mormon. Wrong religion, Mormon Cinderella. Keep your windows closed. You ain't coming, sweaty. I mean, I know I'm not going. I know I'm not going. I was actually about to go on my way up. I quickly did some sins so I could stay behind. So I can enjoy the upcoming Taylor album, and you won't be able to. So, haha. That's right. Yeah, what do you say to that? October 3rd, Life of a Showgirl. You're cooked. Yeah, exactly. You're cooked. You have no statements. Taylor's coming up there. No, I don't know about that. We're gonna be down here and having a party. So have fun up there. All on your lonesome. She's closed already. Oh no, she's become closed. Huh? No. So, all right. Let's get back to what do young Israelis and Palestinians think of the two-state solution?
I don't see a two-state solution happening unless Hamas is completely dismantled. I don't believe in it, and I think it's naive and wishful thinking.
What is it you would want to see from the Palestinian side done differently, from the Israeli side done differently, that might make a two-state solution possible?
Well, I'd want to see Palestinians stand up for themselves and maybe overthrow their own leaders for once.
What about you?
And I would like to see our leaders maybe have a little more compassion.
I don't see how you can make peace with people who want to kill us. I feel like, yeah, again, if Hamas is dismantled, then potentially we can talk.
There's a lot of international focus on reviving the two-state solution, an Israeli state, Palestinian state, side by side. Is that something you believe in, you support?
As a girl who served in Gaza and I know how they live in Gaza, you cannot come to us with the guns and we say, no, let's make a peace. It cannot be.
Honestly, I would be dreaming about a one-state solution. And I think two states is giving up to this notion of peace is impossible, living together is impossible, when I feel the only way is like to make kind of steps towards each other.
A one-state solution, is that possible then?
With the radical voices that have been rising up now and with all the trauma and pain that people are carrying, obviously there's no trust.
I think we just met the most progressive person in all of Israel. Respect. That's Hamas. She is Hamas. Literally Hamas. What is happening today? We're meeting all of the anti-Zionist Jews in Israel today.
The idea of a two-state solution, Israeli state, Palestinian state, side by side, is it something you believe in or not?
I don't believe in it, and there's a lot of reasons for it. You cannot give terrorists power.
If it's not a two-state solution, though, what is the solution?
Look what we did
Israel
when we got the power.
need to settle more in Judea, Samaria. This is what I think. And maybe what Trump wants, what other people just suggest, that moving people away from Gaza, the ones that want to move away, and the ones that want to stay, let them stay. But should they not vote for Hamas again?
The idea of a two-state solution, an Israeli state, Palestinian state, side by side.
I think it's inevitable. I think the situation as it is at the moment kind of proved that we cannot just continue with this in the middle situation when there's Israeli occupation and there's kind of we're trying to, live with the conflict.
You think it is possible still at this stage?
I'm hopeful, yeah. I mean, even though I have many reasons not to be, I think we don't have a choice but to try to get some kind of an agreement from both sides, because this situation as it is just...
Okay. Judging by Israeli statistics that I have seen over and over again, I think they might have found every single leftist, anti-Zionist Israeli in the entire state of Israel. Because these figures and these voices, either they don't get the call when the public polling is being conducted, or there is an outsized representation on Channel 4. These people are all young, to be fair. Wait till you find out about the demographics of Israeli youth. Yes, this is dying out in Israel. People of Ashkenazi background that are highly educated are not the broadest representation of Israeli youth. The broadest representation of Israeli youth is when you see those fucking West Bank documentaries where you got the dudes that look like they got the Rastafarian, like the white guy with dreadlocks. That is a more accurate representation of Israeli youth than these guys are. Guys like this are unfortunately becoming less and less a part of the Israeli population. The reason why the birth rates in Israel have maintained above replacement rates is because Orthodox Jews that primarily, many of which also go and live in the West Bank, have 10 fucking kids.
Heartbreaking.
We can't live with something who hurts us, who talk about our children, our women, our old someones. We can't. We can't.
If it's not a two-state solution, then what do you think the solution is?
I think the احتلال occupation will go from this plan, from this earth, and we live the Palestinian in our Palestine.
Do you think that's possible?
Why I can't go to Jaffa, to Haifa?
To Jerusalem?
Yes.
the two-state solution, the Palestinian state next to an Israeli state. Is that something you believe in?
Yeah, of course. Like this solution, I think is the best solution for us for now, because we live here as in apartheid state. Sadly, the Israeli state and also the Americans don't believe in that.
Do you think it's still possible then, a two-state solution?
To be honest, no. So, sadly, no. The number of settlers is increasing day by day, and let's say the aggression from them is increasing.
Guys, they're interviewing Israelis and Palestinians. The last two people that they've interviewed are Palestinians. What are you talking? Of course he's saying the occupation. Jesus Christ. Westerners look at, this is what I meant earlier too. Westerners look at like Israelis and Palestinians and they cannot figure out who's who from a lineup. Yes. The last two people that were interviewed are Palestinians.
There's clearly so much the Israelis would need to do to make a two-state solution possible. On reflection, do you think there's anything more the Palestinian side should do to make it possible as well?
I believe we've done our part. Like, we've done everything. Like, we've tried to have peace with them from Oslo till now, and nothing have come through.
It can't be from the Israelis and the Palestinians living together in peace after what they done in Gaza and in the West Bank. It's always been Palestine. It's never been Israel. Even if you go back to the history books, it's never been named as Israel, you know. It is always has been named as Palestine.
What would happen to all the Israelis? Because you have now lots of Israelis who are born there and they don't want to go anywhere. Where would they go?
If they want to be Jewish living in Palestine, they can, but not supporting the Israeli Zionism. They can't be Zionists and living with the Palestinians.
The thing about the two-state solution for me is I feel like I lost hope in that. Obviously, there's a lot of bloodshed and there's a lot of hatred from both sides, and they're being taught to hate. We're being taught to hate in a way, or throughout the bloodshed, we hate by default. You're always being treated in a very bad way as well. Like, I've had a lot of things happen to me from the Israeli soldiers and so on. So how am I gonna act normal with these people at the end, you know, because they obviously do not treat me as an equal. They obviously do not see me as an equal.
If it's not a two-state solution, what do you think the solution could be, if there is a solution?
See, right now, I have no idea. I don't think there's a solution for the problem right now, specifically now that you're talking about generations that have been born in Israel itself as a country. So now you can't tell them like to go back to wherever they came from. And Palestinians obviously have roots in the country as well, so you cannot push them away either. And so I cannot see a solution. Basically, as long as there's bloodshed and there's hatred, it's never going to be a civil solution.
I mean, not for nothing, but...
Near the Gaza border, you can see a panoramic view of destruction.
Obviously, like, this is a consistent... even though... I'm sure there is like some semblance of sampling bias, even though I don't think that any of these channels are in any way, shape, or form invested in like making the pro-Palestine side look better. But even though there is like some kind of selection, it's difficult to get a full-blown assessment from like the Palestinian side or the Israeli side. Notice the way the Palestinians talk about the situation versus the way the Israelis talk about the situation. And that is because of the broader asymmetry at play here, okay? Palestinians are like, we just want to live, man. We want human rights. The fuck's going on? Israelis are like, we have to excise them by force from the land. They are all parasitic. They're monsters. They're barbaric. They must be killed.
This is the price when you take on the Jews.
In the Israeli city of Sderot, it takes just a pair of binoculars for Israelis to see the results of a war their country has waged, bringing widespread devastation to the Palestinian territory.
Look at Gaza. Can you imagine recognizing a Palestinian state while there are still so many Arabs in the country? There's also Judea and Samaria, and around us plenty of Arabs. Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Syria, Lebanon. If we recognize a Palestinian state here, it amounts to saying to all of them, you're right.
You've got 5 shekels, but you can see everything. Unless we disintegrate the buildings, the terrorists will come back. And that's what they do. They come back and they hide. But everything we've disintegrated, we've turned into dust in the south and Rafah, these are places that are safer.
Since the attacks by Hamas on October 7th, 2023, Ronit Farkash has worked as a tour guide near the border. On this day, she's giving a tour to a group of Americans.
You can see rockets fired by our helicopters into Gaza. As we saw in October 7th, there's no two states. They want everything. What is from the Jordan, from the river to the sea? It's the whole state of Israel. They want all of us. If they want the whole state, there is no way we can exist. So I say we want to live. We don't want to die. So there's no way.
How do you fix people like this? I can't tell you what I think. I can think it, and you can too, but I can't say it. There's no defensive genocide. Also, the notion that like it hasn't been Israel purely projecting this fear while simultaneously doing ethnic cleansing for years and years, and then also genocide in the last two. Like the idea that it's anything but that is so fucking stupid. Oh, they don't want to live with us. They want to kill all of us. We have to kill all of them. Fucking asshole.
There's a Palestinian country that can be fit here, unfortunately.
But in the face of the massive destruction of Gaza, some Israelis are critical of their government. In Jerusalem, each Saturday, they protest outside the residence of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Some of them support the existence of a Palestinian state.
I want Israel to withdraw from Gaza, and I want two states for two countries. I love my country. I will stay here. And I hope that one day there will be a Palestinian country nearby our country.
But Israelis who support a two-state solution represent a small minority. According to a poll taken this past June, 4 out of 5 Israelis believe that a Palestinian state cannot peacefully coexist alongside Israel.
Hassan, I'm sorry you just said you are thinking it, but then third statement is paranoia. I'm sorry. First of all, I don't know what you designed in your mind, but that's a Nazi. I don't give a fuck about a Nazi's feelings, dipshit. I don't give a fuck about your feelings either. She literally is a Nazi tour guide for Americans to be like, see, we are killing the babies over there. And you're over here being like, whoa, I can't believe it. She doesn't even actually feel paranoid. She's actively championing the monstrous death and destruction of Gaza. No, this person is a dumb fuck Turkish Zionist. Okay? That's what this fucking dipshit is. An absolute dog. Okay? I don't know who else writes paranoia like that other than Turks. A fucking barking little dog of the West.
Excuse me. So Charlie Kirk apparently had said that MLK was not a good person, that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. Why did you vote to honor him?
I did not vote to honor him. I voted against political violence.
So that vote was against violence only, but the name of the bill is like Honor Charlie Kirk Act or something.
Yeah.
So you voted for it, but you weren't honoring.
I voted to end political violence.
You know, he also said some horrible things about Simone Biles, who'd been sexually assaulted. Nothing, and you still voted for him?
Let me see if I can get him.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Congressman Charlie Kirk said that.
Democrats, by the way, can I have your thoughts on the Armenian genocide? It happened. What thoughts?
MLK was a terrible person, and you voted to honor Charlie Kirk. Why did you vote to honor Charlie Kirk, who said MLK was a terrible person?
I voted to frickin' condemn political violence.
Okay, but it was called
What the fuck? I voted to frickin' condemn political violence. Oh, you fucking lame ass dweeb. Goddamn. Ted Leo popping off, dude. Yo, he got pressed.
Charlie Kirk Act. Why did you vote to honor Charlie Kirk, who said MLK was a terrible person?
I voted to frickin' condemn political violence.
Okay, but it was called the Honor Charlie Kirk Act. It was called the Honor Charlie Kirk Act. So you could do a little fake screaming, but what you did is you disrespected a lot of people.
Condemn political violence.
Yeah, and what did he say about Simone? What did he say about Simone Biles? What did he say about Simone Biles? He said Simone Biles was a sociopath for sitting out the Olympics after she had been sexually assaulted. That's what Charlie Kirk said, and you voted to honor him? And you voted to honor Charlie Kirk? How dare you?
Liberals have more smoke for their left flank for literally demanding that they behave in a moral fashion than they ever do for fascists. Okay? This is a perfect demonstration because their left flank actually holds them accountable. Their left flank actually makes reasonable demands. Their left flank actually wonders why they do stupid things. Okay? The bill itself was not even remotely actionable. There's nothing in it. It's a messaging bill. But because it's a messaging bill, why are you bowing down to Donald Trump? Why are you even as a symbolic gesture? Why are you even as a symbolic gesture deciding to honor someone who you are who has a litany of horrible opinions that you are supposedly opposed to?
No, you voted. The name of the bill is to vote to honor Charlie Kirk. You voted to honor Charlie Kirk. How dare you? Shame on you. You could have sat there and made a statement against political violence. You voted to honor Charlie Kirk.
We disagree. I voted.
You voted. All your other colleagues even voted no.
Standing up.
Okay, so your other colleagues who voted against it were wrong?
No.
They condone violence? Is that what you're saying? No. So then, okay, if you're saying you are voting against violence, then it means the people who voted against it were voting for violence.
Voted for the reason that you stated.
So that wasn't important to you. The fact that Charlie Kirk said that MLK was wrong, you said the fact that he said that Civil Rights Act was wrong, a mistake.
Those are awful things.
Those are awful things. And what about what he said about Yusuf Salam, one of the Central Park Five, who he called a gang rapist, even though he knew it was a lie?
Dude, I disagree with most of what.
Then why did you vote to honor him?
I voted to
Shame on you. I'm going to make sure every place you go, you're going to be seeing my face. And people are going to learn. You disrespected black people with that. Dude, you disrespected.
So, Film the Police gets a little crazy sometimes, but you know you need that. Okay? You need that. You need that. Most racist sounding woke guy? No, that's Film the Police. He's black. Also, he's well, I think this is the OG guy. If it's not, I don't know. But also, yeah, he's one guy, but I don't know if there's a different guy who's filming this. I think this is him. This is not crazy is the correct prerequisite emotion. I mean, I'm just saying he does get a little wild at times, but like this is necessary.
Black people with that. Shame on you. This guy right here, Ted Lieu, who represents the west side of LA, voted to honor Charlie Kirk along with you. And Freeman, you just voted president. You didn't even have enough guts to say, you know what? No, I vote against it. You just voted president. This is the cowardice that we deal with within the Democratic Party. President, that's President Freeman. When it came to Charlie Kirk honoring, you voted president. Cowardly. Cowardly. And Brad, you did the same thing too. You voted president when it came to honoring Charlie Kirk. You didn't vote against it. You just chose the weak way of going about it and voted president. President.
Weak about that.
There's no debate about that.
You read the resolution?
Well, I did read the resolution. Why'd you vote president?
It's just like, it just makes no sense. Remember, I told you guys, like, of course they're going to be like, oh, honoring Charlie Kirk as the goat of politics and also condemning political violence bill is understandable. Of course they're going to write a fucking messaging bill like that to create this trap, to create this rhetorical trap. Why are you, like you're the fucking Roadrunner or Wile E. Coyote or some shit, volunteering yourself to fall into the trap, knowing full well that it's a trap, it's a rhetorical trick. It just doesn't make any sense. Like I wish they were more partisan, man. What the fuck? And not partisan in a direction where they just like cave and capitulate the right. I mean, partisan is like, you know, being anti-right. So they should have not have voted for it? Fuck no. Yes. This is so fucking annoying. Can we shame them for things that matter? Am I alone on this one? Yes, of course they shouldn't have voted for it. What are you talking about? No, I'm not going to shake you. It doesn't matter. It's a fucking messaging bill. They're going to turn around. Republicans would have turned around and been like, oh, look at all these Democrats that didn't vote for this. They obviously don't want to condemn political violence. And then you drive discourse into the appropriate direction where you can very clearly ask the question, if you want condemnations for political violence, why don't you put it as a separate bill? Why are you adding it on to the glazed Charlie Kirk Act? Clearly, this is not the behavior of a party that gives a fuck about political violence. And then you can even expand on that by turning around and being like, when has Donald Trump ever condemned political violence? He loves political violence. He tries to do political violence with regular frequency. It's just so stupid. Like, be strong, be bold, say the truth. You know what I mean? Obviously, this is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, but it's emblematic of the problem. It's emblematic of the problem at the heart of the Democrat Party, which is that they're fucking cowards. They're weak, feeble cowards that constantly go, no, we're getting dominated by the right. Oh, no, you won't like me when I become more right wing. That's how it is. That's how it is. They wanted to use as a free bingo center point to some moderate right wingers. Reacting in this manner at least does something to show these dumb fuck libs that this will cost them votes. Exactly. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. They're so fucking spineless, dude. Oh, please stop yelling at me. Please stop yelling at me. I love Charlie Kirk. Stop.
Why did you have the guts to stand up for what you believe in?
Would you be willing to answer why you did vote?
Here we go. Here's his chance. No, you mind your business. Don't listen to this guy. This guy is a coward who voted present when it came to honoring Charlie Kirk.
Why did you
Mr. Oversight.
Why did you vote?
Okay, to be fair, like the present one is like whatever. I mean, it's still feckless. It's still feckless liberalism, but I would be more pissed off at the people who are I'd be way more pissed off at the people who are like voting yes than, again, the cowardly babies that voted president. At least they were like trying to make a statement without making a statement, if you know what I mean. I mean, having said that, once again, it is totally emblematic of the way these demons operate. Dems literally introduced an opportunity to condemn the Charlie Kirk alongside other victims of political violence, including Democrats, and Democrats still decided to vote for the "We Only Mourn Charlie Kirk and No One Else" bill. Expressing the sense of the House of Representatives condemning all forms of political violence and rejecting rhetoric that dehumanizes or demonizes political opponents. I didn't even know that. Yeah, by the way, Filmed Police LA is a OG, yes. And his son was murdered by the Los Angeles Police Department. For those of you who don't know, the guy who's filming this.
President on that.
There you go. Answer it. Don't stand in my way. Don't stand in my way.
Bring it down.
I don't have to do anything. If people vote the right way, we wouldn't have this problem. This guy voted to honor Charlie Kirk. This clown right here voted to honor Charlie Kirk.
He has a right to free speech.
I have a right, I absolutely have a right to free speech. You see what the goons are doing? You see what the goons are doing? Look how badly these goons are trying to stop freedom of speech. This is how we do freedom of speech. This is how we do freedom of speech. That coward right there voted to honor Charlie Kirk. You disrespected black women with that. You disrespected black people. You disrespected gay people. You disrespected single women. You coward.
Breaking, Steam just went down, fully down all APIs. Wait, what?
The United States Secret Service says they dismantled the network of...
This guy's a fucking groiper, dude. It's Tuesday. It's their normal maintenance. No, Gaben got closed. Gaben turned into clothes, bro. That's what happened.
Call the cops.
You got to
Call
leave
the
now.
cops.
You got to leave now.
I will when I'm ready to. Call the cops. Call the cops. My Congress people are here. I am going to confront them. They want to run. I'm going to confront them. That guy right there voted to honor Charlie Kirk. This coward. Every place you go, every event you're at, you're gonna see my face. I will go when the cops come here.
Come on, man.
Look at the way these guys defend the politics. Give him a chance. Give me a chance. Look at the way these people try to stop the First Amendment. Call the cops. I don't care. Call the cops to defend Ted Lieu, who defended Charlie Kirk. This guy voted.
Okay, well, we got it. I got the point. Anyway.
President Trump.
Ex-Antifa member praises Trump's latest move against group long time coming. What is this? Ex-Antifa member?
Officially signing an executive order designating Antifa as a domestic terror organization. All as the White House aims to crack.
For the record, people don't understand how over-encompassing this fucking, executive order is. It's already illegal. They're going to try to make it legal, but understand that this is devastating for the First Amendment. Okay. Also, who the fuck is ex-Antifa? What is that? What do you mean ex-Antifa? So you're a fascist now? I don't understand.
Back down on the sources funding the group.
President Trump has promised he will directly address the dark sources funding and supporting this domestic terrorism to finally restore order in our country. The American people can expect further, very strong action on this very soon. Everyone, Republican, Democrat, everyone in between, we all deserve to live in a country where we do not have to fear for our lives simply for stating what we believe in.
Former Antifa activist Gabriel Nadales joins me now. Thanks so much for being on the program. And look, it is unclear at this point exactly what this designation means legally. But Gabriel, what are you hoping?
What? He's doing a why I left the Antifa? What does this even mean? Like, Gabriel Nadal is a conservative libertarian activist who was formerly an anti-fascist activist. He's now currently the national director for the pro-American organization Our America. Since 2008, Gabe was a member of Anti-Fascist Action and attended several rallies and counter-protests. In 2016, Gabe was nominated for the Network of Enlightened Women Gentlemen of the Year Under 30 Award. What? From 2008 to 2014, he's been an active member of the Anti-Fascist Action far-left group. He then denounced the group and stated that it's a violent organization in 2014, while Nadales was a member of the libertarian organization Young Americans for Liberty at Citrus College. Him and his chapter sued the school, alleging several constitutional violations. Wait, how old is this fucking guy? So if he was in college in 2014, how old was he when he was a part of the Anti-Fascist Action? 12? Wait, for the record, when people go, oh, this must be a Fed, I don't think you guys understand. Sometimes it's way less complicated, way less sophisticated. Someone can just be a grifter. Like, for example, what's that girl, the shoe head girl, whatever, like who'll always do like oh, I'm leaving the left now. Like she does that like every 4 or 5 years. Like, and it's like, didn't you do this before? Like you get to do it one time. You know what I mean? And I don't think you were ever on the left to begin with. So like, it's basically like that. These are people who see that there's an environment that is very excited at getting like a young Mexican dude to just be like, oh, I disavow Antifa, is violent, and they just take it. Do you see what I mean? This is not like a Fed operation. This guy's not getting paid by the fucking CIA. In 2019, Nadales was, according to his autobiography, invited to the White House by the Trump administration to witness the signing of an executive order meant to promote free speech on college campuses. Also in 2019, Nadales claimed that Antifa is trying to hurt and harass and called for the movement to be labeled a domestic terrorism threat. Yeah, this is what his thing is. This guy said, if I catch you lacking, you're going to end up like Charlie Kirk. I don't think you're going to do that. I'll be honest with you. I don't think you're going to do that. Someone else might, but I don't think it's going to be you. Because you're in a Twitch chat. You're in my Twitch chat. You're chirping in a Twitch chat. You know what I mean? He's a PragerU stooge, of course. But that's what it is. Like, they find a guy like this, and then they just turn him into like a media figure, even though he has no fucking motion whatsoever.
It means.
Well, you know, this is a long time coming, and I really hope that that Congress really follows suit and helps define what this means. But what some of these things means is that a lot of the self-described Antifa groups that are very localized, now we can actually call them legitimately domestic terrorist groups. And now there's a lot of ideas, or there's this idea that Antifa is merely an idea, and to an extent that is true. But Antifa is a very collective or a specified set of ideas that believes in political violence to.
So Antifa is it's a collection of ideas. Reveal the ideas. Like what? Opposing fascism, racism, white supremacy, anti-immigrant sentiment.
To enact its own political goals. That is literally the definition of terrorism. So if you call Antifa just an idea, it is literally the definition or the idea of terrorism itself.
When you first heard about this move from the White House, did you think, okay, this is to get the folks dressed in black on the ground that you see destroy?
I need you guys to understand something. As it stands currently, the American government has no way of doing this. Like, it is not legal for the American government to do this. Trump, in his first term, also entertained the notion of like designating Antifa as a domestic terror group. There is no such thing. It is. It is antithetical to the First Amendment. So it doesn't work that way. Okay, that's number one. Now, obviously, I'm not a institution fetishist, jurisprudence fetishist. So I'm sure when there's a will, there's a way. They can try to figure this out. They can try and work around it. But even then, if they were to do so, there is no organizational structure. People will go out and engage in acts of anti-fascism. But there is no Antifa as a domestic network. That's it. There are organizations out there, political parties like the PSL, DSA, that engage in acts of anti-fascism, but you can even go so far as to say that the No Kings protest is a Antifa. Okay? Poo on head is indeed at it again. Wait, what? What is this? I would rather fucking immediately give up my rights and be destroyed in Guantanamo Bay than to watch a second of whatever the fuck this is that you're presenting to me. Okay? Why would I do this? It's when you present stuff like this to me, I'm like, I might as well have like rusty nails that are slammed into my fucking eye socket in a black site by some CIA torturer than to have to suffer through whatever the fuck that is. Do I care about another greasy little freak who is trying to fill the shoes of Asmongold, talking about shoe on head, leaving the left for the 11th time? Are you fucking insane? I don't care about these things, man. Fuck all those people. I think a simple no would suffice. No, there's a difference when someone comes in and says, hey, can you watch this like ABC coverage on another thing that's happening? That's a simple no. But when someone comes in with that video, I'm like, a simple no is not going to suffice. I need you to understand how painful this is that someone in my community is bringing this shit up.
Destroying communities, or did you think more so, like I said in the introduction, this is to find the people funding Antifa?
So it's really interesting because Antifa has several different sources of funding. One of the ways that I remember for back in my day, a lot of people did have jobs and they were self-funded. But I do know that there's been several different, like, I'm not sure specifically, it's not GoFundMe kind of thing, but websites like GoFundMe that will set fundraisers for Antifa activists to get them out of jail, to do all of these things.
You mean bail funds? Like bail funds that are set up, again, totally fucking legal. I can't stress this enough. Crowdsourcing mutual aid is charity and it is completely legal. Okay? Do you want to make mutual aid illegal? What are you talking about? ACLU for peaceful protesters who's been unfairly prosecuted? Yeah. But the average Young Americans for Freedom chapter president, by the way, yeah, also for freedom. Young Americans for Freedom. As in, young Americans want to take away your fucking freedoms.
I remember several years ago that you had Representative Ocasio-Cortez supporting people to donate to bail people out of jail who were affiliated with Antifa. And there's also...
bail people out of jail for being arrested for exercising their First Amendment rights. Shut the fuck up.
Book author Mark Gray, who wrote the book Antifa, the Anti-Fascist Handbook, who actually donates a proceed of his books to certain unnamed Antifa-esque organizations. So there is definitely a lot of different sources of funding from the grassroots level to a lot of different fundraisers and campaigns.
Do you think that this designation as a terror organization will force people to think twice about joining or funding Antifa? And I'm asking you this based upon your experience.
I mean, that's the goal. Will there be a chilling effect on free demonstration? This guy is a known grifter, apparently. Gabriel Nadales doesn't have much proof he was a former Antifa member because there is no such thing as an Antifa organization. Anyway, as I was saying, he can barely keep himself from life. I mean, he's a grifter. He's a grifter. This is his job. His job is to, like, specifically highlight how much of a anti-fascist he was when there's no evidence to suggest that he ever was engaging in any anti-fascist action whatsoever. But also, once again, every single thing that this administration is attacking is actually just protected by the First Amendment. Can you check my logs again? I did it right this time. No, stop demanding I check your logs. I will never check your logs. Stop it. This and the RICO stuff is so baseless just to force people to divert money to prepping to fight lawsuits so they don't give money to progressive groups. Yes. I've said this so many times. How can I have my views? It's literally once you see the issues, it's impossible to go back without having some serious moral depravities. Well, money is a good way to make people reconsider. Okay? Anyway. But ultimately, listen. We were going to go through the Antifa designation yesterday. Okay? And there are numerous parts of that designation that isn't simply around like what you would understand is like the anti-fascist action or whatever. It's just any kind of demonstration, any kind of expression of discontent, if this were to be, if this were to go in somehow, if they were to, I don't know, find a way, if they were to find a way to pull through and actually make it illegal, make anti-fascism a terrorism designation or whatever, then the executive order very clearly spells out every single act of discontent against the current administration. Okay? Trump's executive order designating Antifa as a domestic terror org is worded so that anyone protesting ICE agents, filming or asking them for ID, or informing people of their rights can be charged as a domestic terrorist. This isn't an attack on Antifa. This is an attack on our rights. Government, law enforcement authorities, and our system of law. It uses illegal means to organize and execute a campaign of violence and terrorism nationwide to accomplish these goals. This campaign involves coordinated efforts to obstruct enforcement of federal laws through armed standoffs with law enforcement, organized riots, violent assaults on immigration and customs enforcement and other law enforcement officers, and routine doxing of and other threats against political figures and activists. Antifa recruits, trains, and radicalizes young Americans to engage in this violence and suppression of political activity, then employs elaborate means and mechanisms to shield the identities of its operatives, conceal its funding sources and operations in an effort to frustrate law enforcement, and recruit additional members. They tried doing this and failed to do so in the Los Angeles protests. If you recall, there was a dude who brought a bunch of face shields, right? As many others had. This is called mutual aid. The police were using chemical weapons on tax-paying citizens, exercising their First Amendment rights, and they're expressing their discontent against the administration doing ICE deportation initiatives in their neighborhoods. They arrested the guy. They arrested a guy who was in a truck, and the truck bed was full of face shields. And local media picked it up and immediately were like, this guy is Antifa, this guy is Antifa. Why did they release him? Because it is not illegal to do mutual aid at a fucking protest. It is not illegal to bring water bottles so you can hand it off at protests. It is not illegal to offer people masks at protests. It is not illegal to offer people face shields at protests. This is called mutual aid. Protests are protected by the First Amendment, and doing mutual aid at a protest is also protected. People do not understand what these guys are trying to do. They are trying to make it illegal to do any kind of protest and then stamp you as Antifa, which, by the way, it is anti-fascist. It is inherently anti-fascist to protest against a fascist government. That is what it is. I can't believe we're not even done with the first year of this goddamn administration. Yeah, it's a militarist, anarchist enterprise that explicitly calls for the overthrow of the United States government, law enforcement authorities, and our system of law. For the record, explicitly calling for the overthrow of the United States government is also protected speech. You can say it any day of the fucking week. You could be like, I want the United States government to be overthrown. You can say that in the United States of America. You can't say it in other countries. You can certainly say it in the United States of America. Suck my fucking dick. That's number one. Okay? Not agreeing with that statement is one thing. You could say, I don't agree with your statement. I think you hate America. You can say whatever the fuck you want, but you can't prosecute it. Okay? You cannot prosecute it. That is ridiculous. Law enforcement authorities and our system of law. Again, overthrowing law enforcement authorities, overthrowing our system of the law. You can say those things every day of the fucking week. Okay? Ridiculous that they would try to criminalize this. This is a severe violation of the First Amendment. It uses illegal means to organize and execute a campaign of violence and terrorism nationwide to accomplish its goals. Bullshit. This campaign involves coordinated efforts to obstruct enforcement of federal laws through armed standoffs with law enforcement, organized riots, violent assaults on immigration. Now, remember, Republicans always, when they are criticizing their opponents, when they're attacking their opponents, they're going to greatly exaggerate. They're going to try to make their worldview and their goals and their ambitions seem more normal, right? Because they are operating within the confines of the existing permission structure. So obviously they can't be like, they're throwing First Amendment protected protests and we want to stop it. So they say organized riot. They don't want to say campaign involves coordinated efforts to obstruct enforcement of federal laws through armed standoffs with law enforcement, which would be like armed demonstrations, which again, protected by the First Amendment. Can't say that. So they have to say, oh, they're trying to do armed standoffs with law enforcement. Violent assaults on immigration and customs enforcement and other law enforcement officers, which is already illegal. You don't need to add that in. That is already illegal. You cannot violently assault an ICE officer or other law enforcement officers. That's already illegal. Why did you add that into this fucking provision? Why'd you add that into this executive order if it is already fucking very illegal? Shut the fuck up. Okay? And routine doxing, which can mean literally demanding identification of ICE agents. This is technically also unmasking ICE agents, which the California state provision just kicked in and will be doing, right? If ICE actually follows through, they're not going to follow through, obviously, in their regular operations. They will probably continue masking themselves. But that's what that means when they say doxing ICE agents. That's what they're talking about. These public servants that are working at the behest of the citizenry, supposedly, okay? They're being doxed. It's fucking bullshit. And other threats against political figures and activists. Antifa recruits, trains, and radicalizes young Americans to engage in this violence. This part is also interesting. Recruits, trains, and radicalizes young Americans. It makes me feel like they're going to go after people that they have declared political dissenters of the administration, and then they're going to tie it back to stochastic terrorism. They're going to say that it's actually these guys are fomenting discontent and therefore doing terrorism, anti-fascist terrorism, people like myself, right? To engage in this violence and suppression of political activity. Violence and suppression of political activity, by the way. Not when the state does it, which is exactly what this executive order implies, but when people actually resist against it. Then employs elaborate means and mechanisms to shield the identities of his operatives, conceal its funding sources and operations in an effort to frustrate law enforcement and recruit additional members. Individuals associated with and acting on behalf of Antifa further coordinate with other organizations and entities for the purpose of spreading, fomenting, and advancing political violence and suppressing lawful political speech. This organized effort designed to achieve policy objectives by coercion and intimidation is domestic terrorism. Isn't this the dumb shit Destiny says all the time? Yes, he's getting his wishes across, dude. Don't worry. It's just, this time he's in the crosshairs as well, because in the eyes of this administration, there's no difference between someone like him and someone like myself. Section 2, designated as a domestic terror organization. Because of the aforementioned pattern of political violence designed to suppress lawful political activity and obstruct the rule of law, I hereby designate Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. All relevant executive departments and agencies shall utilize all applicable authorities to investigate, disrupt, and dismantle any and all illegal operations. They want to do COINTELPRO, okay? They want to restart that. But this time, it's not even against the Black Panther Party or numerous other like actually formed organizations that are both anti-fascist and also seeking to uplift certain marginalized identities and groups. But this time, they're going to do this for everybody, okay? The vagueness of the anti-fascism designation is deliberate. It is by design. It is so that they can use it against anybody from fucking Jimmy Kimmel down to people like myself and down to even more radical elements within the anti-fascist movement. Okay? That's it. They'll try to infiltrate. They'll try to intercept. They'll maybe even engage in radical acts with agent provocateurs in order to justify the wholesale legal prosecution, the wholesale persecution of these groups of individuals that are understandably protesting against the administration, especially those involving terrorist actions conducted by Antifa or any person claiming to be act on behalf of Antifa or which Antifa or any person, whatever. But last part, it says, this order should be implemented consistent with the applicable law. This order is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit, substantive, procedural, enforceable at law, or in equity by any party against the United States, its departments, agencies, entities, officers, employees, agents, or any other person. So this, as it stands, is nothing. It's nothing. Nothing at all. It's not an actionable demand, and there's really nothing you can do about this. But when the administration says jump, the Republican dogs say how high, which means that they might try to prosecute all manner of discontent. So what you're saying is this is literally a shitpost? When the administration shitposts, you have to unfortunately take it seriously because this is the most consequential shitpost of all time. Under normal circumstances, you say it's ridiculous. They can't be sincere. They can't do anything about this. But it's good to still be a little bit. It's good to try and prepare against it. Anyway, now let's get to where is it? Now let's get to Isaac Chodener. Okay, Isaac motherfucking Chodener did an interview this time about liberalism. The interview on the New Yorker. This time, Isaac Chodener has put his crosshairs on the legal scholar Cass Sunstein. arguing for a more expansive definition of an ideology under threat. Now, liberalism is already dead. Okay, for those of you who don't know, Isaac Chodener is the New Yorker's very own pit bull, an attack dog. I can't figure out what his worldview is, but it doesn't matter. No matter who's in the crosshairs, he is going to slice them and dice them. Okay, it's usually always a worthwhile read. Do you read all these interviews, or are you learning as you go? I read pieces of it, but it doesn't matter because we're in for a wild journey no matter what. For several decades, Cass Sunstein has been one of the most prominent and prolific legal scholars in the United States. A one-time faculty member at the University of Chicago Law School, Sunstein co-authored with Richard Taylor the 2008 book Nudge, which advocated for government policies that push citizens to make certain decisions without restricting their choices. One example, asking people who are getting their driver's licenses whether they would like to be organ donors rather than leaving them to sign up for it on their own. The next year, Sunstein joined the Obama administration. He ran the White House Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, which essentially made him government's chief overseer of federal regulations. Sunstein, a friend of Obama from their time in Chicago, was initially the subject of right-wing conspiracy theories that painted him as an overzealous nanny state enforcer. But he ended up disappointing progressives who thought he was too deferential to the free market. Sunstein has written a new book called On Liberalism, which is a defense of the idea of liberalism at a time when Sunstein believes it is under threat from both the right and the left. The book barely mentions Donald Trump or contemporary politics, however, and instead provides a defense of general liberal belief system. Sunstein's conception of liberalism is quite capacious. It includes New Deal liberals and so-called classical liberals, including, I'm going to get to the flotilla after this, okay? I'm going to get to the flotilla after this. Guys, when stuff like this happens immediately, what do I always tell you? Okay, we're going to wait. We're going to wait for now, and then we're going to get to it after, okay? We're going to wait for more information to come in. Including Frederick von Hayek and Robert Nozick, as well as politicians such as Ronald Reagan. Recently spoke with Sunstein, currently a professor at Harvard Law School, about the book and our current political moment. During our conversation, which has been edited for length and clarity, we discussed how to understand the origins of the conservative movement, his confidence that the Supreme Court is committed to liberal ideals, and his friendship with a man whom many liberals consider a war criminal, Henry Kissinger. You have chosen to write a book about liberalism at a time when liberalism is under threat without really talking about what those threats are. It's more of a positive case for liberalism. Why'd you decide to write this particular book? Partly it's temperamental. Probably that's the fundamental answer. To say that there are these people and they have names and they are doing and saying awful things would be, for me, unpleasant. Even if it's the president, even in the event that it's the president. That's right. I feel a little bit that it would date the book and cheapen the analysis if I was calling out the president or calling out some contemporary prominent person. But I think the more fundamental and more truthful answer is talking about the president makes me grumpy, and talking about John Stuart Mill or John Rawls makes me the opposite of grumpy. So the conversation starts off on a positive note. It's friendly. Let's take a look at where it goes and where it unwinds to. Liberalism refers to many things. What liberalism are you talking about in the book? This is not liberalism of the left and not liberalism of the neoliberal sort associated with a particular set of right-wing views, but instead a commitment to freedom, pluralism, and the rule of law. This, in my opinion, is the dying breath of liberalism and neoliberalism in general. And there are a bunch of thinkers who have made all of their money and made all of their prominence off of defending these institutions, defending these concepts, who are now trying to desperately either rebrand or defend it on principle. One example of this is abundance, right? The abundance book, to me, represents a new way, a new method of defending neoliberalism, defending liberalism in general, and trying to do it in a way where you're like adding not necessarily new conditions, but like a new patina, right? Because even liberals themselves understand that this monoculture is destined for doom and despair. It's over. People are moving away from it, okay? And unfortunately, many people are not just moving away from it, but they're moving in the direction of fascism, fascist mechanisms of control, rather than moving away from it towards a new evolution of the economy, one that actually analyzes the class contradictions and one that actually seeks to have more egalitarian outcomes for all on the basis of class, rather than other sectarian identity metrics, color, creed, religious background, ethnicity, nationality, and the like. Unfortunately, due to the endless conquest that liberals have engaged in against their left flank, they have designed this environment where fascism can thrive. Let's continue. That's the holy trinity of the liberal tradition. Freedom is crashed out, most importantly in terms of freedom of speech and freedom of religion, but it also includes private property. Pluralism is our currency. It also means respect for people who have diverse ethnicities, diverse religious convictions, and diversity in their sense of what kind of life is good. Even though the book isn't about liberalism in the sense of modern American political liberals, it did seem that you were both trying to explain why you have some sympathy with that form of liberalism, but also that when it comes to a larger tradition, you have affection and respect for a much broader category of liberals. Is that accurate? It's completely correct. I almost called the book Big Tent Liberalism, which means a form of liberalism that includes Ronald Reagan and Barack Obama, and that includes Mill and Robert Nozick, who was a libertarian. It is a wide range of people who intensely disagree with each other. And that is what the book is fundamentally celebrating, the liberal tradition that unites these diverse figures. What surprised me in the writing is that I spent much of my career arguing with right-of-center liberals and being skeptical of some of the views of Hayek, or people who I would call overenthusiastic free marketeers. But doing the book, I came to see them as brothers and sisters. The fundamental values that they speak for are ones I'm honored to share. And in time, when illiberal and anti-liberal thinking is riding high, to see free marketeers, the anti-government liberals, as allied in their insistence on freedom, pluralism, and the rule of law is, I think, a step forward. Yes, you wrote recently, once upon a time I regarded Hayek, Ludwig von Mises, and the Austrians, and also Robert Nozick, Murray Rothbard, and the libertarians with respect and admiration, but in important ways as adversaries. They were not, I thought, on my team. I no longer think that. I think they are on my team, or much better, that I am on their team. Every single person demonstrated here, from Mises to Hayek to especially Rothbard, are fucking freaks, by the way, which I assume Isaac Chodener is going to bring up. I did see some of the statements that he made. Okay? Like, they are, like, Rothbard, for example, is the one who coined the term baby marketplace. If you want to understand how fucking insane they are, okay? Rothbard believed that there should be a marketplace of children where parents can volunteer their children in the marketplace of babies to ensure that children are sold to the highest bidder. A commitment to market economics to such a degree that he believed in his mind that if parents were to sell off their children, the parties with financial power to purchase them would actually do a better job of raising them. Okay? Also known as child trafficking, for the record. That's just what we know it as. Yeah. Hayek also had a number of different racist opinions. Anyway, let's move on. I'm sure they'll get brought up. And of course, you talk about Reagan. One thing I thought you were trying to do was bring the fathers of modern conservative movement, or the modern conservative movement for 2016, into the tent of liberalism. Is that accurate? I did an op-ed on the New York Times on liberalism in 2023, and I got a stream of notes from people who are right of center, one of whom is a very distinguished academic who said, I am a liberal and I'm a conservative. Liberalism is what I want to conserve. I worked as a young lawyer in the Reagan administration. I didn't vote for Reagan. I served him as best as I could, with alarm at some of the things he did and appreciation for others. That's all you need to know, by the way. Why did a guy who worked as a lawyer in the Reagan administration get a prominent place in the Obama administration is a question one must be asking themselves. And in some ways, that is because this person is honest, because they're both fucking liberals, okay? Obama and Reagan alike. So in some ways, this book is correct. It's just that the defense of liberalism is ultimately incorrect. But in retrospect, for the Reagan people, at least in the year I worked there, which was the first year, the rule of law was bedrock. So in the Justice Department, we told the White House that certain things weren't lawful and that they couldn't do them. Instead of fighting, they said, well, let's do something else. I've had a love-hate relationship with Hayek, maybe more like love skepticism, kind of like a romance that isn't going to work. But now the love is in a big font and the skepticism is in a smaller font. Many of the people on the left really don't like him at all. But part of my fondness for Hayek was fueled by a book he wrote about John Stuart Mill. It's really a collection of letters between Mill and Harriet Taylor, his wife. Some of these letters are from before they were married. It's kind of scandalous, and Hayek was really into it. There's a lot of passion there. That makes me love Hayek. Also, it's a book about freedom. Why would he do the book? It's a book about freedom between two people who loved each other. Hayek talked about disliking Near Eastern students because they were fundamentally dishonest. He said that he had a profound dislike for the typical Indian students of the London School of Economics, which I admit are all one type, Bengali moneylender sons. I didn't know about that. Wow. Hayek was a very complicated figure. He wrote a lot. Some of it's not so good. The Hayek that I admire is the Hayek who was an extremely persistent and repetitive and powerful critic of socialist planning on the ground. Like, this guy literally goes, oh, he's a racist? But guess what? He fucking hated socialism. Oh, he's a racist, but he was a profound anti-socialist. And guess what? I really like the anti-socialism, so I can totally overlook the profound racism, which once again begs the question, who's in the fucking tent? Okay? Who's in big tent liberalism? Because it seems to me like racists are in the big tent liberalism as long as they are anti-socialist. Kind of feels like a lot of liberals who associate themselves with the moniker, especially at this point, and I don't mean just like people who go, I'm a liberal, I'm a Democrat, who gives a fuck, whatever. I'm not talking about the average normies. I'm talking about the thinkers, right? I'm talking about party politicians. I'm talking about people who engage in commentary, right? Like professional media broadcasts and things of that nature. A lot of those guys exist within the confines of what is allowed in liberal ways of thinking, okay? And that consistently moves further and further to the right. It expands further and further to the right. It never expands to the left. There is a point that it does not go beyond. Once you start talking about class politics, you're out. They'll allow you to speak. They'll allow you to say your piece, but they will never agree with you. But they will never align with you. They will, however, align with people who are increasingly to their right, as long as they too can unify under the banner of anti-communism and anti-socialism. This is the reason why America has eviscerated its left flank. This is the reason why the socialist alternative is never represented in society. And that's why a lot of liberals are now looking around going, why the fuck can't we deal with these goddamn fascists? What's happening? These guys are racist. I'm not racist. I'm a free market guy. I don't like all the additional racist shit that these guys are presenting. And they're winning. Why are they winning? Because all the fucking free market guys and all the liberals that are supposedly in the middle of this monoculture, okay, have spent every waking moment completely shutting off their left flank. And when I say socialist alternative, I don't mean it in a trot way. Please stop. Okay? I'm just saying that the alternative to capitalism is socialism, presenting it as an alternative. I don't mean it as like the trot way, okay? Calm down. Every time someone has to fucking, every time I say that, someone has to turn around and be like, what are you, a trot? Let's continue. The Hayek I admire is a Hayek that is who was an extremely persistent and repetitive and powerful critic of socialist planning on the ground, that it couldn't be made to work because the socialist planners won't know enough, even if they're competent and well-motivated. And also the Hayek who would occasionally say that liberty has an economic foundation, but also a moral foundation. And in a time like ours, Hayek as Mr. Liberty, that's someone who we want to be in the same club with. And here we go. Hayek supported the 1973 coup in Chile. There are lots of things that don't make sense, that don't make him seem like such a Democrat or liberal, correct? Now, for the record, this is neoliberalism through and through. Neoliberalism does not actually oppose the regulatory body interfering in the events of the normal, the free markets, okay? Neoliberalism absolutely does not abhor any kind of regulation coming in. Neoliberalism has historically preferred dictatorship as long as said dictatorship is allowing private enterprise to thrive. Okay? That's what's so different. That's what a lot of people don't understand about neoliberalism. Like, well, they say, like, Democrats, you're considering the Democrats to be neoliberal because at times Democrats will offer subsidies, for example, or Democrats will offer the public-private partnership. Democrats are simply the left flank of neoliberalism as opposed to the Reaganite right wing that is the right flank of neoliberalism. Okay? Ultimately, as long as the corporate dictatorship structure remains, both parties are perfectly fine with that. Okay? And they spend every waking moment preserving that system. Remember that. A lot of people fundamentally misunderstand it, and they think like neoliberalism is like a different version of libertarianism, which I guess you can make an argument for. I understand that. But the major difference here is that as long as there is a strong government that props up industry, okay, that takes away from the functions of good governance that would normally exist, okay, that rich capitalists consider to be too much market regulation, or the government actually outcompeting the market forces, for example, things like, government-funded programs, public schooling, or even nationalization of the extraction industry in its entirety, or even different sectors within the extraction industry, whether it be oil and gas or whether it be forestry service. These sorts of things can never be controlled by the government. They must be given the private enterprise. And once it is given the private enterprise, then of course the government can intervene at the behest of private enterprise through subsidies, through tax cuts, through deregulation. Anyway, so he brings up Hayek supporting the coup in Chile against Salvador Allende. Democratic Socialist Salvador Allende wins favors within Chile, wins the crowd, wins democracy. Democracy is thriving. Obviously, the American government does not like that. The American government despises it. The American government tries to intervene to the best of their ability. They got the Chicago Boys. They bring a bunch of Chilean economists, and then they send them back to Chile, and they're constantly intervening in the democratic wishes of the Chilean population being addressed by its popular representation. Okay? All of this inevitably leads to a direct intervention in the form of a military coup in the hands of in the hands of Pinochet against Salvador Allende. It also happened on 9/11, but in 1973. So the criticisms are either accurate or in some sense fair. So when I say Hayek is a great figure or a great part of the liberal tradition, I don't mean to endorse everything he said. You mentioned Murray Rothbard as another figure on your team. He was also controversial. He talked positively about David Duke's 1992 presidential campaign. And he said he didn't even bring up the baby marketplace. Come on, Isaac. But this is true as well. And he said that he wanted to replace America's government with some sort of anarcho-capitalism. Given where our politics are at now, it doesn't seem like a coincidence that so many of these figures were important for the conservative movement. How do you think about that? Rothbard is not my favorite by any means. Does he belong in the liberal position? Yes. Was he sometimes a crackpot? Yes. But you're asking a more fundamental question than that. So the question here is this, okay? The question that you got to ask this dude, the question you got to ask this person is this. How is it that you are comfortable with a guy who aligned with David Duke and wanted anarcho-capitalism, but anyone that offers a modest socialization initiative, modest social democratic reforms, or even social democratic reforms that exist in other countries like nationalization initiatives are outside of the liberalism agenda. Meanwhile, don't you feel like your comfort with people such as this, considering them to be, banner holders for liberalism, has created this environment where the only people outside of this on the right are just like straightforward, currently active neo-Nazis? Liberalism for this person is basically everything but anti-capitalism, okay? Everything but anti-capitalism. That's it. The tent is so vast, it's so large, it's so big that it features white supremacists. It features people who have, like I said, advocated for selling children on a marketplace. But while this, for someone like myself, is a perfectly apt descriptor of liberalism, this person is defending that, okay? I agree with that, but then you get mad at me and you say, what are you, Stalin? Like for claiming that the liberal confines are vast and it goes all the way to fucking David Duke. You get mad at me for saying that, but here's a guy who's a defender of it saying it, Anyway, a perfect defense of liberalism, no notes. Yeah. But you're asking a more fundamental question than that, which is about whether there's continuity between some features of the liberal tradition and some forms of the illiberalism we have now. There's a sociological connection between some things that anti-liberals say and some things that certain liberals say. And that's because certain liberals were unfaithful to their liberalism. Real liberalism hasn't been tried. Once we really solve the freer the markets, the freer the people equation, it's going to be so good. Real liberalism hasn't been tried. The liberals who were also racist or sexist or spoke about groups of people in hateful ways were human beings who were insufficiently reflective of what their liberalism entailed. Now, how would we show that perspective is more accurate than saying that they were naturally illiberal? I think the answer to that is connected to the answer about why I wrote a book that I said almost nothing about contemporary illiberalism or contemporary politicians. It's a character failure on my part. I was just curious for your explanation regarding how we ended up where we are. I'm not saying that the conservative movement in 1980 or 1994 or 2012 was fated to become what it is today. I am, by the way. I don't care about what Isaac has to say here. I am saying that. This is the natural, logical conclusion of reactionary politics. Reactionary politics always ends up with fascism. That is why there are so many similarities with the way that Nazis came into power and the politics that they demonstrated for their own respective time and their respective material circumstances and the politics of the modern Republican Party. Okay? That's it. It was always going to become exactly this. When I say character failure, I meant it more as a tendency to accentuate the positive, let's say. There is a form of right-of-center liberalism that is content with status hierarchies, that is very unhappy with anything that makes people feel reprimanded. Part of the emotional appeal of Reaganism was that there were left-of-center reprimands that seemed like an insult, an effort to inculcate shame, an effort to cast American history in a way that wasn't sufficiently celebratory. Is this clear? Oh, these guys got racist because the left was too fucking smarmy. That's what it is. Shit, they didn't. How is that any different than Donald Trump? This guy claims that he fucking hates Donald Trump. He must love what Donald Trump has been doing to the Smithsonian, I guess, because that's precisely what Donald Trump has been doing. Interesting. These guys never find this endless need for compromise with their left flank. They only seem to find compromise with people further and further to their right. I wonder if it's because right-wing politics, no matter how far right you go, don't actually undermine the ultimate hierarchy that you are seeking to defend: capitalism. It feels like this is just a consistent problem with liberalism. It feels like liberalism is yielding fascism in this country. And this is yet another glaringly obvious example of such. Here he is, openly revealing this position. You are saying political correctness drives people to be more right-wing? Some version of that. The Reagan-era attack on political correctness is very close. I think less enraged, but very close to the contemporary attack on woke. So woke and political correctness are basically the same thing. And to answer the question, how do we get here? I think William F. Buckley Jr. is partly an important figure and also partly diagnostic. His book on Yale, which identified anti-religion, anti-free markets as what Yale was defined by. Oh my God. William F. Buckley was also doing the Yale is fucking anti-free markets shit. Like, think about that. Yale, okay? A beacon of liberalism, a bastion of liberalism. Yale itself, okay? A hunting ground for the intelligence community, a scouting ground for the intelligence community. Yale itself is steeped with anti-free market principles. What a fucking ridiculous statement. Yeah, Yale, where Dick Cheney graduated. Yale, where George W. Bush, I believe. George W. Bush also graduated from Yale, right? Because his father, George H.W. Bush, actually bought a wing of the library, even though he didn't have the sufficient grades to go. Anyway, yeah, the Bushes were alumnus of Yale. What Yale defined by resonated for the Reagan people and it resonates for the Trump people. If you ask if Buckley's book is an illiberal book, I think the answer wouldn't be yes. The emphasis on free markets picks up on a liberal strand and celebrates it. Okay, dude, but do you ever maybe look at a guy who says, I love the free markets, and think perhaps they're fucking stupid or crazy? Is there a guy who says, I like free markets and, for example, the free market of children, selling children? Does that not actually cut away from your assessment on maybe this person's mental sanity? Why is it that that's the secret code for someone such as yourself? As long as someone is for free markets, I'm on board. Don't you feel like this kind of allegiance making basically is the precise reason why liberalism is dying now? You know, because of the contradictions that are baked into capitalism, and liberalism's unyielding defense of the capitalist structure has created far too much animosity amongst one class over the other. The class contradictions are becoming more glaringly obvious, becoming more unavoidable. And in the process, people with no avenues of analyzing or interpreting the class battle that is taking place are finding themselves in the throes of reactionary sentiment, you know, in increasingly more illiberal ways. But as long as the free markets thrive, I don't think this guy gives a shit whether it's a fucking fascist form of governance like Pinochet. This person is a Harvard law professor, by the way. Anyway, but there was also with Buckley, in terms of race, things weren't good at all. He got better over time, but there weren't things that were There were things that were horrifying. And with Reagan, too. When he was running for governor, he said that if an individual wants to discriminate against bleep or others in selling or renting his house, he has a right to do so. But it seems like you characterize right-wing or anti-democratic thought in America as a response to the modern left. We have a whole history. We had a civil war, segregation. There are all these moments in our history that had anti-liberal movements. I agree completely. So if the question is whether we attribute the rise of the right to political correctness and wokeness, that would be preposterous. Are they fuel? No. The reason is that you were alive, and as a right-winger and as a reactionary at the time, you didn't like the fucking wokeness. If you were alive in time in the civil rights struggle, if you lived your formative years in the civil rights struggle, if you personally were around during the Civil War, for example, you would have that exact same assessment. These people don't want the free market to thrive. They simply don't understand that chattel slavery is a formative part of the American economy, the industrial engine that runs this country. And it's also incredibly annoying that these woke lords are constantly coming in and telling me that black people are human beings. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. I think the preservation of the status quo is incredibly important in order to make sure that free commerce continues. Okay? That's what he would say, because that's exactly what he's saying, adjusted to his own reflection of his own cultural movements that he has experienced. That's completely right. If we want to say that America's been imperfectly liberal country from early on, that's empathetically true. And by imperfectly liberal, the claim is that it shows imperfect fidelity to liberal principles that are shared by many on both the right and the left. And so you can make an argument today that the South has risen. And I don't mean to say that anything about particular Mississippi or Georgia, but to say that some of the thinking associated with the pro-slavery movements hasn't died. Yeah, maybe because we weren't illiberal enough in our ambition to stamp out the scourge of racial hierarchical thinking in the South, because the very same liberals that you probably admire totally capitulated to the right-wing psychopaths. Anyway, let's continue. I remember a column, praise John Brown. I think Sherman had a few things to say about that. Sherman didn't go far enough. All that stuff. Anyway, I remember a column you wrote in 2014 called Partyism Now Trumps Racism. It was about the problem of disliking people or responding to them differently based on the political party they belong to. But we do have a situation now where Trump tried to launch a coup. He failed, but half the country voted for him, and an entire political party is almost full of cultish devotees of him. As someone who has known a lot of Republicans in Washington for a long time and advocated for liberals to be more open-minded towards Republicans in many cases, I'm just curious how you think that through. Therein lies the ultimate betrayal. A liberal is so faceless. A liberal is so devoid of moral conviction beyond defending capitalism that you arrive at a thing that a liberal is supposed to care about the most, right? The destruction of the institutions that uphold this hierarchy, that have defended this hierarchy in perpetuity. The administration, the White House, the Capitol, these sacred grounds, right? That have historically defended free enterprise all around the world, right? When that historic franchise is desecrated by HVAC business owners, white supremacists that are coming from all around the country as they shit in Nancy Pelosi's desk and as they parade after beating the fuck out of the minimal amount of law enforcement that existed on that day, on January 6th, these guys still turn around and say, oh, well, what are you going to do about it? One of the best examples of this is with Charlie Kirk. A lot of people have focused on Charlie Kirk's racism, white supremacy, his misogyny, the consistent demands that a wife is supposed to be servile to the interests of his master, the husband, all this shit, right? All this stuff is important to address for people like ourselves because we give a fuck about racism. We give a fuck about the humanity of black and brown people and trans people alike. Well, guess what? Liberals who can maybe turn a blind eye to those sorts of things because of their own personal point of privilege cannot turn a blind eye to the institutions being desecrated on January 6th. They love talking about January 6th. Well, lo and behold, a person who actually was responsible for January 6th directly offered material support and literally bust people in with the Turning Point USA on January 6th. Charlie Kirk is now being hailed as a bastion of liberalism, as a hero who simply wanted to engage in spirited debate by the very same liberals who were in shock that January 6th took place, in shock that there could be an internal movement in this country that could desecrate the halls of Congress. Charlie Kirk was a January 6th warrior. So even in that sense, these guys have no institution that they will defend beyond capitalism. Do you understand? That's something that I'll never understand about Ezra Klein. Like, I made fun of January 6th. You didn't. You thought it was the most pivotal event in American history. You acted like it was liberal 9/11. Okay? And then you turn around and look at the Muhammad Atta of January 6th and you go, that's a great guy. It doesn't make sense to me. I can say that if I want to, because I don't really give a shit about January 6th. I thought it was funny. Okay? You don't. This is a direct stain on American liberal democracy, and they shat on it, both literally and figuratively, and you are celebrating one of the fucking guys who did it. What the fuck? How can you expect me to care if you clearly don't? Anyway, let's get back to it. What's going on is, on the other hand, mysterious, and on the other hand, straightforward. What's going on is, on the one hand, mysterious, and on the other hand, straightforward. What's straightforward is that on the part of many Republicans, the thinking is, if we do anything that's inconsistent with what we see as the zeitgeist, we're going to lose our jobs and we might get shot. It's very wrong to underestimate the level of fear. Some of the Republicans with whom I worked as recently as 2024 agree with President Trump on many substantive issues like cutting taxes, cutting regulation, getting better control of the border. There were many things that they didn't agree with him on, such as January 6th. See? And didn't agree with him with respect to going after political enemies. It's this that makes every liberal turn a blind eye to this. Do you understand? This is the problem at the heart of the fucking Democratic Party as well, because the Democrats also represent this way of thinking. Okay? That's it. Because you are so predisposed with tax cuts, cutting regulation, getting better control over the border, and numerous other things that Republicans are doing, that you don't mind when they do all this other shit. You don't mind when they keep consistently upping the ante. You don't even care about the values that you supposedly espouse. This is why liberalism is dying. Okay? Republicans en masse could have voted for someone who wanted to cut taxes and regulations in the 2024 primary. There were a lot of candidates who were pro-life and in favor of low taxes, and Trump still overwhelmingly won the primary. There's something that's straightforward, which is fear. My emphasis on freedom from fear in the book was not unrelated to observing people who are not free from fear. There's also the extent of to which people behind closed doors will say certain things about the current president, but not say those things out loud. Do you have faith that the Supreme Court is currently committed to liberalism? Yeah. Steam is up. Very important. Please check log. Thank you for the update, chatter. Yeah, I think the Supreme Court is committed not to leftist liberalism by any means, but basically to liberalism. They all believe in freedom of speech. Pfft. Okay. They all highly committed to the freedom of religion. Oh, okay. Pluralism is something they embrace. Oh, okay. I do think that the court in general, the Chief Justice in particular, is in a really rare situation with the President of the United States potentially disregarding it. So what the justices have done recently cannot be fully explained, except by reference to a perception on the part of some that we have to tread very cautiously here, because the court as an institution is more vulnerable than it has been in maybe 100 years. But you believe that all 9 justices are committed to liberalism of the sort that you outline in your book and are trying to uphold it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to name any names, but there's a conservative judge who did read the first couple of chapters of the book and did say, I agree with all of this. Fucking idiots. Jesus Christ. All of them. The craziest part is these are incredibly well-read individuals, okay? These are incredibly well-read individuals. They're brilliant individuals, okay? They write a lot. They read a lot. But when you have horse blinders on, when you have lost the capacity to dream, when you have lost the capacity to look at everything that you have defended your entire life as maybe being wrong, you will stunt your growth. Your intellectual capacity is stunted, okay? The problem is these guys actually do have room for growth, but in the rightward direction, which is precisely the reason why so many liberals find themselves in the throes of reactionary politics like this, or at least find themselves aligning with reactionary politics like this, because there is a limit. There is a limit to how far left they can go. They will never go beyond abolishing or even reconstructing capitalism. They will never go beyond they will never look at capitalism from a critical lens, because that is the established norm and it will forever continue. Okay? This is why I think it's easier in many respects to explain to younger people, and I don't mean like, fucking 12-year-olds or whatever. I mean just like well-read individuals who haven't already calcified in their worldview after getting so much social conditioning to imagine a world outside of capitalism as like anything but death and fucking destruction and chaos. Okay. Please talk to 36,000 viewers about the flotilla being attacked. There were 40,000 people watching half an hour ago. There have been 8 explosions now and 7 boats hit. Why are you pocket watching? Why are you view count watching? I said I'm going to get to it when there is more information. Okay? Wow. I would just say that I find it very hard to believe, especially with Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas, who seem to me to be kind of out and out partisan Trump supporters. This is completely fair to question. Alito is an extremely careful lawyer and a very precise judge. He is clearly taken with a certain view of our culture that is shared by many Trump supporters. But is it possible to find an opinion in which he says, I'm going to go this way because the president is the law, or anything verges on that? I think that's very hard to find. He never said it outright. You know what this is? This is the, has he said the N-word, therefore he's not racist, of interpreting legal scholarship. Okay? That is crazy. What a brilliant mind this guy is. Harvard Law, by the way. Wow, he did not specifically write like, I'm doing this because I love Donald Trump and Donald Trump wants me to do this. It almost feels like the entire conservative interpretation of the Constitution kind of leans on finding new academic interpretations of the Constitution in an effort to make it work with whatever contemporary demands a Republican president is making, don't you think? I don't know. Isn't that at the very heart of every different kind of legal scholarship that demands a reactionary position on a Constitution that's supposed to be a living, breathing document? Anyway, is there anything in his opinions that shows disrespect for freedom of speech or freedom from religion? I think that's impossible to find. Thomas is an originalist. He's the most committed originalist on the court who believes the Constitution should be understood in accordance with its original meaning. Yeah. I don't like that view much, but you can hold that view and be liberal in a sense of believing in the rule of law, believing in freedom of speech. He does not want to overrule New York Times v. Sullivan, but he's not the only liberal who thinks that, and that doesn't make him illiberal. That decision from 1964 raised the standard for defamation lawsuits in a way that is seen as crucial to press freedom. So I do agree with you. There are concerning things about the political connections that appear, but in terms of liberal tradition, I'm not giving up on Justice Thomas. Oh, okay, so I should believe you. You may be the most hopeful man in America. You mentioned in the book that one of the key components of liberalism is human rights. I am thinking a lot about the Reagan administration policy, especially in places like Latin America, and wondering whether you think the conservative movement has broadly believed in human rights. I think one critique of liberalism from people on the left is that liberalism is complacent about imperialism specifically. Remember, he was a Reagan lawyer. Okay, so you're right to press on human rights. I would single out as the holy trinity of freedom, pluralism, and the rule of law. I do refer to human rights as a part of what liberals are committed to. You can believe in human rights while disagreeing about what falls in that category. Oh my God. He said, human rights is fine. He just wrote it out on the spot. That is liberalism through and fucking through. Just, all right, I don't really care about that much. But here, a second ago, he's talking about like how crucial it is, how much it is a fundamental part. How much is a fundamental part of liberalism? One question, and he goes, it's fine. As you say in the first sentence of the chapter 1 in your book, liberals believe in 6 things: freedom, human rights, pluralism, security, the rule of law, and democracy. So I put democracy and human rights there, and I believe it to be true. But there have been liberals in history who are, let's say, ambiguous in their enthusiasm for democracy. Some people say you could have a liberal society that isn't democratic. I disagree with that. In my view, democracy is a condition for liberalism, but liberals sharply disagree about what's included in the category of human rights. You might think there's a right to an education, as Roosevelt did. I certainly do. And other liberals would say that's a policy that's probably good, but there's no right to it. Now, on imperialism generally, the question is, what does it mean exactly? Harvard Law professor, you know what imperialism is, you fucking asshole. You literally work with Ronald Reagan and Barack Obama, okay? You know what it is. But again, his bag relies on him being oblivious to this term, okay? Notice how the 6 fundamental principles of liberalism can also be argued away in a mere moment with the first sign of pushback. What do you believe? Fucking nothing. Fucking nothing at all. just power and being in proximity to power. And also, more importantly than anything else, free markets. The freer the markets, the freer the people. I can't believe that in one back and forth interview, this man has literally explained away exactly why he is a little bit of a fascist. Just like one slip, cut a liberal and a fascism and a fascist bleeds. The back and forth conversation right here. If it means the United States interferes illegally with the activities of other nations, to say the least, there should be a presumption of a very strong form against that. This debate about what should really be included when we think about human rights, that wasn't what was going on with Reagan. The Reagan administration would laud any dictator that it liked and garland them with praise. By the way, this is not exclusive to Ronald Reagan. Every single administration has done that, but that's neither here nor there. That's not, he just worked with Reagan, so he's hitting him on the Reagan stuff. And he also brought up Reagan as a liberal, as a bastion of liberalism in the book. I hear you. So here you have a clash between human rights enthusiasts who are cautious about making what they see as undue compromise for the sake of alliances, and others who think that you can make temporary compromises of liberal principles for the sake of obtaining alliances that might ensure that people's rights are protected in the long term. Like with Pinochet, protected Chile's rights to free markets in the long term, whether the Chilean population wanted it or not. It doesn't matter. Oh, were you going on a helicopter ride with no return where they would dump your body into the fucking water? Well, guess what? That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Do you understand? I'm willing to make that sacrifice because as long as the markets still fucking flow, then I'm good with that. Me, I'm kind of a human rights casual fan. Yeah. Temporary compromises. What about long-standing compromises? And I feel I have kind of a division of labor within my family on that one. And I defer to spouse. Your spouse, I defer to spouse. Your spouse being Samantha Power? Wait, he's married to Samantha Power. Oh my God, I didn't know this. I defer that to that human rights advocate who is also a realist. Power became famous in the 1990s for her journalistic work on issues of human rights and was seen as an idealist. She later served in the Obama administration as a UN ambassador and in the Biden administration as the head of USAID. You can defer to her. I was just asking because you put it in the first sentence. I didn't know that. All I meant by human rights was some category of fears that are walled off from government intrusion. If you say, I believe in freedom of speech, freedom of religion, private property, freedom from unreasonable searches and seizures, and I don't believe in Social Security, I don't believe in a right to a home, I don't believe in a right to be free from discrimination, I don't believe in a right to education, then you can still be a liberal. Samantha Power, bastion of liberalism and free rights, freedom and human rights. Anyway, let's continue. In terms of human rights, I've always found it a little bit puzzling, given what you write and given who your wife is, that you two were so close to Henry Kissinger. Of all the pre-Trump political figures in America, he is the one I think of in some ways as the opposite of liberal, given his behavior towards the rest of the world. Anyone that talks about Henry Kissinger that isn't Chinese, I will always scrutinize, okay? Henry Kissinger was far from the norm when it comes to American empire. Certainly not. But he is the most appropriate beacon of anger. Everybody fucking hates Henry Kissinger, hated Henry Kissinger, may he rest in piss. So he was like the most appropriate target for even liberals, right? With the exception of the Chinese. The Chinese, I put them in a totally separate category. They understandably will always respect Henry Kissinger for obvious reasons, okay? Let's be real. He was a little bit of a Maoist. Him and Nixon were principled Maoists, and they were committed to the People's Republic of China and unlock the potential of the People's Republic of China and have created this unlimited prosperity that we enjoy now. Okay? Henry Kissinger was Chinese. That's besides the point. I'm not gonna dive into that. But anyone who is not Chinese who says they like Henry Kissinger, what the fuck do you believe? Your bias is showing. Hasan, the new people won't understand the joke. Henry Kissinger did a lot for China. Okay? That's it. He did a lot for China. Yes, Henry Kissinger walked so Xi Jinping could run. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. Okay, just hold on. I'll tell you a story. I wrote a book a few years ago on Star Wars. We invited Dr. Kissinger to my Star Wars book party, and he said, "You wrote a book about Star Wars. Why'd you write a book about Star Wars?" He was puzzled and courteous, but really confused. And then he came to the book party, which was quite generous. He was a busy person. Oh, so you like Henry Kissinger because he likes you and he was kind to you. But despite his busyness, he came to the book party. Yeah. And then I gave a talk on Star Wars, and he came up to me afterwards and he says, oh, I see why you wrote a book on Star Wars. There's a lot there. It's like about families, and it's about governments and freedom. The amount of curiosity and generosity that you show was incomparable. I don't know anyone who showed that level of curiosity. He's like, guys, Adolf Hitler was a misunderstood figure. A lot of people hate him, but honestly, he was a real great guy to have at parties. Okay. He did this thing where he would take a peanut and put it in his mouth and then spit it in the air and then catch it with his mouth. It was a real great party trick. So obviously, despite the millions of people that he fucking slaughtered, okay, he was kind to me. And you don't know the Adolf that I know. Okay. Yeah. Bill Maher meeting Donald Trump. This guy talking about Henry Kissinger. It doesn't matter how many deaths he contributed to. It ultimately doesn't matter. Okay. And we really got into Star Wars. He just wanted to think about it. I know there are strong views about his career, and I'm hardly an expert on his career, but your wife is one of the great human rights experts in the world. I asked you about him being anti-liberal, and your response that he was very nice to you about your book, about Star Wars. It is certainly a touching story, but that's not totally an answer to the question. Yeah, well, I don't know. What he would think of this book, I'd love to know. But no second thoughts about being friends with him or anything? I feel generally very grateful for friendship, and he was. When I knew him as a person of immense kindness, those who think of him as someone who was something horrible or worse, I don't know what to say about that. But you could have an opinion on it. You have an opinion on all kinds of things, right? Well, on him and his role in the government, that's not something I've particularly studied, so I don't know. I know some people who think he was a horrible historic figure. They would say, would you be friends with Genghis Khan? Would you be friends with Stalin? And I wouldn't be friends with Stalin, so I concede that. Wait, motherfucker said he wouldn't be friends with Stalin before Genghis Khan, bro. I'm telling you. Wait, even Isaac Chodener gets short with him here. Look, he goes, well, the next time someone brings up a terrible anecdote about Cambodia or Vietnam, I will definitely drop the Star Wars story to show that people have two sides. Just fucking blistered him. Also, I need to go back to this quote. Would you be friends with Genghis Khan? Would you be friends with Stalin? And I wouldn't be friends with Stalin, so I concede that. That is a crazy thing to say. So like Genghis Khan, the great annihilator, right? Like I'm Turkish, so it's a little different from my perspective, okay? But like this is like a franchise pick, okay? For evil guy. I mean, he literally redefined the planet. He redefined the maps, okay? And this motherfucker goes, Stalin, that's a bad guy. Genghis Khan, don't know if I would be friends with him or not. Probably would be friends with him. Okay. But not Stalin. like in his mind, if you ask this guy dead ass straight up, pick one. You have one bullet. Okay. You have one bullet in the gun, chambered. You're in a room with Adolf Hitler and you're in a room with Joseph Stalin. Who do you kill? I know for a fact he'd kill Stalin. 100%. 1,000,000%. He'd be like, yeah, I got to kill Stalin. I mean, come on. One is far more consequential. Guys, you don't understand. Hitler had a lot of illiberal tendencies, but the things that he did in terms of collaborating with the business interests of Germany, well, that was pretty liberal, okay? Hitler also said, the freer the market, the freer the people, and he kind of made up for the lack of enthusiasm in the labor force by forcing them to work. Remember, work sets you free? That's a concept that liberals can get on board with. Oh my God. Incredible. Yeah, and wait, by the way, this was the most insane line. Well, the next time someone brings up a terrible anecdote about Cambodia or Vietnam, I will definitely drop the Star Wars story about to show that people have two sides. Yeah, and I get those who think you shouldn't be friends with someone who did terrible things. I hear that. I can just say that he was, as a very large number of people would say, though many fewer people would say it publicly, an extraordinarily generous friend. Professor, thank you so much for doing this. Great, thanks. If we go light on the Kissinger part, I wouldn't complain because it could dwarf everything else. Oh, he left that in there too. A Harvard constitutional scholar on Star Wars and the Supreme Court. The Harvard law professor and constitutional scholar on what Star Wars can tell us about today's Supreme Court. Fucking amazing. The funniest part about this is that Sunstein has spent his entire life being such an obsequious toady to everyone around him. He's incapable of realizing how badly him and his stupid book are being insulted. Yeah, I actually cannot comprehend how he left that in there. I mean, or how he didn't understand that this was like incredibly, this was a blistering critical hit. Wow. Like that, how do you not see that this person is straight up talking to you and shitting on you directly to your face? Is he that fucking oblivious to what Henry Kissinger did? As a communications professional, my guidance is that when Isaac Chodiner requests an interview, you should go into witness protection. Yeah, I mean, we glaze him a little bit, but like he does have unimaginable access for some reason. And when people call, when he calls motherfuckers up, they just straight up talk to him. I don't understand it. Yeah, but it might work for us. I mean, me, something of a legend, like I'm Badger Vance or a superhero, Captain Underpants. Chodner, I stand corrected. Your Drake impression is quite good, and I don't believe anyone could honestly call it offensive. So stupid. What is this? Fuck your mods. Fuck having a community like this with no action towards anything other than complaining. I would hope you actually would move people to be activists, as this is your main message supposedly about what you do. What happened? Did you get banned for something and now you're complaining? Because that's not activism. Oh, it's this. Oh my God. Dude, you got a 30-second timeout because we're not covering the flotilla until we actually get to this. And like you make it seem as though this is the most devastating hit. This betrays what this community set out to do. Anyway, earlier today, Israel, or yesterday, Israel straight up came out and fucking said, I don't know what this shit is on the side, but Israel straight up came out and fucking said that the flotilla that was slated to reach the shores of Gaza was actually Hamas. Obviously, this is a change in attitude. It actually went from this is a selfie ship that shouldn't be taken seriously to this is actually now a Hamas ship. And now you already know when they call something Hamas, that means they're going to kill them. Loud explosions have now been heard near the Sumud flotilla fleet. A reporter on board on one of the flotilla ships is reporting that there has been a loud explosion near the fleet while drones fly overhead. The Marine VHF radios that the ships use are also jammed. Our reporter said no injuries were initially reported. We'll bring you more soon. As of an hour ago, the flotilla organizers have issued a statement rebuffing Israeli claims that they would deliver the flotilla aid to Gaza. Israel vows to stop the Gaza-bound flotilla, claiming that the vessels are trying to breach a lawful naval blockade. Explosions can be heard throughout from people that are on the ship. Drop site counts 9 attacks so far. Reports of 5 attacks on the Global Summit flotilla, as well as at least 3 explosions. Drop site news reporter Alex Colston says he saw at least 1 explosion. Organizers say that one person on Yulara had their arm burned by an object drop from a drone. 15 drones were reported seen over Alma. All boats are on high alert, wearing life jackets and carrying out safety protocols. The story is developing. Update, there have been at least 9 attacks and at least 6 explosions over the past hour and a half. Organizers tell a drop site. Video is from Brazilian activist Thiago Avila.
Alert. Unfortunately, the Global Summit flotilla is being attacked once again. It's the 6th explosion that we hear. The first was on Oela boat, the second on Yulara boat, the third on Otaria boat, the 4th on Maria Cristina, the 5th in Selvadia. We just heard a new explosion here. They are throwing flashbangs at us. They are jamming the radio communication. They are throwing chemicals like they did in Yulara. This is an attack situation. We know they have been doing these things for psychological warfare. The drones have been above us for a long time, for many nights, but now they are escalating into more severe and more dangerous types of attacks. We send this alert to the world. Pressure your governments. Pressure anyone to pressure the ones that are doing this, and we know very well who they are, to stop this attack. We are less than 600 nautical miles from Gaza. We are a humanitarian, non-violent solidarity mission. We are bringing food and aid to open a humanitarian corridor. We are protected by international law. We are part of the conscience of the world.
Why did they stagger the flotillas instead of doing a bunch at once? Is this way better? It's because the reason why they're doing it like this is because in the past there wasn't Like they were testing it. They were testing to see what Israel would do. And this is the largest flotilla that has launched so far.
That was family.
The family is now the 8th ship to be attacked tonight. Once again, they are delivering humanitarian aid. And it's more so also a symbolic break through the unjustifiable Israeli blockade. Okay? Like their goal is to deliver humanitarian aid directly to Gaza and basically give confidence to the rest of the world that they too can do this. Israel obviously fears this, which is precisely the reason why they have apprehended and attacked numerous every single flotilla basically. No, they don't have weapons on board, chatter. What the fuck are you talking about? They never have weapons on board. The most famous incident that Israel actually hit with dropship commandos from a fucking helicopter was the Turkish one, Mavi Marmara. No, these are human rights workers and activists. David Adler says, I will not lie to you. I'm scared for our lives on this flotilla. Israel's drumbeat is growing louder. First calling us the Hamas flotilla, now slandering our peaceful convoys, pursuing a violent course of action. All points into one lethal direction. Still we sail on. This was earlier this morning. Israel Foreign Ministry. We were sorry to hear the response from the Hamas flotilla representative. The flotilla insists on pursuing a violent course of action and refuses our proposals to transfer in a coordinated and peaceful manner any aid that might be aboard the flotilla to the Gaza Strip via the nearby Ashkelon Marina. The response once again highlights the insincerity of the flotilla members and their mission to serve Hamas rather than the people of Gaza. If the flotilla continues to reject Israel's peaceful proposal, Israel will take the necessary measures to prevent its entry into the combat zone and to stop any violation of a lawful naval blockade while making every possible effort to ensure the safety of its passengers. We reiterate, if your intentions are sincere, transfer any such aid to Ashkelon Marina so that it can be forwarded promptly to the Gaza Strip in a peaceful and nonviolent manner. They do not want any eyeballs that are not like IDF to see what is going on inside the Gaza Strip. Greg Stoker is on it as well. He said the global Samud flotilla is being targeted by, as of yet, non-lethal psychological attacks which include drones and the hijacking of VHF radios. They're playing ABBA, probably in line with their weird obsession with Greta. We will not be deterred. There are also reporters on this flotilla as well. There are human rights workers on this flotilla. Yeah, so they are doing everything in their power. Felix says, Israel does not think this sways anyone. If you're a true believer who's looking for them for talking points, give us the aid so we can safely distribute it at the sites where we also claimed Hamas provoked us into committing massacre after massacre isn't really worth using. It's really just proceduralizing whichever form of mass murder they want in their toolbox. This is them shouting, anyone going to stop us? Going once, going twice. After that, they have their on-ramp for shooting commercial jets out of the sky, which is true. That's like, they have no care or consideration for anyone. It doesn't matter. You could have an American politician on there and they still would fucking shoot it. That's where we're heading towards. Basically, if the Samson option actually takes place at some point, our American politicians will apologize to Israel for the crime of even making Israel upset enough that they would ever use nuclear arms against us. You know what I mean? That's where we're moving towards at this point. Yeah. They could kill Lindsey Graham and we say sorry he got in the way. They did kill 3 to 4 American children in Qatar. No, they killed them in Lebanon yesterday. Yeah.
What?
Breaking. Trump envoy Tom Barak admits Israel bombed global Summit flotilla ships near Tunisia earlier this month. In an interview with the national news Hadley Gamble, Barak, special envoy to the region dealing with Syria and leading figure in the administration's Hezbollah disarmament push, said Hezbollah has zero incentive to disarm when Israel is attacking everybody. He then went on to list several countries the apartheid state has attacked in recent months, including Tunisia, where multiple flotilla ships were struck by drones. Tom Barak is a really interesting figure because he is Mr. I say the quiet part out loud. He's Mr. Might is right. Very interesting figure in the administration. Every time you put a fucking camera in front of this guy, he will literally be like, Israel is a demonic entity that's going to kill every single person, and there's not really anything you can do about it, as a matter of fact. And I love that shit. And what are you going to say about it? What are you going to do about it? There's no reason for you to actually fucking cave to any of our unreasonable demands. He recently, in the same interview, literally said something along the lines of, there's no such thing as peace. Borders are malleable, and they're actually determined by the violence of the oppressive party. Something along those lines. Like, he will just do like an anarchist deconstruction of state violence, but then sit there and say it's fucking awesome and good. I'm not even joking. He literally,
What incentive do they have to put their weapons down?
Zero.
Zero. I mean, this is the problem, especially when Israel is attacking everybody. So if Israel is attacking Syria, Israel is attacking Lebanon, Israel is attacking Tunisia. As it goes on,
and what incentive do they have to put their weapons down?
Zero. Zero.
What part of that is anarchist, my dude? No, not this. There's another.
Official documents calling our entire flotilla.
This is Quentin Quarantino, by the way. HasanAbi had on one of the ships.
Hamas-led jihadist propaganda, terror boat. They're doing everything they can to convince the world that we are terrorists, which is fascinating as we're not carrying weapons. We're not carrying anything but ourselves and food and medicine. But, you know, I think that it goes to show that they do feel threatened by our mission, not because we actually are a threat, but because the mere thought of this humanitarian corridor opening and the world being able to feed Gaza disrupts what they're trying to do. They are very intent on starving children. The photos of skin and bones children are not an accident. The children that are being blown to pieces are not just an accident. This is part of the goal.
That rhetoric about the flotilla being a terror flotilla, I mean, it may be laughable to us, but it is
I'm going to be doing an interview with Nathan tonight after the stream.
Not a joke. The Israelis have a very long history that's very well established of painting peaceful protesters, in the case of the 2018 March of Return in Gaza, where they painted peaceful protesters as a violent threat, which they then used as justification for getting trained snipers to shoot them, and over 200 people were killed. Also, Israel has used the same tactic of portraying journalists as part of or affiliated with Hamas, which they have then used, or academics in the case of Rafat Al-Arir. And it's not just empty rhetoric. What is done is that they are painted as terrorists and then they become an actual violent target. So the shift in rhetoric on your flotilla, you know, from just seeing this as a nuisance to treating it as a terrorist threat, matches a pattern we've seen of establishing someone as a threat, and therefore, in the case of Anas al-Sharif, a journalist, using it as justification to then kill them.
That's our socialist dandy daddy, Nate Robinson. Yeah, he's great. He's great. All right, so that's the update on the flotilla. That's all we got for now. I'm glad that we did the can liberalism be saved shit, because god damn, that was a banger article. The answer is no, because in the interest of saving liberalism, what a lot of prominent liberals such as Sunstein argue is basically redefining liberalism as anything but. And he does that in the article in and of itself. Okay? I agree with Sunstein that Reagan was a liberal, that racism and liberalism are harmonious, and that liberals can square a commitment to human rights in the abstract with imperial violence by limiting what counts as right and who gets access to them and when. You don't need to point to Hayek or Kissinger. Wilson was a lost cause guy, and John Stuart Mill made a passionate defense of British imperialism in India. Corporate leaders openly admit that they will side with authoritarianism over democracy if democracy might produce policies that they don't like. Kathy Wild, president and CEO of Partnership for New York City, a nonprofit organization that represents the city's top business leaders, said Republicans have told her that the threat to capitalism from the Democrats is more concerning than the threat to democracy from Trump. Incredibly relevant about liberals 60 years later.
I say, in other words, if a black man cannot have a white man as a friend.
He may have a white man who's friendly, but being friendly and being a friend, I think, are two different things. I think there are many whites who act friendly toward Negroes. A fox acts friendly toward the lamb, and usually
Is this the right timestamp?
Fox is the one who ends up with the lamb chop on his plate.
Gotta pee.
The wolf doesn't act friendly, and therefore the wolf has more difficulty in getting the lamb chop in his plate.
I'd like to point out, though, that...
I say that because it is usually if you study the structure of the Negro community, economically, politically, civically, psychologically, and otherwise, it's controlled by the white liberal, who usually poses as the friend of the Negro, who actually differs from the white conservative in the same way that the fox differs from the wolf. Their appetite is the same. Their motives are the same. It's only their mannerisms and methods that differ.
I would agree that no doubt there have been a large number of whites who have posed as liberals and as friends of the Negro and who have time and again betrayed the Negro. On the other hand, I think one could point to a large number of whites who have struggled for civil rights, for equality, and have got little or nothing out of it, other than quite a few bruises.
Give me an example.
Well, the large number of white students who have gone into the South, for example, working for SNCC and other organizations.
Not working for SNCC or other organizations, but working for the white political machines who benefit by the voting efforts of Negroes.
Okay, I'll be more specific. I would cite Herbert Hill, for example, as a kind of person who has championed Negro job rights, for example, in New York City and elsewhere. He has fought the political machine.
First time I met Herbert Hill personally was when they were picketing to stop the working on the Harlem Hospital in Harlem. Negroes for 10 years had to fight the city to get an annex built on the Harlem Hospital, because in Harlem we need a hospital.
See, there is one man you could point to as far as like being with the liberation cause, and that is John Brown, for sure. But obviously no white person, especially in 1963, is going to bring up John Brown. Oh. Anyway, this clip did not show what chatters wanted me to look at and reflect on. But once again, that is, of course, always going to be the case. All right. Did you see that YouTube capitulated to Jim Jordan? Breaking. Due to our oversight efforts, Google commits to offer all creators previously kicked off YouTube due to political speech violations a return to the platform. But that's not all. YouTube also admits the Biden admin censorship pressure was unacceptable and wrong. Confirms that the Biden admin wanted Americans censored for speech that did not violate YouTube's policies. Details when YouTube began rolling back its censorship policies on political speech after Judiciary GOP began its investigation. States that public debate should never come at the expense of relying on authorities. Promises to never use third-party fact-checkers. Oh, boy. Warns that Europe's censorship laws target American companies and threaten American speech. Over the past few years, we have uncovered massive scandals relating to big tech censorship. What's really crazy about this is that now that they've done this, okay, and obviously I'm not going to fucking be in favor of more censorship. I know for a fact that they are still going to turn around and demand more pressure from YouTube to ban people that they don't like. So this isn't just about like making demands from YouTube and like defending free speech. This is about what kind of speech they consider to be permissible and should be allowed on YouTube, and what kind of speech that they will not allow on YouTube. And if you think YouTube will actually not cave when they demand that, like, you know, anti-fascists, which are now designated as a terrorist organization, get demonetized, get banned and deplatformed, make no mistake, YouTube will absolutely cave. Now, to make amends to the American people, and because of our work, YouTube is rolling back its censorship policies on political speech, including topics such as COVID and elections. What does that mean? Whether you were an established YouTube presence with a massive following, Dan Bongino, or were starting out to express political views there, you will have an opportunity to come back on the platform if you were censored for engaging in political speech. This is another victory in the fight against censorship. In 2024, August, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg wrote the committee a letter admitting, 1, the Biden admin pressured Facebook to censor Americans. 2, Facebook censored Americans. 3, Facebook throttled the Hunter Biden laptop story. They're still talking about the Hunter Biden laptop. Even as Meta admitted the Biden-Harris censorship was wrong, others in big tech were reluctant to go on the record. Now Google is acknowledging for the first time that it too faced censorship pressure from the Biden White House, and that pressure was unacceptable and wrong. But that's not all. YouTube is making changes to its platform to prevent future censorship. YouTube is committing to the American people that it will never use outside so-called fact-checkers to censor speech. No more telling Americans what to believe and what not to believe. YouTube community is also trying out community notes. Elon Musk was ahead of the curve. Meta follows suit, and now YouTube. And YouTube confirms that Europe is targeting American speech and innovation. Here it admits that the European social media laws place a disproportionate regulatory burden on American companies. Oh my God. YouTube will let creators who spread COVID misinformation back onto the site. Now, here's the thing, okay? We'll see where this goes, but any commitment to freedom of speech on platforms, especially right now, is not the worst thing, no matter how much misinformation is captured in it. YouTube already had a fucking major Nazi problem. But the reality of the matter is, I think these guys are going to move forward and start prosecuting speech on YouTube as long as it's like expressing discontent against the administration. And people that will celebrate this decision will then turn around and celebrate that one as well. Race realism videos are about to skyrocket. Brother, it's YouTube. They always had an opportunity on there. Google and YouTube credit judiciary GOP for bringing transparency and accountability to big tech censorship. YouTube always had that. This was like some of the most extreme. This was some of the most extreme cases. And for the record, this right here can be seen in the same framework that I was mentioning about like caving to government pressure. Even when they come out with this report that basically proves, in air quotes, everything that the Republicans have been stating, right? Everything that the Republicans have been stating, they're actually caving to government pressure. They're giving exactly what they want. Because YouTube didn't ban every fucking Nazi. Let's be real. They didn't ban all the Nazis at all. They were never going to do that. What they ended up doing was basically go after serial misinformers, like who are deliberately spreading misinformation, dangerous misinformation, or dangerous race realism, or dangerous versions of anti-Semitism that they considered a bridge too far for themselves, that they personally thought was the appropriate measure. I highly doubt that this was because of a super sincere effort from the Biden administration, right? But they're saying it like that. They're saying it like that right now so that they give the administration what they want to hear, so that they won't actually come after them super hard. I suspect another reason why they did this was because of advertiser pressure as well. Terrorist psycho, may you feel the full weight of what you have done. Once again, I have not been an advocate for deplatforming or censorship for obvious reasons, considering that I am a committed critic to the state of Israel. Having said that, we are literally going over the administration celebrating an initiative that forces YouTube to abide by the principles of free speech, and you are here celebrating that I get deplatformed. This is at the heart of the Republican contradiction. Free speech for me, not for thee. That's all this is. That's it. Constantly being like, you're a terrorist, you're scary, your ideas scare me, I don't understand things, and things that I don't understand cause me to be fearful, and therefore the government should intervene and actually take you out, is the most pathetic thing you can be. Okay? Political tell-all books like this are so sick. Publicly, I was a coward, but privately, I was actually being very brave. Yeah. New Kamala Harris writes that Biden's response to Gaza was inadequate. I had to plead with Joe to extend the same empathy he showed to the suffering of Ukrainians to the suffering of innocent Gazan civilians. Harris also writes to Biden, but he couldn't do it. While he could passionately state, I am a Zionist, his remarks about innocent Palestinians came off as inadequate or forced. Gaza was also a factor in Harris's VP deliberations. When she met with Shapiro, we talked about how to handle the attacks he confronted on Gaza and what effect it might have on the enthusiasm we were trying to build. Big protests at convention were a major concern. Harris acknowledges becoming frustrated with left-wing Gaza protesters. The threat to withhold their vote got to me. It felt reckless. The issue was not binary, but the outcomes of this election certainly was. Why weren't they protesting at Trump rallies, I wondered. During Biden's presidency, Biden and Harris spokespeople denied the two had disagreements over Gaza. Of course, once again, neither of these folks were in any way, shape, or form different from one another with respect to Israel's endless, unlimited genocide and conquest. And that was part of the puzzle for them. Adam Johnson writes, she still thinks the issue was feigned empathy or lack thereof. For Democratic elites, everything is a PR problem. The issue was not the fact that Biden was a conspicuous racist who didn't even bother faking like he cared about Palestinians. The issue was that he acted upon this disposition with material policies. Policies Harris still, a year later, hasn't rejected. Better words would have helped exactly zero Palestinians. This was not and never was the issue. We wanted assurances, and we wanted to see a change. We wanted assurances, and we wanted those assurances to be reflected in policy decisions. It's extremely telling that 1 year on, she still can't articulate a single policy critique of Biden on Gaza, nor has she issued a single public criticism of Trump on any Gaza policy. We have zero indication she thinks the issue was anything but a poorly managed PR headache. Relax, bro. Fuck you mean relax, bro. I fault Kamala Harris with this current administration that we're experiencing. I fault her inability to understand the severity of the crisis. I fault her with inaction in the face of genocide because she decided to take the worst option possible, a continuation of business as usual politics at a time when there was so much discontent towards Joe Biden that she became the fucking leader of the Democratic Party as the vice president. That was a unique moment. That should have been enough for someone like Kamala Harris or anyone really with 3 working fucking brain cells to recognize, oh shit, people really don't fuck with Biden. I am going to be a different candidate. While running for president, she said she had no daylight with Biden's policy on Israel and would continue them unchanged. Indeed, based on these excerpts, it seems she only differed with Biden's rhetoric and not his policies. Harris, on one hand, and they still don't understand it, by the way. They will never understand it. I think liberals refuse to understand it. They think it's all just like a minor tweaking. It's like a PR note and things will be better. While running for president, she said she had no daylight between Biden on the policies. Harris, on the one hand, says she was very influential and consequential in the White House, but on the other hand, says she had absolutely no influence over Biden on Gaza, but also repeatedly says she agreed with him 100% and would prolong Biden's policies to the letter. Only difference, based on the excerpt in this book, is she had with Biden was over his speeches being so lopsided towards Israel. Does she agree or disagree with Biden greenlighting to demolish Rafah, defund UNRWA, bomb hospitals? Doesn't say. She offered rhetorical, not policy changes. This signals a larger Democratic theme. They want to criticize the condition of Palestinians without naming the culprit. They want to pretend there's nothing the U.S. can do about it, and all the legitimacy, arms, and money we give to Israel provides us no leverage to do anything. By the way, have you addressed the brain-rotted allegations that they will not touch you because you serve the purpose of keeping the left divided? Yes, that is true. My job is to divide the Democratic Party. Please do not arrest me. Please do not prosecute me. Please do not deplatform me. I am your most loyal servant, Donald Trump. Please. That's great. I hope they think that. And I hope they keep me from being deplatformed. That's such a funny take from a person who is not even a marginal figure on the left or even the Democrat Party, if we're being real. My ex literally said that to me when we broke up. Yeah, I'm such a divider of the left. I'm such a divisive figure of the Democratic Party that I constantly demand that they stop capitulating the Republicans so they can actually win elections and actually do the right thing by their voters. You know, defend marginalized groups, improve people's material conditions, things of that nature. How divisive? You only consider that to be divisive if you don't care, if you just simply think this is team sports. Yeah, she called Trump a communist. Apparently,
Doug and I, my husband,
Kamala Harris on The View on election night. That night, I grieved in a way that I've not since my mother died. The pain was not at all about losing a race. I knew what it was going to mean for the country. All I could say over and over again was, my God, my God, my God. It was very difficult. Where is the Rachel Maddow interview that she did? She's doing the media rounds right now. These are Kamala's exact words on why she didn't break from Biden. Still, Harris defends her actions against her critics, who said she could have done more to distance herself from Biden, saying she did not want to embrace the cruelty of my opponent. She also argues that naming one specific policy difference would have created a backwards-looking rather than forward-looking conversation and would have limited the definition of the difference between us to that one thing rather than my unique perspective on a variety of issues. Oh, my God. In hindsight, Harris writes she wishes she'd said that, unlike Biden, she would appoint a Republican to her candidate. Wait, she did say that.
His reaction to that since this part of the book has come out.
Oh, this is Pete Buttigieg. She said Pete Buttigieg is a homosexual, so I couldn't have him as my VP. Straight up. And then she's like, I didn't mean like he's gay and that's wrong. I just meant that like people are not ready for a gay man or something.
If you've had any reflection on that, or I guess I'd ask you to just elaborate on that a little bit. It's hard to hear. Yeah. With you running as, you're the first woman elected vice president. You're a black woman and a South Asian woman elected to that high office, very nearly elected president. To say that he couldn't be on the ticket effectively because he was gay is hard to hear.
No. That's not what I said. That's that he couldn't be on the ticket because he is gay.
Yeah. They came after my boy so hard, Bernard. They were like, oh, you said you can't run because you're a woman, over and over again. Okay? Over and over again. But well, yeah, when Mamala's like, yo, you're gay, sorry, not going to work for me. To a gay woman, by the way, is who she's saying this to, which is crazy.
Gay. My point, as I write in the book, is that I was clear that in 107 days, in one of the most hotly contested.
It's just so funny because by no means am I defending Pete Buttigieg, okay? I am not. I'm not defending Pete Buttigieg as a decent VP pick or a presidential pick, okay? I do not like Pete Buttigieg. But his sexual identity has nothing to do with that, okay? It's his worldview that I do not like. That is insane. I have time and time again responded to critics who have said Kamala lost because she's a black woman. And there are many black critics of mine who have said this as well, that like America was not ready for a black woman. America hates black people. This is true. America does hate black people, 100%. And America hates women, also 100% true. The problem is it doesn't matter. Those are hurdles. Those are setbacks that you can overcome. And the only way to overcome those setbacks is by being an earnest communicator and also having great policies. Kamala Harris did not have great policies, and that's the reason why she ultimately lost. That's it, okay? It isn't to, I would never in a million years say that like a gay person doesn't have a harder time winning the presidency, or a woman has a harder time winning the presidency than a man, or a black person doesn't have a harder time winning the presidency than a white person. This is all true. Okay, but these hurdles are negligible if you have great policies that keep the voting population in mind. That's it. That's it. But if you don't have those things, then yes, you will not be able to eke out a marginal victory.
Elections for president of the United States against someone like Donald Trump who knows no floor.
Oh yeah, he would have just said Pete Buttigieg is gay, Lamau, and he would have won that way.
To be a black woman running for president of the United States and as a vice presidential running mate, a gay man, with the stakes being so high, it made me very sad, but I also realized it would be a real risk. No matter how, I've been an advocate and an ally of the...
Look at Rachel Maddow's face.
The LGBT community my entire life. So it wasn't about yeah, right. So it wasn't about any prejudice on my part, but
that
we had such a short period of time.
Yeah, time was running out. That's why America was just not ready for a gay man in 107 days. 108 days? Maybe then. None of this matters. None of this matters. But the problem is Democrats only speak in one language, which is electability. And it's ironic because they're speaking in the language of electability as to why they make certain decisions after they fucking lost. It's like, maybe you don't know electability, okay? Let's try something different. Fuck. This is what is so frustrating to me. It's like, well, you're lost. Why are we losing? Why are we listening to a loser? But I was homophobic for a really good reason. No, like the problem here is just fucking say you don't agree with Pete Buttigieg's policies or something. But the reality of the matter is she unironically was afraid of Pete Buttigieg because he was gay and was afraid of Josh Shapiro because he was Jewish and also pro-Israel. Okay, that's clear from like the excerpts that I've seen. But what's so stupid about this is none of that matters. Okay, this is all negligible. It's a hurdle, sure, just like Kamala Harris being a black woman in an objectively misogynistic and objectively white supremacist country is a hurdle. But you can clear that hurdle if you actually have good policies. If you go to people and you go, listen, I'm a black woman. You don't have to say that. People can see it, right? But like, I want you to have health care. Those motherfuckers want to take away your health care. People are going to go, I don't give a shit. I want health care. That's it. That's what democracy is. That's what democracy is. Explain Mamdani. Example Mamdani. Exactly. Zoran Kwame Mamdani is a 34-year-old brown Muslim socialist. What the fuck are we talking about? I'm so glad he won the primary so I could just point to him every single fucking time to be like, really? Really? Just like Barack Hussein Obama won by LeBron numbers. Of course, he convinced a lot of people about how progressive he actually was, but didn't follow through on that at all. But, you know, regardless, turns out presenting yourself as like a progressive that doesn't care about like, you know, partisanship and things of that nature. We're not a blue America. We're not a red America. We are the United States of America. That kind of attitude. Yes, we can change. That type of shit works. Kamala won. Election was stolen. Let's go. Blue and on is in here.
And the stakes were so high. I think Pete is a phenomenal.
The stakes are so high. I agree. Some people took it seriously. You guys didn't. That's the problem. That's the problem that I have with liberals. That's the problem I have with the Democratic Party. If you understood the stakes and you understood what it meant for Donald Trump to win the election, the things that I was fucking complaining about over and over again, you never addressed. They did not address masked Gestapo ripping people's families apart. I did. I said the Democrats should address this. This is devastating. This is not going to be popular with people. Turns out I was right. They were wrong. They never addressed it and they fucking lost. They actually took a right-wing position on immigration. They said, oh, we are the serious party. We are the party that's going to do real border control. Donald Trump is deeply unserious. Lol.
Public servant. And I think America is and would be ready for that. But when I had to make that decision with 2 weeks.
Bro, I'm serious. She is such a bad speaker. Fuck, man. Oh, my Lord. I think people are faking it. Or she's just tuning into a frequency I cannot understand. When I hear Kamala Harris speak, it's like fucking white noise. It is so unimaginably uncharismatic. She has such a hard time taking any issue seriously and directly answering questions.
To go, you know, and maybe I was being too cautious. You know, I'll let our friends, we should all talk about that. Maybe I was, but that's the decision I made. And I, as with everything else in the book, I'm being very candid about that.
Yeah.
With a great deal of sadness about also the fact that it might have been a risk.
Well, you consider.
She got generational aura debt.
That's a sort
Here's another line.
of talent spotter.
This is on Mamdani.
In the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
What do you think of him and his candidacy? And what do you think of mainline Democratic shyness and agitation about the prospect that he's going to win?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, he's the Democratic nominee and he should be supported.
Do you endorse his candidacy?
I support the Democrat in the race, sure. But let me just say this.
Why does she have this much smoke for the left flank? Like, dude, you're not even running for president anymore. When you did run for president last time, you presented yourself as like this leftist candidate. Remember when everyone would yell at me and say that I'm racist for undermining Kamala Harris's track record because she was for Medicare for all, a notion she quickly dropped? Maybe it was because just like these corporations that claim that they're pro-LGBT to like farm the ugliest fucking pride merch you've ever seen 1 month out of the year, they quickly drop that notion because they don't actually give a fuck about the LGBTQ population. Kamala Harris's leftism was purely aesthetic. She thought, as a bad room reader, I guess, that she could present herself as that. And then, of course, when she had any proximity to power, she quickly dropped all of that. And that made her look like a cynical pretender. And on top of that, as a cynical pretender, she also didn't have any motion or charisma to redirect the conversation back to her newfound policies.
He's not the only star. I know that, you know, he's in New York, and I know New Yorkers think they're the center of the world, and here we are in New York having this interview.
It is the biggest city in the country.
And I love New York, as the saying goes. I really do. But, I mean, there are people like Barbara Drummond in Mobile, Alabama, Helena Moreno in New Orleans. They're all running for mayor, too, and they are stars. So I hope that we don't so over-index on New York City that we lose sight of the stars throughout our country who are right now running for mayor and many other offices, governor, and so on. So that's where I am. We got a big tent, and we got a lot of stars.
She said all mayors matter. She fucking all lives matter, the Zoran question. Not Omar Fateh, though, because he's the bad kind running, you know, in Minneapolis. Not him. Hey, enough about New York City. What about Mobile, Alabama? Now, I mean, I don't know those other mayoral candidates, so I can't speak on them. But like I said, I have one, Omar Fateh. He's a fucking rising star. Notice how she didn't bring him up. I wonder why. Perhaps the tent is too big in one direction for these guys' liking. I'm right by Mobile, and I ain't never heard of whoever she said. Ay. Wait, what did she say? The low-key funniest part is when she says, I love New York, as the saying goes, at 0:35, as though people wouldn't only utter that phrase because they saw it on a bumper sticker.
Talent
Wait,
spotter
I
in the
missed that?
Democratic Party. Yeah. What do you think of him and his candidacy? And what do you think of mainline Democratic shyness and agitation about the prospect that he's going to win?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, he's the Democratic nominee and he should be supported. Do
you endorse his candidacy?
I support the Democrat in the race, sure. But let me just say this. He's not the only star. I know that, you know, he's in New York, and I know New Yorkers think they're the center of the world, and here we are in New York having this interview.
It is the biggest city in the country.
And I love New York, as the saying goes. I really...
Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do, as the saying goes further. Welcome to New York. Now you're in New York. New York, New York, as the saying goes. Generational aura debt. Oh, fucking awesome. Anyway, she also had some statements for the private sector where she thought the corporate oligarchs would be the safeguards or the guardrails of democracy. Hilarious. Good attitude to have. Anyway, I'm going to skip Ryan Ruth, but apparently he tried to stab himself in the neck. Jimmy Kimmel's returning as well. Yeah, Ryan Ruth. Oh, here. This is what I wanted to... Kamala Harris calls Donald Trump a tyrant and a communist dictator.
We used to compare the strength of our democracy to communist dictators. That's what we're dealing with right now in Donald Trump. And these titans of industry are not speaking up.
Given that he's currently trending, let's not forget this all-time Sunstein banger, which to this day remains one of the dumbest things I've ever read. Russia is using Marxist strategies, and so is Trump. These guys are they're so delusional. Also, here's the brief Erica Kirk note that I wanted to mention. Finding out Erica Kirk was working for Trump as a model and casting director at the same time she was linked to an evangelical charity in Romania accused of trafficking children and got introduced to Charlie Kirk for a job interview, turned date after he'd been working with Trump. Not only that, but they also met on a trip to Israel, I think. His dad was an architect who designed Trump Tower. This is Charlie Kirk's dad. They really just decided his stupid chud son needs a handler. He got pop. Okay, well, I'm not gonna go into it, but you know, there is some information. But Erica Trump actually was a Miss USA or Miss Universe or something, like one of the Trump properties. Or Erica Kirk was Miss Arizona for Donald Trump's beauty pageant. That's real. That's a real thing. I mean, she's lived many lives. She's lived many, many lives. She was Miss Arizona 2012. She is... I saw Taylor Lorenz on Matt Bernstein's pod saying she's way further right than you'd think. Like she pulled Charlie to the right. I don't think she pulled Charlie to the right. I think Charlie Kirk was doing something. I think Charlie Kirk was doing something that what many other Republicans were also trying to do. As evidenced by what Matt Walsh was doing at the Daily Wire when he posted that quick swastika AI photo in an effort to keep the based supporters. Charlie Kirk, especially after the Israel stuff really became a point of contention, was basically retriangulating to be extra racist because there's only one way to win favor and show and communicate earnesty in the Republican base, which is to just be as racist as you possibly can. You know, move away from dog whistles to more overt versions of racism. to soothe the interests of an increasingly dumber audience and a more angry audience. And that's the real reason why he was becoming more and more racist. Not because I don't think like Erica Kirk pulled him to that direction. Because the more people asked him about Israel, the more he was like, fuck trans people, fuck black people, that sort of thing, right? How is Taylor Lorenz right wing? I'm so confused. Wait, what? I never said that. I don't know what Erica Kirk's personal politics look like, but I will say that Charlie Kirk was, I think, desperately trying to do more overt forms of racism in an effort to soothe the interests of the cackling hyenas in the base of support for the Republican Party that were like, why aren't you saying enough about Israel?
Nothing is by mistake. Nothing. I will never forget the time I was in Israel with my husband. Well, that was the second time, but the first time with my mother on a pilgrimage. And I was standing in the ticket line. And I remember looking behind me, and in the snake of the ticket line was a guy who looked very familiar. I had no idea who he was. And I told my mom, this guy looks so familiar. And as a typical mother, she said, go and say hi. No. We were late for our flight, and I'm not going to come off like a crazy person that's just weird. That ended up being Charlie. Nothing is by coincidence. Now, did we know that? No, not until we were like 3 months into our relationship and looking at timestamps, seeing that both of us were in Israel at the same time. But nothing is by coincidence. Just know that nothing is by mistake.
Yeah, I looked into their background a little bit, and like, I can hear the trumpets. I'm turning in the clothes. Help. Good luck, chatter. I mean, maybe she pulled Charlie further to the right, but I think Charlie was a room reader, and I think he recognized the discontent amongst the base, especially amongst younger people, and that is the reason why he was triangulating his message to keep some of the more radical, more based elements in the audience. Anyway, I know I said I slept 9 hours, but I'm fucking pooped, dude. I don't know what happened. I'm so goddamn tired. I'm gonna end it here. Can you join my modded Minecraft server, please? No. Fuck no. Half day Hossie. You already know what it is. It's half day Hossie time, baby.
Hey, I'm just doing this to sound like Bo Burnham in the beginning, but I'm joining the chat, so hi.
Love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow as always. All right, peace.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people, hey. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic that's just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Euchre's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders. LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.